Chapter 1001 Hanju's Thoughts. Chapter 1001 Hanju's Thoughts. All the mighty figures and the geniuses of the 10 absolutes in the hall understood that the ultimate god of punishment was saying that the world below the bottom of the chaos would threaten the chaos. The chaos looked peaceful, but there was a huge danger hidden beneath it. Tao Sovereign frowned. He didn't expect the ultimate god of punishment to know of the existence of the consciousnessless great Tao world. Under such circumstances, the number one deity still wanted to rope in the chaotic geniuses. It was undoubtedly a fool's dream. The ultimate god of punishment spread this matter intending to unite the chaotic geniuses. The ultimate god of punishment continued, I've already discovered that an underground force has infiltrated the 10 absolute city. In this eternal battle, I hope that the geniuses of the 10 absolutes will go underground to fight. Firstly, it's to decide the outcome. Secondly, it's to intimidate them. Perhaps we can lure them out. The mighty figures in the hall also discussed. I've indeed heard that the bottom of the chaos was once a prison. The world below is not smaller than the chaos. Could there be many mighty figures hidden there? What are you afraid of? To be suppressed by the chaos, his strength is definitely far inferior to it. That's right. Actually, he means to prevent trouble. I think it's good. The chaos is vast. There's no need for us to fight. You can go underground if you want to fight for resources. The mighty figures were not afraid after hearing this. Instead, they began to praise the ultimate god of punishment. The ultimate god of punishment made the rules meaningful, and the intention of the chaotic assembly also sublimated. Han Huang looked at the other 9 geniuses and said, at that time, we'll split into one-on-one battles. We won't bully others with numbers. Tao Sovereign, Murong Qi, Guan Bubai, and the heavenly constellation Phi and Celestial nodded. They had expressed their stance in public. The other 5 geniuses nodded. At this point, they all understood each other's strengths. There was no need to pretend to be arrogant and attract trouble. Even the powerful formless world was not confident in dealing with the combined forces of the 5 geniuses of the hidden sect. For a time, the atmosphere in the hall softened. Even the geniuses were no longer at daggers drawn because the ultimate god of punishment had given the various factions of the chaos a common goal. The battle of the 10 absolutes was no longer a battle between geniuses. They might encounter experts from the world below. While the mighty figures were discussing, the ultimate god of punishment also explained to Hanju with a voice transmission. Of course, this rule was still beneficial to the hidden sect. The ultimate god of punishment killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only did he give Hanju face, but he also guarded against the underground world. Hanju had no objections. He also wanted to see the consciousnessless great Tao world's foundation. Master, do you feel it? The ultimate god of punishment asked with a voice transmission again. Hanju was puzzled, but he didn't ask. Instead, he observed the bottom of the chaos. Soon, he discovered a strange spirit chi at the edge. It was not like the chaotic chi. It constantly overflowed from the ground and was incompatible with the chaotic chi. It was like water and fire. As, from the consciousnessless great Tao world, the chaotic consciousness could not sit still anymore. Hanju was filled with anticipation. He was looking forward to the battle between the chaotic consciousness and the 9th chaos. As for the chaos, he couldn't be bothered. What a joke. The value of the 9th chaos and the chaotic consciousness were 100 times different. How could the chaotic consciousness defeat the 9th chaos? If the 9th chaos was not destroyed, the chaos would not die. The ultimate god of punishment sent a voice transmission, if there's really an existence below that we can't defeat. Hanju nodded slightly and didn't say anything. The ultimate god of punishment thought that he had agreed and immediately smiled without any pressure. Hanju naturally wouldn't deal with the chaotic consciousness, but it was fine if it was an existence below the chaotic consciousness. Although the chaotic consciousness tried to rope him in, Hanju liked the 9th chaos more. The 9th chaos was like a mighty figure. He usually didn't care about the chaos and was busy cultivating. The 9th chaos was the earliest and most experienced Tao creator. From the looks of it, the chaotic consciousness was inferior to the 9th chaos. As for the 9th chaos, Hanju didn't really believe it. If not for the Tao field, the 9th chaos would definitely eliminate him. The 10 absolute geniuses meditated and began to cultivate and recover. The ultimate god of punishment did not care about the mysterious spirit chi, as if waiting for the consciousnessless great Tao world to take the bait. Unfortunately, he didn't know what he was facing. Hanju didn't remind him. If he knew, he wouldn't dare to do it. There was no need to expose many things. The ultimate god of punishment's role was only to stabilize the chaos and delay the consciousnessless great Tao world. The chaos and the consciousnessless great Tao world were nothing in Hanju's eyes. He cared more about the ultimate origin world. A month later, the ultimate god of punishment left with the 10 absolutes. The other mighty figures continued to wait in the hall. The ultimate god of punishment's clone was also in the hall, making it convenient for him to cast a spell and let the 10 absolute city watch the battle. Tao Sovereign was very nervous along the way. He had received the number 1 deity's favor and made a fake promise. Would he be exposed if he bumped into him? Guan Bubai was looking forward to it. He smiled proudly and asked, "Do you think we will encounter the geniuses of the underground world?" The great heavenly god king snorted. "How can there be prodigies in the wilderness? Even if they are talented, they are still worms. It's not surprising." Tao Sovereign thought to himself, "There are indeed no geniuses, but I didn't see any worms." The 4 of them had stayed in the consciousnessless great Tao world for millions of years. Other than the vengeful spirits and the number 1 deity, they had really not encountered any living beings. He thought that the consciousnessless great Tao world was barren and there were no living beings at all. However, the number 1 deity indeed intended to overturn the chaos. The 10 geniuses began to chat and get to know each other. Before that, they had cold expressions and treated each other like enemies. Soon, the ultimate god of punishment brought them to the ground. In front of them was a bottomless black hole. The group jumped in. Tao Sovereign knew that something was wrong. The ultimate god of punishment had really discovered the entrance to the consciousnessless great Tao world. He had still been hoping that the ultimate god of punishment had not discovered the true consciousnessless great Tao world. After entering the world, the 10 geniuses began to look around, their sage sense sweeping across. The ultimate god of punishment stood above the clouds and cast a spell at the same time as his clone in the hall, transmitting the scene in front of him into the hall. Not only the hall, but the sky above 10 Absolute City also appeared. All the living beings in the city were excited, knowing that the Eternal Peak battle was about to begin. Are they really going to fight a chaotic battle? Then the hidden sect is going to win. Tisk tisk, why would the other factions agree? Are they really afraid of the divine might heavenly sage? That's right. If they tolerate it now, won't the geniuses of the hidden sect take the eternal peak of the chaotic assembly in the future? Ridiculous, ridiculous. You useless birds should stop chirping. What if you can't bear it? Do you want to fall out with the divine might heavenly sage? In the consciousnessless great Tao world, the ground was desolate and endless. The sky was covered in dark clouds, and faint thunder could be heard. The 10 absolute geniuses did not delay and quickly dispersed. Guan Bubai cursed. It's time to fight. Let's fight for victory first. Just kill them if any worms really attack. Han Huang looked at Formless World and said, "Come, I'll defeat you first." Chapter 1002 Invincible. Chapter 1002 Invincible. Formless World naturally did not refuse Han Huang's challenge. They were all peerless geniuses who wanted to reach the peak of the world, so they naturally would not avoid it. The other geniuses also began to find opponents. Tao Sovereign challenged Huang Zuntian. Guan Bubai challenged the great heavenly god king. Mirong Qi challenged the universe sage king. The heavenly constellation Fian Celestial fought Zhou Song's great Tao heaven. This lineup reversed the spectators' opinion at 10 Absolute City, and they began to praise the hidden sect. They could have ganged up, but they insisted on fighting one-on-one. This was integrity, as expected of the hidden sect. Who said that the hidden sect is suppressing others? How powerful is the divine might heavenly sage? Does he need such a method? Tisk tisk, it must have been arranged by the heavenly sage. Actually, it's not the hidden sect's fault. Who asked their geniuses to be so strong? In my opinion, the heavenly sage still cares too much about his reputation. If it were me, I would directly make my disciple the eternal peak. This is going to be good. But what is T-Place? It can actually withstand the dharmic powers of 10 peerless geniuses. Tao Sovereign used the great Tao Providence divine authority and summoned the chaotic river of destiny. The river meandered and wrapped around his body, covering 10 million miles of land, forcing the other geniuses to retreat. The ultimate god of punishment also split the sky into 5 pieces, corresponding to 5 battlefields. Ha ha ha, Life Lord, I know you. The Calamity Life Controller is indeed impressive. You can even take in Li Daokong. However, do you know what the price of poaching from the hidden sect is? Tao Sovereign said arrogantly. He had long wanted to say this, but it was not appropriate previously. Huang Zuntian thought to himself, actually, I'm also from the hidden sect. We're all on the same side. However, it was not appropriate. Currently, Master had no intention of revealing his cards. In that case, he had to continue acting. The more he acted, the better. Great Tao Providence Divine Authority. It's indeed impressive, but you have it, and so do I. Huang Zuntian leapt and laughed wantonly. He opened his arms, and the black patterns on his forehead quickly turned into a black aura that enveloped his entire body. In the courtyard of 10 Absolute City, Azure Heaven Mystic's expression turned ugly. Including him, there were already 3 existences who had grasped the great Tao Providence divine authority. The other 2 began to compete for the eternal peak, but he could only watch the show here. Azure Heaven Mystic was furious. Tao Sovereign was also stunned. He didn't expect Huang Zuntian to also control the great Tao Providence divine authority. Huang Zuntian's eyes suddenly turned black. His crown shattered and his long hair fluttered as if he was possessed by the Devil Master. A terrifying aura erupted, moving Tao Sovereign. This aura was stronger than all the geniuses Tao Sovereign had encountered before. They were clearly not on the same level. Very good, this is more satisfying. Tao Sovereign laughed loudly. Shadows rushed out from the chaotic river of destiny. They were experts of the past and present, all warlike. On the other side, the other geniuses also fought angrily. The ground of the consciousnessless great Tao world shook violently. The ground kept shattering, as if the end of the world had arrived. Han Huang and Formless World fought with their bodies. Both sides had dharmic powers. They were like 2 beams of light that constantly moved and expanded in the world. They were fearless. Wherever they passed, all existences were reduced to dust. Even the sky was torn apart by sinister spatial cracks. The battle between the 2 was the most eye-catching. Both sides had outstanding looks and temperament among the geniuses. Their strength was even more so. Along the way, the 2 of them were domineering and unstoppable. An invincible person fought another invincible person. Han Huang's aura was like a rainbow. He kept using the divine might Great Heaven Palm, causing the world to collapse and the clouds to tear apart like smoke. Formless World's robes fluttered as 36 jade beads of different colors surrounded him. It was as if he was wrapped in 7-colored light. Facing the domineering Han Huang, he was calm and could attack while dodging the mystical power. If Han Huang was the invincible war god, Formless World would be more like an emperor who ruled the gods. His every move had the vast aura of an emperor, as if he could resolve all the Tao techniques in the world. The battles between Guan Bubai, the great heavenly god king, Marong Qi, the universe sage king, the heavenly constellation Fian Celestial, and Zhou Song's great Tao heaven were also difficult to determine. This competition was destined to not end anytime soon. In the hall, Han Ju watched with relish, while Han Ling was a little nervous. Father, this Formless World is so powerful. Can second brother avenge eldest brother and the others? Han Ling asked with a voice transmission. She couldn't let the mighty figures hear this lest they thought too much. Han Ju replied, Formless World is indeed impressive, but it's not enough to defeat your second brother. What a joke. The primordial Fian Celestial had a greater origin than the formless transcendent deity. How could he lose to its successor? Formless World clearly still had hidden methods, but so did Han Huang. Until now, Han Huang had not used the power of the primordial Fian Celestial. As for the others, Han Ju felt that they had no hope. Unless Formless World perished with Han Huang and gave others a chance to benefit. The scene of the 10 extreme geniuses fighting with all their might was indeed spectacular. It far exceeded all the previous battles. Seeing this, everyone in 10 Absolute City exclaimed. Some living beings even shouted the name of the prodigy they worshipped. At this moment, in the courtyard, Azure Heaven Mystic was watching the battle when a voice sounded in his mind, come come. Hearing this, Azure Heaven Mystic subconsciously looked around. Everyone was watching the battle and no one summoned him. No, voice transmission. Azure Heaven Mystic frowned. He was about to ignore it when he discovered that the dharmic powers in his body had suddenly frozen. His expression changed. Just as he was about to speak, his expression returned to normal and his eyes became extremely empty. He turned around and left quietly. Zhao Shuangquan glanced at him and thought that he was agitated, so he did not care and continued watching. Ji Shanshan noticed his departure. He followed him after hesitating for a moment. No matter what, he had brought Azure Heaven Mystic here. Although they were not master and disciple anymore, their relationship was still there. Originally, Ji Shanshan thought that Azure Heaven Mystic had only been agitated and wanted to go back and rest. He did not expect him to leave the city directly. Ji Shanshan suddenly realized that something was wrong. Although Azure Heaven Mystic is arrogant, he won't forcefully enter the eternal battlefield. What's going on? Ji Shanshan frowned. He hesitated for a moment but still decided to follow. Boom! Han Huang descended from the sky and collapsed an area of billions of kilometers. Countless rocks rose and the Formless World's figure flashed, constantly rising into the sky and leaving his opponent behind. Han Huang looked up and mocked. How long are you going to hide? Formless World looked down at him and said, I'm looking at your limit. It's nothing much. Since you can't wait, prepare to be eliminated. The 36 jade beads suddenly gathered and condensed into a 7-colored sword. Formless World raised the sword and slashed. Sword chi swept through the world. Han Huang did not dodge. He raised his palm and struck. The divine might great heaven palm directly split his sword chi into 2. However, the remaining 2 sword chi shattered, turning into countless sword chi that descended from the sky and bombarded the ground. Han Huang attacked with both palms, scattering the sword chi one after another. He soared into the sky as he stared at his opponent. Formless World was stunned. For some reason, Han Huang's gaze made his heart palpitate. Impossible. I'm invincible. Even the supreme existence who transcended the chaos said that. Formless World's eyes became firm as he revealed a strange smile. Chapter 1003 Choice. Chapter 1003 Choice. Han Huang, are you prepared to welcome my true strength? Formless World hung in the sky. He drew a circle with his right hand. In an instant, the sky behind him suddenly changed, as if another world was connected to the consciousnessless Great Tao world. This world was magnificent. The peaks were gathered and the mountains were steep. They were like huge swords piercing the sky. The world was overturned and looked even more domineering. Even the other geniuses of the 10 absolutes who were fighting in the distance looked over. Other geniuses had already used the power of the great world in the previous battles, but it was not as spectacular as this. Their auras were worlds apart. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. The spectators in 10 Absolute City were also shocked. Han Ju took a look. The great world of Formless World only had its own appearance. It was even further away from becoming a Great Tao world. The Great Tao world was not as simple as creating a world. The 3,000 Great Tao were needed to form order. There had to be spirit chi comparable to chaos and all living beings who pushed for the evolution of rules. Han Huang didn't panic at all as he faced the Formless World's great world. Purple chi surrounded his body. Only Han Ju could understand that it was nebulous primordial chi. His figure began to change. His eyes were purple and his black hair turned white, reaching his heels. His body also became stronger. The nebulous primordial chi condensed into a sinister purple armor. It was cold and bright. Compared to before, he was like a completely different person. Han Huang's change moved Formless World. He felt a completely different aura, far stronger than before. This aura was enough to sweep through all the geniuses of the chaotic assembly. Who was he? Formless World was shocked. He had seen many chaotic VN Celestials, but he had never felt such pressure. Han Huang leapt and suddenly arrived in front of Formless World. Their eyes met, and they were less than 20 centimeters apart. Formless World felt the surrounding space freeze. He couldn't move in the slightest. Han Huang's eyes emitted a purple light that swept past Formless World's ears and directly pierced through its great world. The great world scattered like a mirror, and the remaining clouds in the world were swept up by the wind and torn apart, as if the sky had shattered. Formless World's figure trembled and suddenly vanished. Han Huang turned around and saw him appear on the horizon. Black runes spun behind him. These black runes looked like a face, and a face that could not be seen made one's blood run cold. Han Ju frowned. This power. He was cheating. The formless transcendent deity did not care about morals. Formless World's mystical power was similar to the invocation mystical power. The power clearly did not belong to him. However, only Han Ju could understand that the power of the Tao Creator was unknown to the great Tao sages and the great Tao Supremes. However, Han Ju was above all living beings in the chaos and could sense that the level of this power was higher than that of the great Tao Supreme realm. What kind of power was it if it was not the Tao Creators? This is the formless transcendent technique. You've lost. Formless World said coldly as he looked down at Han Huang. Han Huang said disdainfully, how dare you use such tricks? He attacked Formless World again. Above the clouds. The ultimate god of punishment looked at Formless World and frowned. What's going on? His mystical power actually makes me uneasy. Something's wrong. The ultimate god of punishment was puzzled. He had suspected that a power outside the chaos had infiltrated 10 Absolute City. Could Formless World be one of them? He looked at Formless World with a subtle gaze. At this moment, he suddenly felt something and turned around. A figure flew out from the entrance they had come from. It was Azure Heaven Mystic. The ultimate god of punishment remembered Azure Heaven Mystic, a relatively outstanding prodigy in this chaotic assembly. Why was this fellow here? Could it be that he wanted to forcefully join the 10 Absolutes battle and make a name for himself? Something was wrong. Wouldn't he be courting death if he entered with his cultivation level? After Azure Heaven Mystic appeared, he did not rush to the battlefield. Instead, he meditated on the spot. Endless spirit chi of heaven and earth surged into him, becoming faster and faster, gradually forming a hurricane. The ultimate god of punishment's expression changed slightly. The fact that Azure Heaven Mystic could absorb the spirit chi of this world meant that he was related to this world. At least, not the ultimate god of punishment. Apart from Formless World, there was also the Azure Heaven Mystic. How many forces had been planted in the chaotic assembly? The ultimate god of punishment was about to take action when a voice entered his ears, causing him to pause. The battle of the 10 absolutes lasted for several days. The first prodigy to be eliminated was Dao Sovereign. Dao Sovereign was defeated by Huang Zuntian and almost died. Fortunately, the ultimate god of punishment took action and sent him back to 10 Absolute City. Dao Sovereign was extremely depressed even after Zhao Xuanyuan, Zhang Yi, Lao Dan, and the others comforted him. It's fine, the other party is the Life Lord, a famous figure. Even Li Daokong and ancestor Shishan work under him. Fang Liang smiled, his eyes filled with envy. He had not even entered the top 10,000. Dao Sovereign's achievements were already unimaginable in his opinion. The others also comforted him. Dao Sovereign was even more displeased. He was about to curse when he suddenly fell silent. Leave 10 Absolute City immediately. The number 1 deity's voice entered his ears. His originally depressed mood became nervous. What happened? Didn't he say that he only needed to rope in geniuses in this chaotic assembly? Dao Sovereign thought the number 1 deity clearly wanted to attack 10 Absolute City. He wasn't the only one. Zhao Xuanyuan, Zhang Yi, and Lao Dan also revealed ugly expressions. They had probably received the same voice transmission. The three brothers began to communicate with voice transmissions. Aren't we pretending? As expected, the number 1 deity has ill intentions. But what are we afraid of with Master around? That's right, what will happen to the hidden sect if we leave just like that? How can we really betray the sect? Although the number 1 deity mentioned Sect Master didn't instruct us to act recklessly. The three of them quickly discussed and decided to stay. Dao Sovereign called Han Ju in his mind. With the latter's cultivation, he believed that Han Ju could sense it. Indeed, not long after, Han Ju's voice sounded in Dao Sovereign's ears, "What is it? Tell me in my dreams." Dao Sovereign immediately meditated and started dreaming. In the dream, Dao Sovereign told him everything. Han Ju smiled upon learning that the number 1 deity had used his name to trick his disciple. He despised the chaotic consciousness even more. Such methods were really not presentable. I understand. Stay in the city for the time being. I'll take care of everything, Han Ju said softly. The dream shattered. Han Ju continued to watch the battle on the surface and asked in his mind, can I overturn the chaos if I help the chaotic consciousness? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No. Tisk tisk, how decisive. It seemed that the chaotic consciousness had also underestimated the 9th chaos, power. Since it was a dead end, Han Ju naturally couldn't leave. Although the chaotic consciousness had roped him in, it had plotted against his disciple. The 9th chaos at least promised to ensure the heavenly Dao's safety. Comparing the two and the outcome, it was very easy to make a decision. The other Dao creators would be found by the 9th chaos once they attained the Dao. Then, their great Dao world would be suppressed. However, Han Ju had a Dao field that could protect him. Chapter 1004 Number 1 Deity's Plan. Chapter 1004 Number 1 Deity's Plan. Dao Sovereign and the other three continued to watch the battle after they decided not to leave 10 Absolute City. They weren't even worried about danger. Number 1 deity couldn't directly destroy 10 Absolute City no matter how terrifying his conspiracy was. Most of the top forces in the entire chaos were gathered in 10 Absolute City. It was not enough even if the number 1 deity brought his destruction authority generals with him. After Dao Sovereign lost, Universe Sage King followed suit. Exclamation mark. The situation became tenser and tenser. All the spectators could not determine who would become the eternal peak. The battle between Formless World and Han Huang was still at a stalemate. Both sides were ferocious, causing the spectators to guess that they might perish together in 10 Ultimate City. Instead, Huang Zuntian, who had defeated Dao Sovereign, began to rest. Mirang Qi, who had defeated the Universe Sage King, was not in a hurry to attack. There were still 5 people left, after all. They couldn't fight one-on-one. A chaotic battle was inevitable, especially after the battle. Formless World used the Formless Transcendent technique to always have the upper hand, but he could not defeat Han Huang. This caused his supporters to sweat. The world collapsed and rumbled. Formless World repelled Han Huang again, but he still did not gain the upper hand. Han Huang was clearly in a sorry state, but his eyes were becoming more and more excited, making Formless World extremely puzzled. He even felt like he was being played. He became even more furious. The black runes around him increased, causing the face he formed to become larger and larger. His aura increased steadily. The next day, the heavenly constellation Phi and Celestial defeated Zhou Song's great Tao Heaven, but he was also severely injured and could not recover in a short period of time. That day, Guan Bubai was defeated by the great heavenly God King, and the ultimate god of punishment sent him back to 10 Absolute City. Similarly, the great heavenly God King was also severely injured and began to meditate and recuperate. Only Formless World and Han Huang were still fighting. The battle continued. Days passed. Formless World and Han Huang were still fighting. The two of them kept moving the battlefield and crazily destroyed the ground along the way. At this rate, the consciousnessless Great Tao world would completely collapse. They might not even win. Huang Zuntian, Mirong Qi, the heavenly constellation Phi and Celestial, and the great heavenly God King were still waiting. Mirong Qi and the heavenly constellation Phi and Celestial looked at each other and stood up. At this moment, the great heavenly God King's voice sounded, "Three of you, why don't you enter the battle and defeat Formless World? I can tell that Han Huang is not his match. If we fight again, can one of us be Han Huang's or Formless World's match? If Han Huang is defeated during our battle and Formless World begins to recuperate, wouldn't that be even worse?" Mirong Qi and the heavenly constellation Phi and Celestial were silent. The great heavenly God King's goal was Formless World. They would naturally be unwilling to deal with Han Huang. At this point, they could actually tell that Han Huang was really not Formless World's match. What would happen if they continued to fight one-on-one and Han Huang lost? Huang Zuntian's voice floated over, "Actually, one-on-one is enough. In the chaos, it's impossible to survive and fight one-on-one forever. Most of the time, it's a chaotic battle or a few against many. Instead of considering here, let's all participate in the battle. I think the cultivators of 10 Absolute City are also waiting for this scene." Mirong Qi and the heavenly constellation Phi and Celestial looked at each other and saw the intention in each other's eyes. That was indeed the case. Just like that, the four peerless geniuses soared into the sky and rushed towards Han Huang and Formless World. The ultimate god of punishment frowned as he watched the battle from afar. He glanced at Azure Heaven Mystic, who was still absorbing the spirit chi of the consciousnessless Great Tao world. His aura was becoming stronger. The ultimate god of punishment fell into a dilemma. He recalled the voice's words and felt extremely conflicted. A cry of surprise sounded in 10 Absolute City because the 6 geniuses had begun to fight. This is more interesting. This should have happened long ago. It's too boring to fight one-on-one. Who gave the hidden sect pressure previously? The true eternal peak should be able to win even when facing a dangerous situation where they are outnumbered, just like the divine might heavenly sage. Formless World is in danger. The 6 prodigies fought together and separately. Their mystical powers were violent and they fought whoever they saw. The scene was extremely chaotic. Even if Formless World was caught off guard, fortunately, there was the formless transcendent technique to protect him. Mirong Qi and the heavenly constellation Phi and Celestial were very straightforward. They even attacked Han Huang. Not only was Han Huang not angry, but he was even more excited. "Very good. Awesome." Han Huang laughed wantonly. He took out a divine weapon and attacked the center of the battlefield next. While the 6 geniuses were immersed in the chaotic battle, the number 1 deity suddenly appeared behind Azure Heaven Mystic. The ultimate god of punishment glanced at him, but he did not stop him. The number 1 deity directly fused into Azure Heaven Mystic's back. Immediately after, he opened his eyes and stood up, walking towards the entrance to the chaos. Thunderclouds rumbled in the sky. Soon, he jumped into the black hole and disappeared. On the other side, in the hall, the ultimate god of punishment's clone sent a voice transmission to Han Ju, telling him about his agreement with the number 1 deity. Previously, the number 1 deity had contacted him and said he hoped he could turn a blind eye. He wanted to overthrow the chaos and not hurt it. Han Ju was speechless. Why was this fellow so gullible? After listening for a while, Han Ju understood that the number 1 deity had mentioned the primordial ancestor god. The primordial ancestor god had also suppressed the number 1 deity in the past. Both sides empathized and learned that there was a higher existence behind the chaotic will. This leader of the divine spirits could not sit still. Furthermore, the number 1 deity said that the divine might heavenly sage, Laozi, and the other mighty figures had already formed an alliance, so he tacitly agreed. The number 1 deity mentioned Tao Sovereign and the other 2 as well as Azure Heaven Mystic, saying that it was precisely because the divine might heavenly sage agreed that he could give the inheritance to the 4 of them. Therefore, the ultimate god of punishment believed him and didn't ask Hanju, afraid that it would delay his plan. If this fails, I'll say that you don't know anything. I'll take full responsibility. If you succeed, you can cultivate well and there won't be any dark clouds above your head. The ultimate god of punishment sent a voice transmission. Hanju's opinion of the ultimate god of punishment rose. How sensible. The ultimate god of punishment clearly did not completely trust the number one deity. He was only trying. After all, if he rejected him, it would be equivalent to offending Laozi, the formless transcendent deity, the chaotic consciousness, and other transcendent existences. In any case, it was a dilemma. It was better to try. Hanju sent a voice transmission, "Give me a wisp of your soul." The ultimate god of punishment's clone immediately split into a soul. The two of them moved very quickly. With their cultivation levels, they could do it without anyone noticing. Hanju continued to watch the battle after putting away the ultimate god of punishment's soul. The next day, he felt a spatial fluctuation at the edge of 10 Absolute City. Someone was using a formation to trap the entire city. The number one deity's goal was to trap 10 Absolute City and sever the supreme rules. 10 Absolute City had gathered 90% of the mighty figures of the chaos. As long as they were trapped, there would be no obstruction when the number one deity attacked the supreme rules. As for the ninth chaos, even if it revived, two transcendent existences would stop it. Chapter 1005 Zhang Gongming, Deducing Sun. Chapter 1005 Zhang Gongming, Deducing Sun. The mighty figures in the hall also sensed it when 10 Absolute City was isolated by a mysterious array formation. They looked at the ultimate god of punishment and Hanju. The ultimate god of punishment said, "Continue watching." The mighty figures could only suppress their uneasiness and continue watching the battle. However, they were secretly sending voice transmissions and asking their subordinates to investigate the situation. Soon, the cultivators in 10 Absolute City also sensed that something was wrong. What's going on? I can't leave the city. Could it be that they're afraid that we'll interfere with the Eternal Peak battle? That's not right. I can't sense the aura of the battlefield at all. This means that it's not at the bottom of the chaos. The ultimate god didn't speak. Nothing should happen, right? Don't panic. 90% of the major factions of the chaos are gathered here. How can anything happen? In the courtyard, the geniuses of the hidden sect also began to discuss this matter. The Black Hell Chicken shouted, "What are you afraid of? With Master around, nothing will happen even if the sky collapses." Han Tuo and the four divine punishers looked at each other. They smelled danger. This was their intuition after countless years of experience in battles. Li Xuanao said, "The battle at the top of the world is still ongoing, which means that it's fine. Otherwise, the battle will be stopped." The others nodded and focused on the sky. Formless world, Han Huang, Huang Zuntian, Mirong Qi, the heavenly constellation Fian Celestial, and the great heavenly god king were still fighting. Countless mystical powers were being hurled around. The scene was extremely chaotic, but it was also filled with visual shock. The cultivators in 10 Absolute City watched with relish. This chaotic battle was too passionate and entertaining. It far exceeded the previous one-on-one battles. At the same time, Azure Heaven Mystic, who had been possessed by the number one deity, arrived in front of the 10 Absolute City. He raised his right hand, and an endless black aura rushed out from his palm and soared into the sky. It pierced through layers of space through the chaotic void. It surpassed the 3,000 Great Tao and arrived under the 7 Supreme Rules. The black aura condensed into a black pillar of light. Figures rushed out of the black pillar of light. They were the Destruction Authority Generals. Soon, the number of Destruction Authority Generals exceeded 100,000. They attacked the 7 Supreme Rules crazily. The new Destruction Authority Generals also attacked. The 7 Supreme Rules trembled violently as the 3,000 Great Tao fell into chaos. In the hall, many mighty figures looked up. They all panicked when they saw the Destruction Authority Generals attacking the Supreme Rules. Their power was based on the chaos. If the chaos collapsed, even if they could live, they would lose their power and status. Ultimate God, Heavenly Sage, look at the Supreme Rules. Could it be that the worlds below the chaos have begun to take action? What should we do? Ultimate God, why aren't you doing anything? Those things look familiar. Isn't that Tao Sovereign's mystical power? The other great Tao sages began to panic even though they could not see the situation above the 3,000 Great Tao. The ultimate god of punishment's clone said, "Go and protect the supreme rules." With that said, the Great Tao Supremes quickly vanished. However, they were stopped above 10 Absolute City, unable to break through the array formation. They panicked even more and used their full strength to break the formation. For a time, the entire 10 Absolute City began to shake violently. All the living beings looked up and saw the mighty figures trying to break the formation. They immediately realized that something was wrong with the formation. For a time, there were all sorts of guesses in 10 Absolute City. Some even cogitated that the ultimate god of punishment wanted to harm them. Tao Sovereign and the other three were silent. They didn't explain to their fellow disciples and watched as the wind blew and the clouds surged. A great Tao Supreme returned to the hall and said anxiously, "Heavenly Sage. Ultimate God, please do something, or we won't be able to break through the formation." The ultimate god of punishment frowned and said, "I'm only a clone and don't have my true strength. I'll accompany you first." He followed and prepared to act. Hanju hesitated. Should he act? Would it be pretentious? After all, the ninth chaos definitely knew his strength. Although the array formation outside was strong, even the nine-headed divine spirit could easily break it. No, in the ninth chaos opinion, he should not be able to defeat the nine-headed divine spirit. Then, let's act. Hanju stood up and said, "Linger, stay here and don't walk around." He followed them to the sky above 10 Absolute City. The mighty figures worked together to break the array formation, but they couldn't move it at all. Hanju discovered that this array formation was indeed impressive. It was very difficult to break through with a great Tao Supreme's strength. At the very least, one had to be half-step into the creator realm to have hope. As expected of the chaotic consciousness, he carefully controlled his dharmic powers and waved his palm. On the other side, in the consciousnessless great Tao world, Huang Zuntian's expression changed drastically. His great Tao Providence divine authority quickly dissipated, causing his dharmic powers to decrease. The great heavenly god king found an opportunity and shot out a bone truncheon. It pierced through Huang Zuntian's chest and nailed him to the ground. Immediately after, bone weapons rushed out from the bone truncheon and surrounded Huang Zuntian. They raised their weapons and stabbed them into the ground. Ghost aura spread and formed a sealing formation, preventing Huang Zuntian from moving. "Damn it, why is this happening?" Huang Zuntian gritted his teeth, not understanding why the great Tao Providence divine authority had suddenly failed. The great heavenly god king did not pity him. He appeared above him and gathered all his dharmic powers in his palm, preparing to end Huang Zuntian. The ultimate god of punishment immediately sent Huang Zuntian out, indicating that he was eliminated. At this moment, the attention of the entire 10 Absolute City was already attracted by the mighty figures attacking the array formation. Huang Zuntian's elimination only disappointed his supporters. Azure Heaven Mystic stood outside 10 Absolute City looking at the mighty figures above with a mocking expression. He said loudly, "Everyone, show yourselves." With that said, thunderclouds suddenly appeared and enveloped the entire bottom of the chaos. The mighty figures above 10 Absolute City stopped, including Hanju. They looked up and saw a faintly discernible mighty figure appear in the thundercloud. It was even larger than the entire 10 Absolute City. The part of its body that was revealed was enough to make people despair. Hanju immediately used the simulation trial to check his surroundings. Formless transcendent deity, early stage. Tao creator, chaotic deity, above order. Transcends everything. It was him, the evil heavenly emperor's backer. Hanju showed a frown. The aura emitted by the formless transcendent deity was extremely terrifying. At least, Hanju felt that he was not his match. "Open!" An extremely dignified shout resounded through the world. Immediately after, the entire bottom of the chaos began to shake as the sky rose higher and higher. To be precise, the bottom of the chaos was decreasing. The ultimate god's clone was moved. He turned to look at Azure Heaven Mystic outside the city and asked with a voice transmission, "Fellow Taoist, what are you doing? Didn't you say that you wouldn't hurt the living beings in 10 Absolute City?" Azure Heaven Mystic replied, "Sorry, I have to wipe out all living beings if I want to truly destroy the chaos." The ultimate god of punishment's expression changed drastically. He couldn't be bothered to scold him and sent a voice transmission to Hanju. Hanju was not surprised. "Very good. Since you're so cruel, don't blame me for being heartless." Hanju comforted the ultimate god of punishment and asked him to keep an eye on the 10 absolute geniuses below. Then, he waited for the ninth chaos to make a move. Tao Creator vs Tao Creator. Meanwhile, he had to face the mysterious Number 1 deity. Chapter 1006 Heavenly Sage Fighting for the Chaos. Chapter 1006 Heavenly Sage Fighting for the Chaos. The bottom of the chaos continued to collapse. The mighty figures blocked by the mysterious array formation completely panicked. "What's that? That terrifying aura? I've been born since the creation of the chaos. I've never seen such an existence. I suddenly feel that the chaos is unfamiliar. Heavenly Sage, what should we do? I didn't expect the world below the chaos to attack so quickly. Hearing the surrounding discussions, the ultimate god of punishment's expression was also extremely ugly. No one would be in a good mood after being played. He looked at Hanju. Hanju said, your main body will continue to protect the geniuses. There's no need to alarm them. The ultimate god of punishment nodded. Hanju suddenly raised his palm and struck. Divine Might Great Heaven Palm. This palm looked light, but as his arm straightened, the array formation that enveloped 10 Absolute City shattered. Endless wind swept in all directions. Outside 10 Absolute City, Azure Heaven Mystic was moved and stared at Hanju. Divine Might Heavenly Sage. Azure Heaven Mystic frowned and muttered, what's going on? The chaotic mighty figures were shocked by Hanju's strength. They were overjoyed. They took out their Dharma treasures and prepared to protect the supreme rules. However, the majestic existence blocked the sky. They could not surpass him no matter how they used their mystical powers. Divine Might Heavenly Sage, what are you doing? A voice entered Hanju's ears. Chaotic consciousness. Hanju already knew that this guy would definitely lose, so he was naturally not afraid. Even if he died now, the soul fragment in the Tao field would still revive him. Hanju ignored the chaotic consciousness and looked at Azure Heaven Mystic. In an instant, Azure Heaven Mystic felt a terrifying killing intent that made his body tremble. Hanju, I'm letting you go, seeing that your cultivation is not easy. Why aren't you leaving? A dignified voice sounded. It was deafening, causing all the living beings in the city to become nervous. From his tone, the other party seemed to be stronger than the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. All the living beings in the city knew Hanju's name. Hantuo's expression changed slightly and he frowned. This voice, I think I've heard it somewhere before. Wait, that unknown existence. Hantuo thought of the transcendent existence that the evil Heavenly Emperor had brought him to see a long time ago. His eyes widened in fear. Yi Tian asked, what's wrong? Hantuo shook his head and did not say anything. It was meaningless to say anything now. The current situation was not something he could interfere in. He looked up at his father. Father, what will you do? Hanju heard the formless transcendent deity's threat. He pretended to be puzzled and asked, who are you? Tell me your name. My name will cause great karma to those who hear it. The great Tao sages and the great Tao supremes are all the same. What a pretentious prick. He's even more pretentious than me. Hanju felt inferior. He felt that he was still far inferior to the senior in posturing. However, Hanju had to continue acting since he had chosen. All living beings call me the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. All my fellow Taoists admire me and respect me. No matter who you are, if you dare to harm the chaos and want to harm all living beings, I, Hanju, naturally can't leave. Hanju's voice resounded throughout the entire 10 Absolute City. His supreme treasures emitted divine light. So what if he was a Tao creator? It was still possible to withstand the Tao creator for a period of time with his supreme treasure. He was waiting for the 9th chaos to attack. Jas. Cheers and shouts sounded in 10 Absolute City. They were all chanting the Divine Might Heavenly Sage's name. The hidden sect disciples felt their blood boiling as they looked at Hanju in admiration. When the mighty figures heard Hanju's words, they heaved a sigh of relief and looked at him with admiration. In the past, they were afraid of Hanju's strength. Today, they admired his spirit and loyalty. They knew that the chaos had persecuted Hanju several times in the past. Even so, he had never implicated the innocent. After becoming the strongest in the chaos, he had also taken on the strongest responsibility. At this moment, the chaotic consciousness voice entered Hanju's ears, you want to be my enemy. Azure Heaven Mystic was a pawn he had arranged, so he was possessed by the number 1 deity without any obstruction. Hanju replied in his mind, I'm just considering it. I didn't expect you to use my name to swindle people everywhere and even lie to the ultimate god. Today, you want to destroy all living beings in 10 Absolute City. Can you still tolerate my heavenly Tao in the future? The chaotic consciousness did not answer. Boom, a world-shattering voice sounded. Azure Heaven Mystic leapt and attacked Hanju. He held a spear shining with silver divine patterns in his left hand and swept past 10 Absolute City like a rainbow at an extremely fast speed. Hanju raised his right hand and pointed with his index finger, blocking the tip of the spear. Azure Heaven Mystic's eyes widened in disbelief. You're very strong, stronger than a great Tao Supreme, and your strength has already gone above the 3,000 great Tao. But, you're not my match. Hanju flicked his index finger. Azure Heaven Mystic passed through the clouds like a meteor and smashed through the ground at the bottom of the chaos. They couldn't withstand a single blow. Hanju looked at the formless transcendent deity again. Even he was terrified when he saw that majestic figure. However, the formless transcendent deity did not attack him. He stopped there, thinking about something. No, the ninth chaos was here. However, they couldn't see it. Only the Tao creator could. Otherwise, how could the Tao creator let the enemy be noisy and destroy him with a flip of his hand? The chaotic consciousness was also silent. The formless transcendent deity suddenly disappeared. The bottom of the chaos no longer collapsed. Peace seemed to return to the world. The mighty figures looked at Hanju. He said after discovering no aura stronger than him at the bottom of the chaos, go and protect the supreme rules. With that, the great Tao Supremes disappeared first. The great Tao sages followed closely behind. Hanju looked at the ultimate god of punishment and said, stabilize 10 absolute city. Don't let them walk around in case anything happens. The ultimate god of punishment nodded and immediately began to comfort everyone in 10 absolute city. The 7 supreme rules were ravaged by hundreds of thousands of destruction authority generals. Cracks could already be seen in the supreme rules. The great Tao Supremes were frightened by the aura of the destruction authority generals and did not dare to approach them. Hurry up, the chaos will be finished if the supreme rules are destroyed. Can we still live then? The foolish sword sage shouted angrily. He was the first to step on the sword Tao and attack. 2 destructive authority generals blocked his sword Tao. The black pillars of light created by Azure Heaven Mystic were still flying out. There were hundreds of them guarding nearby. More than 10 great Tao Supremes joined forces, but they could not barge in at all. These destruction authority generals were too strong. Every destruction authority general contained a cultivation level that great Tao sages could not withstand. How powerful were hundreds of thousands of them combined? The foolish sword sage gritted his teeth and thought of Hanju. How did Hanju feel when he faced the divine authority generals? Damn it, how could he challenge Hanju again if he couldn't even deal with this? The foolish sword sage roared angrily. His body transformed into the heavenly sword Tao. Sword light flashed and he attacked the hundreds of thousands of destruction authority generals with unstoppable force. The 10 destruction authority generals turned around in unison and punched at him. Terrifying dharmic powers gathered together and formed a stream of dharmic powers that was even larger than the foolish sword sage's sword Tao. It directly dispersed the sword Tao and drowned the foolish sword sage. The foolish sword sage was destroyed in body and soul. Chapter 1007 Unbelievable Strength. Chapter 1007 Unbelievable Strength. It was not only the foolish sword sage. Other mighty figures were killed one after another. However, these mighty figures all had life-saving methods and would not rashly die. Soon, the foolish sword sage rushed over again. His heart was heavy as he looked at the endless destruction authority generals. All the great Tao Supremes fell silent and did not dare to advance. We have to invite the divine might heavenly sage. Someone suddenly said, causing the despairing mighty figures to come back to their senses. Now, they could only seek the divine might heavenly sage's help. I'm here, a light voice sounded, causing the mighty figures to turn around and see Hanju appear behind the foolish sword sage. The foolish sword sage turned around and was stunned for a moment before sighing. Hanju's right hand landed on his shoulder and he pulled him behind him. Then, he walked towards the hundreds of thousands of destruction authority generals. The foolish sword sage smiled, suddenly feeling relieved. What's so great about bullying us? Numbers are meaningless in front of the divine might heavenly sage. As Hanju walked, 7 blades of light condensed around him. They were long like a human body and had different forms. This was the ultimate origin soul oblivion, his strongest mystical power now. Azure Heaven Mystic shouted, stop. Divine might heavenly sage, do you know what you're doing? Hanju ignored him. I can finally try my new mystical power. Hanju smiled as the ultimate origin soul oblivion immediately erupted, emitting an ear-piercing sound that made the great Tao Supremes' souls tremble. All the living beings in the chaos could vaguely hear it. The 7 blades of light attacked the hundreds of thousands of destruction authority generals at an extremely fast speed. A strong light burst forth, and the sound of the blades of light piercing through bodies sounded one after another. The violent wind that stirred up forced the mighty figures to retreat. The black pillar of light was directly dispersed by the strong wind. Azure Heaven Mystic's eyes widened in disbelief. The destruction authority generals' terrifying bodies were like paper in front of the ultimate origin soul oblivion. Their dharmic powers were reduced to ashes when they touched the light blade. They couldn't withstand a single blow. This was what the mighty figures felt. If not for the battle earlier, they would have thought that the destruction authority generals were only a facade. Hundreds of thousands of destruction authority generals roared crazily. They no longer attacked the 7 supreme rules but turned around and attacked Hanju. However, the 7 blades of light fought crazily at a speed that even the great Tao Supremes could not understand. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. His dharmic powers were used until they dissipated into smoke. It was as if a vast mist rose and covered the 7 supreme rules, drowning the 3,000 great Tao. In less than 2 breaths of time, the hundreds of thousands of destruction authority generals were all destroyed. Only one hand was still grabbing at Hanju, 10,000 miles away. The 7 blades of light returned to Hanju's body. They were bright and eternal, looking like the 7 supreme rules in the distance. Hanju turned to look at Azure Heaven Mystic and asked, "What other moves do you have?" The foolish sword sage and the other mighty figures were still in a state of shock and could not recover. They knew that Hanju was strong, but they didn't expect him to be so strong. It was unimaginable. This definitely surpassed the great Tao Supreme Realm. Azure Heaven Mystic trembled. The mystical power he was so proud of was gone just like that. The reason why the Destruction Authority Generals were born was that he had comprehended it in the battle between the Divine Might Heavenly Sage and the Divine Authority Generals. He had originally used it to deal with Hanju, but he didn't expect it to be so weak. Azure Heaven Mystic said in a low voice, "Hanju, you will never be able to reach that realm if you help the chaos." Hanju said, "And I can succeed by helping the existence behind you. You're heartless to all the living beings in the chaos. How can you be at ease with existences that might threaten you?" Azure Heaven Mystic was silent. He knew he couldn't convince Hanju, but the most important thing now was those transcendent existences. Why didn't they appear? At this moment, the Holy Mother of Order appeared beside Hanju and said, "Heavenly Sage, I can repair the supreme rules. As for this crisis, it has been resolved." Hanju glanced at her and nodded slightly. The Holy Mother of Order had never appeared before, but Hanju could trust her after she came out of the primordial heavenly prison. From her words, the 9th chaos had probably contacted her. Hanju mourned for the formless transcendent deity in the chaotic consciousness. Immediately after, he suddenly appeared in front of Azure Heaven Mystic and struck his chest, shaking the number 1 deity's soul out of the shell. Hanju put Azure Heaven Mystic into his sleeve. As for the number 1 deity, he couldn't be bothered to kill him because he felt that the number 1 deity was not the main body. The moment he disappeared, the great Tao Supremes surrounded the number 1 deity. "Hee, are those guys your mystical powers? Summon them again. I don't believe there's no end to them." The foolish sword sage grinned, his eyes filled with killing intent. The other mighty figures were the same. The number 1 deity was furious and cursed. "A bunch of worms. You dare to pretend after relying on the Divine Might Heavenly Sage." Hanju returned to 10 Absolute City and came to the courtyard where the hidden sect disciples were stationed. He moved Han Ling to his side. Han Ling was relieved to see her father. The others surrounded him and started asking questions. "How's the situation, Master? What happened just now? Has the crisis been resolved? Junior Han, who was that figure just now? It was so terrifying." "Father." Hanju raised his hand and gestured for them to calm down. Everyone shut up and stared at him. Hanju gave a simple explanation. Everyone was shocked. Hundreds of thousands of Destruction Authority generals that were stronger than great Tao sages were gone just like that. As for who the mastermind was, they couldn't care less. Han Ling couldn't help but think of her Emperor soldiers. It seemed that she was not her father's match even if she attained the great Tao Supreme. Tao Sovereign and the other 3 had the most complicated emotions. They were most afraid of the number 1 deity's Destruction Authority generals. They didn't expect. "Oh my, the ones we were most worried about are gone just like that." Lao Dan sighed, attracting everyone's attention. Zhao Xuanyuan spread his hands and recounted their interactions with the number 1 deity. After a while, Guan Bubai cursed, "No wonder you're so strong. You obtained the great Tao Providence divine authority and still hid it from your brothers." Zhou Fan was also indignant. He had been eliminated early and had often postured with Tao Sovereign in the past. However, their results were worlds apart in this chaotic assembly, causing him to not dare to speak to the latter. Zhou Fan's son, the black-robed man, looked at Hanju with glowing eyes. Too powerful, he had to become a mighty figure like Grand Master and slap his father in the face. "Another prodigy has been eliminated." A cry came from outside the courtyard, causing everyone to look up. After Tao Sovereign and Huang Zuntian, the heavenly constellation Fian Celestial was eliminated. This surprised Hanju. In the second Tao field, the heavenly constellation Fian Celestial had always been one of the top Fian Celestials and could occasionally suppress Mirang Qi. The one who eliminated the heavenly constellation Phi and Celestial was the great heavenly God King. The great heavenly God King floated in the sky and spread his arms. The world appeared behind him, and two terrifying powers intertwined in his body. Very good, I'm getting closer and closer to the eternal peak. Han Huang, formless world, Marong Chi, stop fighting. All of you, come at me together. Die. Chapter 1008 Great Tao Immeasurable Calamity, Primordial Phi and Celestial. Chapter 1008 Great Tao Immeasurable Calamity, Primordial Phi and Celestial. Facing the great heavenly God King's arrogance, Han Huang, Marong Chi, and Formless World immediately surrounded him. Formless World sized up the great heavenly God and clicked his tongue in wonder. Your strength is an external force, right? His voice was very loud, deliberately letting the spectators of 10 Absolute City hear it. The great heavenly God King said proudly, what external force? This is my inherited power. Besides, at our level, who doesn't have such power? It's just that yours is inferior to mine. Exclamation mark. Han Huang snorted. What's the point of talking to him? He hid in the beginning and is as scared as a chicken. Now that he sees the hope of winning, he's pretending to be strong. He's really shameful as a 10 absolute. The great heavenly God King was furious. He glared at him and said, come. Let's see if you, Han Huang, are as powerful as me. Han Huang smiled disdainfully and transformed into the primordial Phi and Celestial. He stared at the great heavenly God King and said, you're not the only one hiding something. I'm the same. Boom. The monstrous aura erupted. The consciousnessless great Tao world trembled. The ground collapsed and spatial lightning suddenly attacked. 18 Dharma idols condensed behind Han Huang, looking like the Phi and Celestial Dharma idols. The 18 Dharma idols had different postures. Han Huang attacked the great heavenly God King with his might. The 18 Dharma idols used their mystical powers to attack the opponent. Before the two sides collided, the great heavenly God King was the first to be affected by the illusion mystical power. Everything in front of him turned into a scene of the nine nether. There were terrifying illusions everywhere. A green light flashed in the great heavenly God King's eyes. With a look, he broke through the illusory mystical power. Rolling flames surged out from his body like a fire phoenix colliding with Han Huang. Formless World and Marong Chi did not sit back and watch. They quickly joined the battle. There were only 4 contestants left competing for the Eternal Peak. Seeing that the danger had been resolved, the living beings in 10 Absolute City focused on the sky again and began to discuss who would be the Eternal Peak. Han Ju and the ultimate god of punishment's clone returned to the hall. Han Ling also followed beside him. In the hall, the mighty figures were still chatting about what had just happened. Those great Tao Supremes were talking about Han Ju's power. Their blood was boiling. Han Ju was waiting for the 9th chaos. It was impossible for the chaotic consciousness and the formless transcendent deity to retreat when they saw him make a move. They were definitely restrained by an existence. Several hours later, a notification appeared in front of Han Ju. The 9th chaos sent you a dream. Do you accept? As expected, it's time. Han Ju was still a little nervous. He didn't know if the 9th chaos believed him. Although it couldn't threaten his life, it would affect the people around him. He chose to accept it. His will entered the dream. The dream was a blank domain. He saw the 9th chaos. It was a black shadow. It was blurry, and he couldn't see its true appearance. Han Ju was silent and didn't speak first upon facing the 9th chaos. After all, he didn't know what the other party was thinking. Why did you reject the chaotic consciousness's suggestion? 9th chaos asked. Han Ju asked in surprise, who is the chaotic consciousness? The 9th chaos said, there's no need to pretend in front of me. I know very well, you should know who I'm talking about. I also know that you didn't reject him at the beginning. Han Ju said helplessly, he's stronger than me. How can I refuse him? I seem to be the strongest in the chaos, but I'm like an ant in front of you. Your conflict affected me. All I can do is try my best not to participate. However, I have no choice but to be his enemy if he wants to attack all the living beings in the chaos. The 9th chaos said, you made a very smart choice. I naturally won't blame you since you contributed to protecting the chaos. I created the chaos and all living beings. Firstly, it was to attain the Tao, and secondly, it was to satisfy the will of my predecessors. Do you know why the chaos suppressed the consciousnessless great Tao world? Han Ju shook his head. He had a guess, but he didn't dare to say it. It was simple, he was afraid that the chaos would be surpassed. If the consciousnessless great Tao world exists and other great Tao worlds are born, they will be incompatible with the chaos. What should we do? Not interfere with each other. It will be impossible. It will only produce desire and form a battle between the great Tao worlds. At that time, it will not only be the chaos that will be in trouble. It will be the same no matter which world it is. You should have witnessed the tribulation of the immeasurable calamity, the ninth chaos said slowly. Hanju agreed with these words. But so what? The great Tao world was a creation that led to a higher realm. The ninth chaos continued, I've already planned to let the great Tao world exist. This is also the reason why I don't destroy the consciousnessless great Tao world in the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, a thought from me is enough to destroy it. I plan to wait for the chaos to evolve to another height and annex the various great Tao worlds. This way, I can restrain the Lord of the great Tao world and reduce the conflict, allowing all living beings in the various worlds to fuse into one world. Hanju was secretly shocked. This fellow was about to break through to the Creator Lord realm. Otherwise, how could the chaos evolve? The chaotic consciousness and the formless transcendent deity have already been suppressed by me. After thinking for 100 million years, from now on, I hope that you can supervise the chaos and protect the chaotic order. What do you think? Hanju was surprised by the question. It ended just like that. He had thought that the chaotic consciousness and the formless transcendent deity had perished. Was the ninth chaos so soft-hearted? No wonder these two dared to challenge the chaos. Or perhaps these three had a relationship that he didn't know. Hanju said, let's leave this burden to the Holy Mother of Order or the ultimate God of punishment. I'm busy cultivating and don't have time to manage the chaos. You should be able to see my past. I don't care about the hidden sector, the heavenly Tao. Let someone else do it for me. The ninth chaos was silent. Hanju's heart skipped a beat. After a long while, the ninth chaos sighed, you're really similar to me. In that case, let the ultimate God of punishment do this great task. I will let him control the divine authority generals and become the true leader of the divine spirits. Hanju nodded and didn't thank him. The ultimate God of punishment was the one benefiting, after all. The ninth chaos continued, there's one more thing. The great Tao immeasurable calamity has yet to disperse. I don't know when it will sweep over. It might really be related to the primordial fiend celestial. You have to take action if the chaos is in trouble. I won't take action unless the chaos is destroyed or a higher existence takes action. However, I don't want the primordial fiend celestial to dominate the chaos. Hanju asked in surprise, primordial fiend celestial. Who is it? What sign is there? The primordial fiend celestial is also an illusory legend to me. However, when the primordial fiend celestial appears, you will understand that it will appear in an absolutely powerful manner and make all the geniuses pale in comparison. Although the primordial fiend celestial did not appear in this chaotic assembly, it is a very good way to check. You still have to hold this meeting in the future. Change it to once every 50 million years, the ninth chaos instructed. Hanju immediately agreed. He felt helpless. It seemed that Han Huang was still not good enough. He was clearly a primordial fiend celestial, but no one considered him the one. The ninth chaos continued, regarding the consciousnessless great Tao world, it cannot be destroyed. I will create an endless era when I succeed. The chaos will shatter and combine with the blank domain. Then, it'll be able to accommodate all the great Tao worlds, including the one you will create in the future. Chapter 1009 90% of the mighty figures in the chaos. Chapter 1009 90% of the mighty figures in the chaos. Hanju's consciousness returned to reality. The mighty figures in the hall were still discussing the eternal peak. Han Ling was the same. That was close. Hanju's expression didn't change, but he was filled with fear. The ninth chaos said something before the dream ended. It was very terrifying. Actually, in my opinion, you're more like a primordial fiend celestial. If not for you growing too quickly and all living beings ignoring that you're a prodigy, you would actually be the prodigy most like a primordial fiend celestial. In front of you, any prodigy is mediocre. Unfortunately, you're only a chaotic fiend celestial. With that, ninth chaos removed the dream, not giving Hanju a chance to explain. No matter what, this matter was settled. The chaotic consciousness and the formless transcendent deity would not jump out and cause trouble again for the next 100 million years. Hanju lost his expectations for this chaotic assembly after negotiating with the ninth chaos. He would still lose face even if Han Huang obtained the eternal peak. The mighty primordial fiend celestial wasn't treated as real. Although he survived because of this, Hanju still felt humiliated. As the formless transcendent deity was suppressed, formless world suddenly lost that powerful force and began to fall into a disadvantage. It would probably not be long before he was eliminated. Formless world's sudden change caused his supporters in 10 Absolute City to curse. This fellow is deliberately losing. Yes, why did it suddenly stop working? Too ridiculous. Huang Zuntian was the same. That's normal. The two of them have a high support rate. If they lose, the banker will make a killing. I see. Han Huang is still the most straightforward. That's right. As expected of the heavenly sage's son. He's open and above board. Han Ju asked in his mind, why did the ninth chaos not kill the chaotic consciousness and the formless transcendent deity? 100 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Tao Creator cannot kill Tao Creator. Han Ju was enlightened. I see. No wonder the chaotic consciousness and the formless transcendent deity were so daring. No wonder the ninth chaos was so benevolent. So they could only suppress each other and could not kill each other. Han Ju yearned to become a Tao creator even more now. He would return and enter seclusion after this chaotic assembly ended. The next time he came out of seclusion would be after attaining the Tao. In less than an hour. After losing the power of the formless transcendent deity, formless world was eliminated by the great heavenly God King. The great heavenly God King was extremely excited. He felt that he was invincible and fought Marong Chi and Han Huang alone. At this point in the battle, the great heavenly God King was the greatest winner. He had also been famous in the past, but the cultivators everywhere thought that he would at most be a thousand lord. They didn't expect him to reach this step. Han Huang suddenly erupted once formless world was eliminated. The 18 Dharma idols fused into his body, causing his body to grow taller and reach 100,000 feet tall. He grew 18 arms and each held a divine weapon formed by nebulous primordial chi. His aura reached its peak. The great heavenly God King was shocked. How is that possible? Han Huang's aura was stronger than ever. Han Huang ignored him and attacked forcefully. He waved the 18 divine weapons and dispersed all the mystical powers of the great heavenly God King, suppressing him domineeringly. Marong Chi was also shocked. Han Huang's aura was too strong. Just his aura was enough to make him not dare to approach. His great Tao power actually instinctively trembled. Han Huang's explosion caused the people in 10 Absolute City to cheer. All living beings seemed to see the appearance of an eternal peak. Han Ju was not surprised. This kid was indeed hiding something. In the end, he was not confident enough and felt that there were too many enemies. He didn't dare to reveal it completely until the last moment. Facing the violent Han Huang, the great heavenly God King retreated step by step. He couldn't withstand it at all. In the end, he was nailed to the ruins by Han Huang and eliminated like Huang Zuntian. The final battle was Han Huang vs Marong Chi. Han Ling smiled. No matter who won, they were on the same side. All the living beings in 10 Absolute City also felt that there was no suspense. Although Marong Chi was strong, almost no one had expectations for him. The difference between him and Han Huang was still very great. Anyone could tell. Indeed, that day, Marong Chi was eliminated and Han Huang obtained the supreme throne of the Eternal Peak. Han Huang of the Hidden Sect has become the first Eternal Peak of the Chaotic Assembly. The ultimate god of punishment's voice resounded not only in 10 Absolute City but also throughout the chaos. The entire chaos stirred. Father, second brother won, Han Ling exclaimed, but Han Ju didn't answer. He was still going over the ninth chaos, words. He was a little dissatisfied with Han Huang. As the ultimate god of punishment brought the geniuses back to the hall of the 10 Absolute City. The 10 Absolutes were about to be rewarded. They could refuse to become great Tao divine spirits, but no prodigy would refuse. Apart from the position of the great Tao divine spirit, they could also obtain land and reward from the ultimate god. The entire process took a lot of time, but the atmosphere was very lively. Only when it came to Han Huang did the ultimate god of punishment not directly reward him. This made the mighty figures even more curious about the reward. Since the first chaotic assembly has ended, the next chaotic assembly will be in 50 million years. The ultimate god of punishment said, causing the various factions to praise him. 100 million years was too long. 50 million years was just right. Han Ju left with the hidden sect disciples and quickly returned to the heavenly Tao after the chaotic assembly ended. As for the disciples who still wanted to continue wandering, he didn't forcefully bring them away. This chaotic assembly was extremely stimulating to the disciples. Han Ju sent all the chaotic Fian Celestials back to the second Tao field and let them continue cultivating in seclusion. No one had any objections. They were already looking forward to the second chaotic assembly. After everything was arranged, in the third Tao field, Han Ju sat on the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus again inside. Han Ling sat beside him and asked, Father, are you unhappy that second brother obtained the Eternal Peak? Han Ju said, Something big happened during this chaotic assembly. He recounted the schemes of the chaotic consciousness and the formless transcendent deity. He even mentioned the ninth chaos, but he did not mention anything about the primordial fiend celestial. He only wanted his daughter's horizons to broaden and not drag her into danger. Han Ling was shocked. Without her seeing it, a calamity that endangered the chaos happened. Father, what realm are they at? Above the great Tao Supreme Realm? Han Ling asked. Han Ju nodded. Han Ling took a deep breath and did not ask further. Han Ju said earnestly, Ling there's always someone stronger. You can't slack off. I hope that you can climb to the peak with me. Han Ling nodded heavily. Han Ju smiled in satisfaction and started cultivating. Han Ling entered the simulation trial. She wanted to see if Han Huang's cultivation was updated. Indeed, Han Ju had copied all the living beings' data when he was in 10 Absolute City. Many existences had their cultivation refreshed. The current simulation trial could be said to be extremely up-to-date and contained 90% of the mighty figures in the chaos. Chapter 10 20 million years old, Han Yunjin. Chapter 10 20 million years old, Han Yunjin. The ultimate god of punishment brought Han Huang under the 7 supreme rules. This is the eternal peak's reward. You can enjoy the baptism of the supreme rules. The ultimate god of punishment smiled. Han Huang revealed a look of anticipation. He had already heard of the supreme rules. Huang Zuntian and Tao Sovereign's great Tao Providence divine authority had left a deep impression on him. Especially Huang Zuntian. For some reason, he suddenly lost his strength and suffered a crushing defeat. The ultimate god of punishment began to mobilize the power of the supreme rules. A beam of light descended and landed on Han Huang. Han Huang bathed in the supreme rainbow light and felt his dharmic powers begin to boil. It was very comfortable. The ultimate god of punishment looked at the supreme rules. One of the supreme rules emitted a pillar of light that connected to his body. Is this the supreme rule? The ultimate god of punishment was secretly excited and deeply grateful to Han Ju. He was very smart and knew that if not for Han Ju, he wouldn't have been rewarded by the Lord of Chaos. The ultimate god of punishment was very excited now that he had truly become the leader of the divine spirits. He felt that he could finally show off his ambitions. He had too many ideas about the construction of the chaos. The chaotic assembly was only one of them, and it was only the beginning of his grand plan. In the next 1,000 years, the names of 10 absolutes and the eternal peak spread to every corner of the chaos. Even the 10,000 strong, 1,000 lords, and 100 sovereigns shocked an area. The success of the chaotic assembly made more and more living beings look forward to the next one. After prosperity was peace, especially in the endless chaos. The chaotic consciousness and the formless transcendent deity were suppressed by the 9th chaos. Nothing should cause trouble for Han Ju in the next 100 million years. His children and personal disciples should be fine with the ultimate god of punishment and the holy mother of order around. He could cultivate in peace. Time passed quickly. The ultimate origin world in the depths of Han Ju's soul kept transforming. There was more and more ultimate origin chi, and more chaotic fiend celestials began to absorb it to cultivate. Han Ju looked forward to the changes in these chaotic fiend celestials. Would they transform into ultimate origin fiend celestials? The ultimate origin world was higher than the primordial chaos, and the primordial chaos was higher than the chaos. Only by mastering the ultimate origin world would Han Ju have the capital to become the strongest. In the blink of an eye, 500,000 years passed. Han Ju opened his eyes. Han Ling was still cultivating beside him. He thought for a moment and entered the simulation trial to challenge the formless transcendent deity. In the end, he was insta-killed. How FC King impressive. Han Ju didn't feel defeated. Instead, he looked forward to the Tao Creator realm even more. This was a Tao Creator. The difference between a realm was worlds apart. It was not something that cultivation, mystical powers, or any external force could make up for. No matter what, only by crossing this realm could they compete. Then, Han Ju looked at the emails. There was not much that interested him in the past 500,000 years. He continued cultivating. This time, he planned to enter seclusion for a long time. More than 4 million years later, words appeared in front of Han Ju. Detected that you are 20 million years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Establish the primordial chaos in the chaos. You can obtain a primordial fragment, a great Tao fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and maintain your original intention. You can obtain a primordial fragment, a great Tao fragment, and a creation spirit stone. You have obtained a creation heaven's chosen attempt. There was nothing to choose from. Han Ju directly chose the second option. Unknowingly, the chaotic assembly had ended for a long time. Han Ju felt as if it was just yesterday. He stood up and walked out of the Taoist temple to visit Xing Hongshuan, Qingluaner, and Zan Qingjun. After some pleasantries, they interacted for decades. Next, he went to the second Tao field and saw Tao comprehension sword in Li Yao. This time, he decided to have children with Li Yao and expand the foundation of the creation heavens chosen. 20 years later, Han Ju and Li Yao's son, Han Yunjin, grew up. Han Ju sent him to the immortal world and let him wander alone after he reached adulthood. This was also his desire. Han Yunjin was optimistic and smart. He was curious about everything. Li Yao was also very assured about her son. She felt that her children should be independent when they grew up, just like her back then. The news of Han Ju giving birth to his fifth son also spread to all the personal disciples through the myriad worlds projection. Many disciples were curious about Han Yunjin. Han Ju returned to the third Tao field and continued cultivating. Han Ling had long been pulled into the myriad worlds projection and knew about this. "Father, why don't you bring fifth brother back for me to take a look at?" Han Ling asked. Han Ju said, "He's already grown up and wants to go out. I won't bring him back to avoid trouble. You can go out if you want to see him." Han Ling thought for a moment and said, "Forget it, I should continue cultivating. I'm not far from the great Tao Supreme Realm. Hee, father, let's spar again when the time comes." Han Ju smiled and didn't say anything. He opened the emails. After so many years, his circle of friends had naturally accumulated a huge amount of information. To him, time passed very quickly, but several eras had passed in the eyes of all living beings. Many of Han Ju's personal disciples were already independent on their own. The Life faction dominated an area and built a world like the Heavenly Tao after Huang Zuntian became a great Tao divine spirit. Han Huang had also joined the Divine Punishers. His status was higher than the great Tao divine spirit. His cultivation had already reached the late stage great Tao Supreme Realm. Not bad. Han Ju noticed that Li Daokong had been very active all these years. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by an inauspicious evil X790,003,382. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by a Tao devil X19802473993. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your good friend Huang Zuntian was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong. Your son Han Tuo was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong. He opened Li Daokong's profile picture and discovered that this fellow had already attained the great Tao Supreme. Amazing, Li Daokong had lived for a long time and was already more than 100 million years old, so he was not qualified to participate in the chaotic assembly. His potential was considered top-notch in the previous heavenly Tao, but it was nothing in the current chaos. However, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds in the past 10 million years. Huang Zuntian had been challenged by Li Daokong several times and had even been severely injured once. Han Ju thought for a moment and sent him a dream. Although Li Daokong's favorability towards him had not decreased, it was not good to not interact for too long. The dream was the 100-peak immortal river. Han Ju saw Li Daokong. He was dressed in white and wore a black robe. His hair was black and white. His face was ancient, and a cold, murderous aura brewed between his eyebrows. Li Daokong opened his eyes and saw that it was him. He immediately became excited and hurriedly knelt down. He had always respected Han Ju. Other than saving his life, he also owed him a favor. He had wandered the chaos for many years and received much care because of his identity as the first guardian of the hidden sect. Even if he joined the Life faction, Han Ju didn't declare that the first guardian had betrayed the sect, much less promote a new first guardian. Han Ju smiled and asked, "Get up. How have you been all these years?" Chapter 10-11 Transcendent Rule, Freedom. Chapter 10-11 Transcendent Rule, Freedom. Sect Master, not bad. Li Daokong began to talk about his experiences over the years and subconsciously revealed a proud expression. After a long time, Han Ju sighed. Not bad, as expected of the person I like the most. Li Daokong was so excited that his face turned red. He knelt down again and cupped his fists. Thank you for thinking highly of me, Sect Master. Han Ju asked, do you want me to preach the Tao? Li Daokong immediately nodded. He would disdain to listen if it was any other mighty figure. However, Han Ju was different. He was the strongest in the chaos. Without knowing the Tao creator, Li Daokong felt that Han Ju was the peak of cultivation. Han Ju sat down, and Li Daokong meditated. This dream lasted for 100 years. Han Ju opened his eyes and sighed when the dream ended. A new era was really coming. The generation that had once been protected by him had now become mighty figures who stirred up the chaos. How wonderful! Hanju smiled and continued cultivating. The ultimate origin chi already occupied 80% to 90% of ultimate origin world. Before long, there would only be ultimate origin chi in the ultimate origin world and no more nebulous primordial chi. The Fian celestial chi also nurtured chaotic Fian celestials. There were a total of 2,947 of them. The remaining were in the second Tao field. Hanju decided to enter seclusion for 5 million years. A million years later, the ultimate origin world was filled with ultimate origin chi and there was no more nebulous primordial chi. Every million years, new opportunities would appear in the ultimate origin world, causing Hanju's cultivation level to constantly increase. In the blink of an eye, the 5 million years of seclusion came to a close. Hanju opened his eyes. A glint flashed across his red eyes. He felt the ultimate origin world's heaviness even though it was still in the depths of his soul. Apart from the 3,000 great Tao that formed the order, Hanju discovered that the ultimate origin world itself also nurtured an exclusive transcendent rule. This rule concerned the entire ultimate origin world. Even he couldn't forcefully control it. The ultimate origin world would shatter if he interfered with this rule without permission. This was only for him, the creator. If it was an enemy, they would not be able to sense the existence of this transcendent rule. Hanju inexplicably thought of the transcendent rule of the chaos. It was the rule that restricted talent and creation, preventing his bloodline from being passed down 100%. The two were similar. Hanju still couldn't figure out why this transcendent rule was so powerful. Father, you're awake. Come and spar. I've already attained the great Tao Supreme. I'm really strong now, Han Ling said excitedly, causing Hanju to raise his eyebrows. Previously, when this girl had attained the great Tao Sage realm, she had comprehended 1 million emperor soldiers. Now, wouldn't she have 10 million? Hanju was interested. Come, try it. Han Ling smiled and said, you have to be careful. Even my second brother from the chaotic assembly was easily defeated by me in the simulation trial. Hanju smiled. The father and daughter entered the simulation trial. As expected, Han Ling directly summoned 10 million emperor soldiers. They all had her dharmic powers and were equivalent to 10 million great Tao Supremes. Hanju directly used the ultimate origin soul oblivion to suppress her. The entire process took less than a breath of time. Han Ling opened her eyes and wailed, looking like a cute daughter. Hanju smiled and said, you still have to cultivate. HMPH, father is really competitive. You never give in to me. This is the goal of your cultivation. If I really can't suppress you one day, I'm afraid you won't be by my side anymore. Hanju smiled and denied it. He then asked, Ling do you want to go out for a walk after cultivating for 10 million years? Han Ling shook her head. I've been there before. I know that I'm not fated with the chaos. Hanju didn't insist. By the way, your fifth brother has already developed 10 generations of offspring in the immortal world. Do you want to take a look? Hanju asked. Han Ling looked at him and said, Father, are you going? I still have to continue cultivating. I wonder how many years it will take for me to come out of seclusion. Then, I'll accompany father. You little girl, all right. I'll personally bring you to travel the myriad worlds and meet the descendants of our Han family after I break through. Quote, Hanju chuckled, very satisfied with Han Ling's attitude. Among his children, only Han Ling had the same personality as him and had always been cultivating diligently. Hanju stood up and went to visit the women. After all, they were his Tao companions. He couldn't ignore them. Several decades later, Hanju left the second Tao field and came to the 100-peak immortal river. He entered Fairy Shizan's Taoist temple. Under the management of Han Zuishan and Li Xuanao, the disciples of the 100-peak immortal river changed batch after batch. Fairy Shizan and Chang Yue had already become extremely senior mighty figures here. Usually, no disciple dared to disturb them because Li Xuanao and Han Zuishan felt that they had a close relationship with Hanju and strictly forbade disciples from being rude. Fellow Taoist, I can come in for a chat. In the Taoist temple, Fairy Shizan was disturbed from her cultivation. At first, she didn't care and thought that it was an illusion. After Hanju repeated it, she suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and hurriedly said, come in. The door opened and Hanju stepped in. The door closed. Fairy Shizan was a little stunned upon looking at the handsome Hanju. Hanju also sighed when he saw her. They had once been master and disciple. That youth had already become extremely distant. Fairy Shizan regained her composure. She was as cold and perfect as the first time Han Ju saw her. Please sit. Fairy Shizan waved her hand, and a mat appeared in front of her. Hanju sat down and asked with a smile, long time no see. How have you been? Fairy Shizan replied, it's naturally good to be in the Tao field. I don't have any worries now. Instead, I feel that longevity is a little boring. What? Fellow Taoist Shizan wants to descend into the mortal world and experience the suffering of the world. You're joking. Fairy Shizan shook her head and laughed. She stared at him and asked, why haven't you returned for 10 million years? I thought you had already forgotten about the 100-peak immortal river. Hanju said, to you, 10 million years is a long time, but I've only entered seclusion twice. It's like 2 dreams. Fairy Shizan sighed in her heart. She sighed not because of Hanju's perception of time, but because his cultivation attitude had never changed, just like when the two of them first met. They continued to chat. It was calm, but not awkward. Anyway, Hanju felt very comfortable. Fairy Shizan was like an old friend of his. Her attitude didn't change because of his cultivation. Only Fairy Shizan was like this among his friends. She seemed to be like this forever. Having no desires. After chatting for several hours, Hanju prepared to leave. His heart skipped a beat. Looking at Fairy Shizan's beautiful face, he smiled and said, do you have any wishes or needs? I'll satisfy you. Now, I can help you obtain whatever you want. After this farewell, I'll definitely continue my seclusion. It might be 10 million years the next time I come. Fairy Shizan was stunned. Hanju wasn't in a hurry and waited for her to make a request. He noticed that Chang Yue was not in the Taoist temple next door. From the remnant aura, she had left for tens of thousands of years. He secretly deduced and discovered that Chang Yue had already become Han Yunjin's master. She even protected the Han family and usually pretended to be a cultivator to travel the immortal world freely. Chapter 10-12 Breakthrough, Tao Creator. Chapter 10-12 Breakthrough, Tao Creator. Then preach the Tao to me. My cultivation has not improved at all in the past million years. Fairy Shizan muttered. Hanju nodded, but he felt inexplicably disappointed inside. He began to preach the Tao, and Fairy Shizan listened carefully. This lecture lasted for 1,000 years. Hanju quietly left after Fairy Shizan broke through a minor realm. Then, he directly immersed himself in cultivation after returning to the third Tao field. He had a feeling that he was already close to becoming a Tao creator. He yearned for this true undying and indestructible realm. Furthermore, the Tao creator realm was not his ultimate goal. 10,000 years passed. The universe of stars in the third Tao field became filled with life, and the cultivation wind also flourished. It was just like the immortal world back then. In the blink of an eye. Another 5 million years passed. Detected that you are 30 million years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices: smiley face. 1. Establish the primordial chaos in the chaos. You can obtain a primordial fragment, a great Tao fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and maintain your original intention. You can obtain a primordial fragment, a great Tao fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a supreme treasure. You have obtained a creation heaven's chosen attempt. It was similar to when he was 20 million years old, but there was an additional supreme treasure in the second option. Hanju silently chose the second option. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and maintain your original intention. You obtained a primordial fragment, a great Tao fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a supreme treasure. You have obtained the ultimate Tao treasure. World-piercing divine origin bow. World-piercing divine origin bow, ultimate Tao treasure, born from the ultimate origin Qi. It contains the power to shatter the great Tao world and can recognize a soul as its owner. The owner is not allowed to use other ultimate Tao treasures in the future. Ultimate Tao treasure, not bad, not bad. It was very powerful to be able to shatter the great Tao world. However, the last note made him dissatisfied. This uniqueness did not suit him. He would keep it for now. It didn't matter if he used it or not. With his strength, it was not difficult to destroy a great Tao world as long as no Tao creator stopped him. Hanju didn't take out his Dharma treasure but continued cultivating. The Tao creator realm was right in front of him. At this moment, the entire ultimate origin Qi was red. Countless galaxies were dotted in this sea of ultimate origin Qi and were extremely stable. The ultimate origin world began to produce living beings on its own, surprising the chaotic fiend celestials who wanted to create living beings but failed. Sensing that he was about to break through, Hanju said, Ling go out for a while. Han Ling was stunned. After so many years, this was the first time her father had asked her to go out. She didn't ask further and immediately stood up to leave. Hanju was the only one left in the Taoist temple. A red pattern appeared between his eyebrows as if his flesh had been torn apart. A black and red ball of light flew out. Ultimate origin world. The black and red ball of light began to condense and become real. Hanju held it in his palm and continued to comprehend it. The great Tao world was about to be completed. The Tao creator realm was right in front of him. All these years of comprehension allowed him to know what the transcendent rule was. Every great Tao world had its transcendent rule. This rule contained the truths of the 3000 great Tao and the profundity of the autonomous great Tao world. It could allow any existence to be born and also eliminate the unstable elements in the great Tao world. It was almost omnipotent. This was the divine rule of creation. Hanju would be able to enter the Tao creator realm that he had yearned for a long time when the divine rule of creation of the ultimate origin world completely condensed and controlled it before fusing with him. It seemed very close, but it still needed some time. Nearly 100,000 years later, the divine rule of creation was successfully condensed. A million years later, the divine rule of creation controlled the ultimate origin world and connected to the 3000 great Tao. 500,000 years later, Hanju fused with the divine rule of creation. He began to break through. 100,000 years later, Hanju successfully broke through. His dharmic powers began to undergo a qualitative change. It was the same for his body and soul. This transformation process took 100,000 years. Hanju was in a sublime state. His consciousness covered the entire ultimate origin world. Although the ultimate origin world was not as big as the chaos, it was already very vast. Everything in every corner of the world entered his vision. In an instant, he could pay attention to countless corners at the same time. This vision was extremely magical. It was not as simple as multitasking, but doing trillions of things at once. Hanju's control over the ultimate origin world far exceeded before with the divine rule of creation's help. It was as if the ultimate origin world had become a part of his dharmic powers. He could change everything in the ultimate origin world with a thought. No wonder the ninth chaos could easily revive all living beings in the chaos. After a certain period of time, Hanju opened his eyes. His body had already transformed into the ultimate origin chi like a red and black shadow. Detected that you have broken through to the Tao creator realm. You have the following choices. 1. Place the ultimate origin world in a blank domain. You can obtain 5 creation heaven's chosen attempts. 2. Keep a low profile and continue to hide the ultimate origin world in your soul. You can obtain a supreme treasure. That's it. Hanju was very disappointed, but the first option was too dangerous. He might be suppressed by the ninth chaos if he took it out. Perhaps he could already resist the ninth chaos, but if that was the case, there would be endless trouble. How could he cultivate? As for the creation heavens chosen, he could rely on time to accumulate more. Hanju silently chose the second option. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a supreme treasure. You have obtained the ultimate supreme treasure, Supreme Tao Heavenly Wheel of Creation. Supreme Tao Heavenly Wheel of Creation, ultimate supreme treasure. It can attack and defend at the same time. It contains the strongest defense known to exist. It is indestructible and can devour the power of karma. Awesome, ultimate supreme treasure. Hanju's heart beat faster. He had made a killing. The strongest defense sounded impressive. Hanju didn't take out this supreme treasure. Instead, he began to consolidate his cultivation and checked his attributes panel. Name: Hanju. Lifespan: 31,800,128 12 octillion 199 septillion 999 sextillion 999 quintillion 999 quadrillion 999 trillion 999 billion 999,999,999 999 octillion 999 septillion 999 sextillion 999 quintillion 999 quadrillion 999 trillion 999 billion 999,999,999. Race: Ultimate origin Fian Celestial, Immeasurable Emperor. Cultivation: Early stage Tao Creator, Perfect Sage. Technique: Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Great Tao, Heavenly Cycle Body Tempering. Great Tao of Life and Death, Great Tao of Karma, Great Tao of Extreme Origin. Constitution: Extreme Tao Ultimate Origin Body. His lifespan was so long. How satisfying. Hanju couldn't be bothered to calculate how many years there were. He only knew that he could live for a long time. This was the lifespan of his origin. Even if he only had a year of normal lifespan left, Hanju could use the rules of time to extend this year indefinitely, as if he could live forever. The meaning of origin lifespan was karma. Many methods could hurt it. Hanju's cultivation finally stabilized after 50,000 years. After consolidating his cultivation, the first thing Hanju did was challenge the formless transcendent deity. As for those sword Dao mystical powers, he couldn't be bothered to improve them. He could dominate everything with the divine might Great Heaven Palm, the ultimate origin Heaven Seal, and the ultimate origin Soul Oblivion. Indeed, instant kill, there was no doubt about it. In the same realm, there was no reason for Hanju to lose to the formless transcendent deity. However, this was only a simulation trial. It could only determine his victory. In reality, the Tao Creator was undying. The Tao Creator was eternal if the divine rule of creation was not destroyed. Only the master of the great Tao world could sense its existence, and it could be separated from the great Tao world, so it was impossible to target. Chapter 1013 New Era. Chapter 1013 New Era. Hanju kept simulating the trial. He challenged 10 formless transcendent deities at once. It was barely enough. It had to be said that the formless transcendent deity was indeed powerful. The mysterious power's restriction was extremely strong. Unfortunately, it couldn't break through Hanju's defense. He took out the Supreme Tao Heavenly Wheel of Creation and started to make it recognize him as its owner. This ultimate supreme treasure was a golden wheel that could change size freely. After all, it was an ultimate supreme treasure. Hanju spent 1,000 years just refining it to recognize him as its master. If not for him becoming a Tao creator, the time would probably have been 100 or 1,000 times longer. After recognizing him as its master, the Supreme Tao Heavenly Wheel emitted a dazzling golden light and flew behind him. It was very imposing. Hanju sized himself up and was very satisfied with his current appearance. He called Han Ling back into the Taoist temple after hiding the ultimate origin world in the depths of his soul. Han Ling hurriedly asked after she entered, "Father, you broke through. What realm are you at now?" Hanju said, "It's just a small breakthrough. It's still the great Tao Supreme realm." Han Ling nodded. Breaking through to the Tao Creator realm did not cause much of a commotion. With the Tao field isolated, the living beings in the chaos could not sense it. The level of the living beings in the Tao field was too low and could not sense the aura of the Tao Creator. Just like when the ninth chaos appeared, Hanju couldn't even see him. Hanju didn't say anything else and started to check his emails. He had not read emails for so many years and did not know what his circle of friends was like. Your good friend Huang Zuntian has comprehended a supreme mystical power. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend, the ultimate god of punishment, was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your son Han Huang has entered the consciousness-less great Tao world. Your good friend Li Daokong established a world. Your disciple Tao Sovereign was attacked by demons x 103,998,222. Your disciple. Your grand disciple Marong Chi has fused with the great Tao of war and stepped into the extraordinary realm. Your good friend Pengu has revived. Your disciple Zhang Jushi has entered the chaotic crack. There were many opportunities and attacks. However, from the opportunities and maps involved, they had all grown. Hanju was very glad that he was not the only one growing. After reading the emails, he pondered if he should go out for a walk. In any case, the next breakthrough would definitely take more than 30 million years. He didn't care about decades. However, he had to think about how to deal with the divine rule of creation before leaving. Other than placing it in the ultimate origin world, he could also split it up and hide it in different places to ensure that he would not die. He could leave a wisp of each of the 3 Tao fields and find a place in the chaos to leave a wisp. The blank domain was also a good choice. The divine rule of creation was extremely powerful. The normal operation of the ultimate origin world would not be affected even if he split it into 100 million portions. After making up his mind, Hanju directly used his will to control the 3 wisps of the divine rule of creation to be placed into 3 Tao fields. He stood up and asked, "I want to go out for a walk. Do you want to go?" Han Ling was stunned. She hurriedly stood up and said, "I'll follow wherever father goes." Hanju smiled and nodded. "Wait for a few decades. I have to accompany your mothers first." Qin Ling had no objections and sat down again. 80 years later, Hanju brought Han Ling to the heavenly Tao. The two of them suppressed their cultivation. The cultivation of the heavenly Tao was not as high as theirs, so it was naturally easy for them to enter. The heavenly Tao could only resist chaotic existences that were not much stronger than it. Back then, the Holy Mother of Order had destroyed the heavenly Tao with a flip of her hand. That was still vivid in everyone's mind. Han Ju didn't alarm the heavenly Tao sages as he brought Han Ling around the immortal world. Outside the 33rd heaven, in the Universal Hall, more than 1,000 heavenly Tao sages stayed here. Heavenly Venerate Zondu sat at the head of the table and faced all the sages. The scene was quite spectacular. The heavenly Tao had changed drastically after more than 20 million years. There were more than 2 great Tao sages alone, and 1/5 of them were freedom sages. The scale of the heavenly Tao also doubled, causing every heavenly Tao sage to have a territory to manage. However, the Divine Might Heavenly Sage didn't appear for a long time. The new sages had never seen Han Ju, and he was already regarded as a legend. Heavenly Venerate Zondu knew how to behave. Every time he held the sage meeting, he would always leave a mat beside him. It was Han Ju's location and told the new sages that the Divine Might Heavenly Sage was still around. Chu Zilai snorted. The Pengu race has reunited and the news has even spread to the heavenly Tao. Giant God Pengu probably has other thoughts. Pan Shin smiled. Indeed. After all, the heavenly Tao is so powerful, but the current heavenly Tao can't return to him. The Tao ancestor also can't even if he revives. However, he's our ancestor, after all. We can't lose our etiquette. In the past million years, Pengu had wantonly created worlds and living beings. It was unknown if these living beings were lucky or it was on purpose, but they began to visit the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was open to trade and had always been open to chaotic lifeforms. The other sages also expressed their opinions. They were almost all wary of Pengu. Most of them were living beings born after the heavenly Tao restarted. They didn't have a deep impression of Pengu. In their understanding, the creation god was the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. If not for the Divine Might Heavenly Sage, the heavenly Tao would have perished several times. After chatting about Pengu, Fang Liang said, recently, the conflict between the Han family and the Flying Heaven sect has been intensifying. This matter has to be resolved to prevent a huge problem. Heavenly Venerate Zondu asked, what's Han Yunjin's attitude? Fang Liang said, he's in seclusion. The current family head doesn't want to let this go. Although this matter was caused by the younger generation, the price the Han family paid was too heavy. He won't be able to face his clansmen if he lets this go. Heavenly Venerate Zondu frowned. The Flying Heaven sect has produced many geniuses, including sages. We can't disappoint them, Zhang Guxing added. With that said, more than 10 sages nodded and looked at him gratefully. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate said in a strange tone, are there too few geniuses in the Han family? They've hundreds of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. Furthermore, the Han family has many branches. They will also be a considerable force if they join forces. The new sages were silent. The forces involved were powerful. They didn't dare to interrupt rashly to avoid offending their seniors. Heavenly Venerate Wufa said, no matter what, this matter has to be settled to prevent it from affecting the situation in the immortal world. Why don't we sages take out some treasures to make up for it and let them resolve their karma? Long Hao said, my junior Han has a strong personality. He said that he wants to see the sect master of the Flying Heaven sect and make it clear in person. I'm afraid the matter will intensify if the sages interfere. Ji Shanshan said, then let them meet. Didn't the Flying Heaven sect master call himself a hero of the heavenly Tao? Doesn't he have the guts to meet the other party? Heavenly Venerate Zondu frowned even more. Clearly, this was not only a battle between the Han family and the Flying Heaven sect but also a battle between two factions. The Flying Heaven sect was jointly established by the second-generation sages. It had a 20 million year history and a deep foundation. It controlled thousands of mortal worlds, so it was naturally arrogant. Although the Han family was related to the Divine Might Heavenly Sage, there was more than one Han family among the Divine Might Heavenly Sage's descendants. The Flying Heaven sect's reputation would be severely damaged if they lowered their heads every time Hanju was mentioned. Chapter 1014 Ultimate Killing Star. Chapter 1014 Ultimate Killing Star. The older generation of sages opposed each other and argued endlessly. As time passed, the new sages also began to take sides. Heavenly Venerate Zondu felt a headache. He missed the atmosphere when the Divine Might Heavenly Sage presided over the Heavenly Tao. Who dared to say they were anxious under the Divine Might Heavenly Sage's eyes? However, as time passed, the Divine Might Heavenly Sage's image in his mind inexplicably became blurry. He couldn't even remember his true name. In the end, Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, let the Flying Heaven sect master and the head of the Han family meet at the peak of Bujo Divine Mountain. Sage Han Yu, you have to go personally to prevent chaos. Han Yu nodded. Speaking of which, the Han family's master was of the same generation as him, but the difference in cultivation between the two was too great. They had never met. The expressions of the sages changed slightly. They felt that Heavenly Venerate Zondu was biased towards the Han family, but facing Han Yu, they did not dare to act recklessly. Although Han Yu was a calm person, his grand disciple, Qin Ling, was not to be trifled with. He had a fiery personality. A sage once spoke ill of Han Yu. Qin Ling immediately hunted him down when he heard of it. A sage would have died if not for the older generation standing up. After this matter was settled, another sage mentioned another important matter. This was the Universal Hall. Once the sages gathered, it would definitely take a long time to settle things. The mountains undulated and the red sun hung above the mountains and rivers. Han Ju and Han Ling walked in the forest. The forest here was sparse and many cultivators were coming and going. They were all facing one direction. Han Ju and his daughter were like transcendent immortals, so they naturally attracted a lot of attention. However, no one came to cause trouble for the time being. Han Ling asked, "Father, the aura ahead is not strong. It's even inferior to some of the cultivators coming and going. Could it be a scam?" Han Ju smiled. "What does it have to do with us? Just take it as joining in the fun. Let's go." The father and daughter went up the mountain and stopped at a stone pavilion. This mountain was majestic and one could look down on the nearby mountains and rivers. From here, he could see a Taoist temple located halfway up a mountain. In front of the temple was a dam platform with dozens of cultivators sitting. There were also cultivators in the nearby mountains. It was a spectacular scene. Han Ju waited for the immortal to preach the Tao while preparing to use the creation heavens chosen. He had already accumulated the creation heavens chosen twice. It was time to use it once. Activating the creation heavens chosen. A random great creation will appear among your descendants. Your descendant Han Yi has awakened an innate great creation ultimate killing star. Ultimate killing star. Born with the soul of the killing star, he is arrogant by nature. The more he kills, the stronger his cultivation. He cannot tolerate any providence of heaven and earth. Ultimate killing star. Han Ju was secretly curious. He began to deduce Han Yi. This fellow was not Han Yunjin's descendant, but Han Yu's. Their bloodlines were thousands of generations apart and had already deviated from the main family. He was born in a village in the mortal world. His parents were farmers and he did not know the origins of his ancestors. Han Yi was only 2 years old and was undergoing a great change. Han Ju asked in his mind, between the ultimate killing star and the primordial emperor star, who is stronger? It is hard to compare innate great creations. Han Ju was interested in Han Yi. He decided to visit him in a few years. Several years was a very short time for Han Ju. In the wilderness, a youth with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes walked as if he was flying. In front of him was a wild boar that was taller than an adult. "Bastard, you've invaded my garden, where are you running?" The youth leapt and landed on the wild boar's back. He waved his small fist. Boom, the wild boar instantly fell to the ground. Its fat head smashed into the ground, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Blood splattered everywhere. The youth was not appeased and continued to punch. The wild boar quickly died. He stood up and grinned. Then, he carried the wild boar back to his house. The difference in size between the two was huge and visually shocking. After returning to the village, the youth threw the wild boar at the entrance, attracting the attention of the villagers. Han Yi is really powerful. Tisk tisk, the power of a 9-year-old is so terrifying. It's like a devil master descending from the heavens. Well done, this wild boar deserves to die. Ha ha ha, Han Yi, can you share the meat? Tisk tisk, I killed a huge worm last time. This time, I killed a wild boar as big as a carriage. It's too ferocious. Han Yi placed his hands on his hips and laughed. You can all split up the meat. Send the right thigh to my house. With that, he rushed towards the mountain on the left of the village. He was like an ape in the forest, quickly traveling. He arrived at a valley after traveling for more than 10 kilometers. The entrance of the valley was covered in vines and weeds. At first glance, it was very difficult to find a path here. Han Yi rushed in directly. After entering the mountain pass, there was a small wooden house. In front of the wooden house was a lake with green waves. A young man and woman were fishing in front of the lake. The woman was as beautiful as a flower and could cause the downfall of a city. The man was even more handsome and had a more immortal aura than the woman. Han Yi approached them and said excitedly, "Immortal masters, I killed a very big wild boar today. Didn't you see that the wild boar was as big as this wooden house? I killed it with 3 punches and 2 kicks." Han Ju glanced at him and smiled. "Has your strength increased?" Han Yi nodded excitedly and clenched his fists. "Immortal masters, the luck technique you taught me is too powerful. My strength actually increased after killing the wild boar. Han Ling frowned but did not say anything. Han Ju smiled and asked, you came to tell us this? Han Yi scratched his head and chuckled. Immortal masters, I want to kill more evil beasts to increase my strength, but there are too few evil worms in the forest within 100 miles. What should I do? All you know is to kill. You're so fierce at such a young age. Han Ling scolded him, scaring Han Yi. He had known this pair of immortal masters for half a month. He was most afraid of Han Ling because she had never given him a good attitude. Han Yi looked at Han Ju pitifully. Although he was only 9 years old, Han Yi looked about 13 or 14 years old. His appearance was not at all similar to Han Ju, but he indeed had his bloodline. Han Ju smiled and said, I'll teach you a fist technique. You don't have to kill them to increase your strength. Go back and cultivate for a few months. Come and find us when you master the technique. Then, he raised his hand and pointed without waiting for him to answer. Han Yi trembled and immediately fell into a daze. He had already returned home when he woke up. A memory appeared in his mind. He worshipped Han Ju even more. He was really an immortal master. In the valley, Han Ling asked in confusion, Father, do you like him so much? Han Ju smiled. Can't I? Although he's a descendant of our bloodline, the difference in seniority is too great. He's like a stranger to us. Furthermore, this child is violent by nature. I can't see any good in him. Han Ling shook her head. Han Ju thought to himself. It seemed that the chosen ones couldn't sense each other. Han Ling could sense Zhang Jushi's great creation because the primordial emperor star was superior. Han Ju smiled and said, although he enjoys killing, he's still very good to the village. How can the path of cultivation not have killing sins? You haven't experienced it, and that's because we're here. If not for me, you would have to fight with others just for a safe place to cultivate. Chapter 10:15 Divine Light Flashing in the Heavenly Tao. Chapter 10:15 Divine Light Flashing in the Heavenly Tao. Han Ling fell silent. She felt that it made sense, but she still didn't like Han Yi. His potential is average. Why do you have to take care of him like this? Han Ling asked. Han Yi had yet to start cultivating. What Han Ju taught were all body tempering techniques. The ultimate killing star was not as bright as the primordial emperor star. The primordial emperor star was outstanding from the beginning. However, the ultimate killing star was different. It needed to be tempered by killing. The more he killed, the stronger Han Yi became. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. He would probably be the strongest when he killed all living beings. Such potential was actually a threat to Han Ju, but he was not afraid. In terms of threat, anyone could grow up. However, he could never be threatened with the primordial heavenly prison and his cultivation attitude. Han Yi was different from the other children. He was a creation heaven's chosen. Only one had appeared after 10 million years of accumulation. Han Ju naturally had to meet every one of them and build his foundation in advance. Otherwise, it would probably be troublesome if he became stronger in the future and didn't acknowledge the ancestor. How to rope them in was to help these chosen ones attain the Tao when they were insignificant. This way, others could say that it was all thanks to the divine might heavenly sage when they rose in the future. They wouldn't think they were the chosen ones. His potential is extraordinary. You will understand in the future, Han Ju said meaningfully. Han Ling curled her lips and said, his soul is indeed extraordinary, but it's too weak. He's considered a genius in the mortal world, but he's still immortal in the eyes of the great Tao. How can he compare to me? Was this girl jealous? It was not like this usually. Han Ju smiled and didn't say anything else. Han Ling snorted. She wanted to see how high Han Yi's achievements were. The father and daughter continued fishing. This was Han Ju's recent hobby. He didn't use his dharmic powers and mystical powers to compete in fishing. Han Ling also liked it because she could defeat her father. Several months later, Han Yi arrived and said excitedly, Immortal Master, I've already learned it. I'll show it to you. He walked in front of Han Ju and started to punch. His punches were fierce and his muscles and bones roared like leopards. He had the aura of a human-shaped ferocious beast. Han Ling was disdainful, but she did not mock him directly. After all, the other party was still a child. Han Ju smiled and nodded. Not bad, not bad. You will definitely become a dragon or phoenix in the future. Yeah, do you have a goal for the future? What kind of person do you want to become? The word, yeah, was extremely gentle. Han Yi was even more excited, but he also became more obedient. He scratched his head and said, I don't know either, but I want to become stronger than anyone. Han Ju smiled and asked, then, do you want to be stronger than me? Han Yi chuckled, of course, but don't worry, you treat me well, I'll protect you after I'm stronger than you in the future. Han Ling couldn't help but laugh at him. Brat, do you know who he is? Han Ling secretly felt good. Hanju smiled and said, do you know about cultivators? Although you know some moves, you're still inferior to those cultivators. I'm not a true immortal and can't teach you much. Han Yi nodded. I know. 2 years ago, a cultivator passed by and turned stone into gold. He made the blind date in the village extremely excited. I've long told father that when I grow up, I'll marry and have children. I'll pursue the path of cultivation after I leave them with him. I can also reward them with longevity and wealth if I can attain the Tao before the two of them die of old age. A look of anticipation appeared on his face. Hanju smiled and nodded. Han Ling snorted. You're really cheerful, you can even give up your filial duty to your son. Han Yi was born proud. He didn't dare to offend Han Ling before, but he didn't allow her to mock him like this. HMPH, what about you? How much have you done? Han Yi asked mockingly. Han Ling said, I've always accompanied my father since I was born. She suddenly realized that she had only received her father's protection and had not been filial. Han Yi said disdainfully, then, why did you leave your father now? Han Ling frowned. I've never left him, you really know how to. Han Yi started cursing, but then he suddenly stopped. Could it be? He stared harder. He couldn't help but look at Hanju and saw him nodding with a smile. Speechless, Han Yi asked, Immortal Master, how old are you? He thought that Hanju and Han Ling were husband and wife and looked about the same age. Hanju smiled and said, since you're here, you must have something to ask of me. However, I have nothing to teach you anymore. Han Yi panicked. He couldn't be bothered to be surprised by Hanju's age. He knelt down and started to kowtow. Hanju didn't stop him. He should kowtow. Hanju took out a bow when Han Yi's forehead turned red. Then, a cold light appeared and illuminated the sky. Even the 33rd heaven shook, startling the sages out of seclusion. Hanju quickly suppressed the world-piercing divine origin bow and placed many restrictions on it. Han Ling stared at the world-piercing divine origin bow with her beautiful eyes burning. What a domineering Dharma treasure. She wanted it. Father, Han Ling was about to speak when she was interrupted. Hanju stared at Han Yi and asked, Yeller, do you like this bow? Han Yi looked up and was instantly stunned by the world-piercing divine origin bow. He nodded desperately. Han Ling pouted in anger and turned her head away. Hanju threw the world-piercing divine origin bow to the ground and said, this bow is yours, but you have to take it yourself. Han Yi hurriedly went forward and grabbed the bow. His expression changed. He couldn't hold it. He tried his best. His face turned red, but he still could not lift it. Hanju stood up and said, Yer, we're leaving. When we meet again, the world will definitely change. Perhaps you won't remember my appearance. Han Yi looked up and asked anxiously, Immortal Master, where are you going? Life has its own parting. You have your own path, and I have my own Tao. After a few months of fate, this bow will accompany you for life. Remember, never give this treasure to others. With that, Hanju waved his sleeve and disappeared with Han Ling. The valley became quiet. This immortal method stunned Han Yi. He asked loudly when he came back to his senses, Immortal Master, what's your name? I can repay you in the future. Unfortunately, he did not receive any reply. Hanju and Han Ling rode on the clouds. Han Ling said unhappily, how can you give such a treasure to that brat? Besides, if we give it to him, why don't we accept him and bring him around to cultivate? Aren't you afraid that others will snatch it? Hanju smiled. No, he could tell that Han Ling was dissatisfied, but he did not explain. Han Ling would not hate him for this. Time would prove his actions and would definitely surprise her. Hanju still had one more creation heavens chosen attempt. He thought for a moment and decided to use it. The arrival of the two heavens chosen would definitely cause a huge commotion in the heavenly Tao. Hanju silently chose to activate the creation heavens chosen. Activating the creation heavens chosen. A random great creation will appear among your descendants. Your descendant Han Yao has awakened an innate great creation conquest heavenly star. Conquest heavenly star. Born with the Tao of conquest. He will fight all his life and never stop fighting. He can conquer all rules, karma, providence, and so on to increase his chi of conquest. Chapter 10:16 Creation Will. Chapter 10:16 Creation Will. Conquest heavenly star. It looked so impressive. Hanju discovered that the three heavens chosen great creations all ended with star. Could it be related to his stellar primordial body? Were these creations derived from the stars of the ultimate origin world? Hanju began to deduce Han Yao. Exclamation mark exclamation mark. Han Yao was a descendant of Li Yao's son, Han Yunjin. He was born in the main Han family in the immortal world. His starting point was much higher than Han Yi's. He didn't have to treat Han Yao like how he treated Han Yi. Han Yi started from nothing and needed someone to lead him to cultivate. However, Han Yao was different. He was born rich and it was not difficult for him to embark on the path of cultivation. Han Ju only needed to recruit him to cultivate beside him when he grew up and nurture him openly. Han Yi, Han Yao. Han Ju thought of something and couldn't help but smile. Han Ling asked, "Father, what are you thinking?" Han Ju smiled and said, "The Han family has another good seedling." Han Ling's face darkened. Han Ju laughed and continued to travel the world with her. Immortal world, Buzhou Mountain. All the forces gathered here. The entire mountain was filled with cultivators of various races. There were countless of them. Two figures faced each other on the peak of the mountain. One was the sect master of the Flying Heaven sect, and the other was the master of the Han family. In the distance, Han Yu sat under an old tree and watched quietly. The Han family and the Flying Heaven sect disciples watched from the sky outside the mountain peak. Both sides were on high alert and extremely nervous. The Flying Heaven sect master was the first to speak. "Fellow Taoist Han, the beginning of this karma lies with your Han family disciples. Could it be that you want the disciples of the heavenly sect to swallow their anger?" The Han family's master snorted. "It's indeed because of my Han family's disciples, but your disciples can just teach them a lesson. Why do you have to be so ruthless?" The sect master of the Flying Heaven sect said, "How can I teach you a lesson? You destroyed my disciples' opportunity. Such a situation is irreconcilable in the cultivation world. Why is your Han family so powerful? Then in the cultivation world, there's still a need to seek revenge. If you fight the young, the old will attack. Why should your Flying Heaven sect ask the sages for help? Besides, that opportunity didn't belong to your disciple in the first place." At that time, no one knew the exact situation. A group of juniors fought for the opportunity. Your disciple lost the opportunity, so you blame my Han family disciples. The Han family's master mocked, causing the atmosphere to instantly freeze. The Flying Heaven sect master's expression instantly turned cold, his eyes filled with killing intent. The head of the Han family was not afraid. The disdain on his face deepened. Han Yu had no choice but to say, "The two of you, it's time to resolve the problem. Tell me, what are your conditions for you to give up?" Hearing this, the Han family's master had no choice but to restrain his expression and give the sages of the same generation face. The two mighty figures of the immortal world began to bargain. At the same time, halfway up Buzhou Mountain, Han Ju and Han Ling were also watching. Han Ling sighed, "Our Han family is really domineering." Han Ju smiled and said, "It's difficult to determine karma." He did not plan to interfere in this matter. The Han family was already powerful enough. Not to mention, Han Yu, Han Tuo, Han Huang, Han Qinger, and the others could also be there backing. As he watched the commotion, Han Ju asked in his mind, "I want to know the origin of the system now." He could understand the origin of the system as long as he became a Tao creator. Han Ju had already guessed it, so he was not anxious about this answer. At his level, he still couldn't sense the existence of the system. That could only mean one thing. The system was unrelated to the Nine Chaos and was only related to the primordial Fiend Celestial who had once created the primordial chaos. That primordial Fiend Celestial was the oldest existence known. Do you want to trace the origin of the system? Please choose carefully. Why was it so scary? He even had to choose cautiously. Will I die? No. Will it cause substantial damage to me? No. Han Ju was speechless. He silently chose to continue. Boom. Han Ju's thoughts entered the illusion. A purple light dispersed the darkness, forcing him to open his eyes. He discovered that he had arrived in a void filled with countless purple chi. An extremely huge sun illuminated the void in the distance. He could even feel the heat. Han Ju narrowed his eyes and saw a figure hidden in the huge sun. This was the primordial chaos, so only the primordial Fiend Celestial could be in the sun. "Sun, you're finally here," an indifferent tone floated over. Han Ju asked, "Primordial Fiend Celestial?" The indifferent voice replied, "No, like you, the primordial Fiend Celestial is only a successor, but he died on the path of inheritance." Han Ju was moved. It was not the primordial Fiend Celestial. What was that? Then who are you? Han Ju asked in a low voice. He felt inexplicably uneasy. This was an instinctive feeling when facing the unknown. "My existence has no name. If you insist on giving me a name, I am the will that creates everything." Creation will. The indifferent voice sounded again. There was nothing in the beginning, not even imagination. Until the creation appeared. I'm not sure how it appeared. It created a world. As the world formed, I was also born. However, this world was too tiny. I wanted to help it grow, but I couldn't interfere in its creation. I could only transform my will into a great opportunity and enter the world. Dozens of existences obtained me before the primordial Fiend Celestial was born. Unfortunately, they failed. The primordial Fiend Celestial is the first half-successful person. With my help, he created the primordial chaos, but he couldn't improve anymore. However, he created the primordial lifeforms before he died. An existence among the primordial lifeforms created the chaos. I have assisted countless existences after the primordial Fiend Celestial in the endless years. The number far exceeds your imagination. There are also my inheritors in the 9 Great Chaos. They all failed. The strongest has only reached the Great Tao Supreme Realm. Most of them fell into eternal damnation because of their arrogance. Until I met you, I existed in the way you liked and helped you become stronger. You are different from other living beings. With my help, you were invincible, but you had always been cautious. If you could avoid karma, you would never provoke it. If you provoked it, you would definitely eliminate it completely. Therefore, you became a Tao creator. Hanju frowned and asked, since you are the creation will, your goal is for me to help all of this develop better. Is this my fate? Hanju was thinking when countless images suddenly appeared in front of him. Some inheritors were born rich and arrogant. They died under the siege of powerful enemies. An inheritor was born alone. He liked to kill and attracted the backlash of the rules. Some inheritors were born poor and cultivated cautiously. After attaining the Tao, they felt invincible and acted recklessly. They were suppressed by mighty figures. Some inheritors relied on great opportunities to interact with people with great providence. They had immense power, but they fell into endless trouble and were finally killed because their disciples turned against them. Some inheritors were as cautious as Hanju. They would ask about the risks when they encountered opportunities. As their cultivation level reached the Great Tao Supreme Realm, they felt that they were invincible in the chaos and acted arrogantly. As time passed, they forgot to ask about the risks. The 9th Chaos sensed that they became a Tao creator and killed them. Chapter 1017 Karma of the Great Calamity. Chapter 1017 Karma of the Great Calamity. Countless inheritances of the system fell into Hanju's eyes, causing his heart to stir. Hanju was afraid. He had also faced the problems these inheritors had faced. Fortunately, he kept his bottom line. But then again, those inheritors only faced external bewitchment. He was different. The system would try to bewitch him every time it gave him a choice. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Damn it. The creation will replied, no, you represent the unknown. The unknown represents hope. While waiting for the successful person to appear, I suffered the backlash of all existences and no longer exist. What you face is the remnant will I left in the system. I won't restrain you. I won't interfere no matter what you do in the future. I look forward to what kind of existence you will become. Hanju didn't believe all of this. He asked, why did you choose me? That's your luck. Every chosen successor has such doubts. I can't answer them. It can only be your providence. Hanju wasn't too satisfied with the answer. He asked, why is my Tao field stronger than my cultivation level? Why aren't there any previous inheritors? As I constantly changed inheritors, the system became stronger. When you die, this opportunity will find the next successor, and the help he receives will also be greater than yours. The creation will paused for a moment and continued. The reason why I tested you when you were chosen was also that you wasted nearly a fifth of a mortal's lifespan for good providence. Such a situation is unprecedented. Hanju said, thank you for your praise. It's not a compliment. Hanju was stunned, not understanding what the creation will meant. He asked, can you control the system? No, I'm only a remnant will. I can't have a substantial effect on any existence. Then, do you have anything to say to me? Hanju's Tao heart didn't change after he understood the system's past. Anyway, it was right to maintain his previous attitude. The creation will was silent. The edge of the huge sun in the distance began to fluctuate, as if the heat was scorching the sky. After a long while, the creation will's voice slowly floated over. Just like the heavenly Tao, although the heavenly Tao gives birth to a will, the heavenly Tao itself also exists. Unconsciously, there is always a power that restricts the development of all of this. As for what it is, I'm not sure either. Even I can't imagine what exists outside of all of this. What's the meaning of my birth? Perhaps you can see through the meaning of existence when you reach the Creator Lord realm. With that, the illusion shattered. Remember, the strongest is not eternal. Even if you're the strongest, you will be surpassed sooner or later if you stop cultivating. There is no lack of strongest people from various eras among the previous inheritors. Most of them got lazy and were surpassed by those who came later. Always remember how you got to this point. The creation will's voice became more and more ethereal. Hanju's consciousness returned to reality. It was still very noisy on Bujo Mountain. The Flying Heaven sect and the Han family had yet to come to a conclusion. Hanju felt bored. It turned out that he was not the primordial Fian Celestial's reincarnation. He was only one of the countless inheritors chosen. He had been thinking too much. Before this, he was still wondering if he was the primordial Fian Celestial's reincarnation. Before he died, he had created a golden finger for himself, or that the system was given by the future him. He had seen an online novel on Earth in the past. It was set like this. He had to be wary of the so-called creation will. Hanju felt that this fellow's self-introduction was a little dangerous. Why would he leave behind a remnant will if he had no desires? Hanju didn't ask the system. He couldn't tell if the creation will could control the system. No matter what, he had to work hard to become stronger. The Creator Lord realm was not enough. In order to be stable, he had to at least surpass the Creator Lord realm before he could challenge the goal mentioned by the creation will. Hanju couldn't act according to others' thoughts. He had to always be ahead of others and above them. Han Ling couldn't help but laugh. Father, these so-called mighty figures in the immortal world are like mortals. They're boring. The head of the Han family and the sect master of the Flying Heaven sect both suffered losses. They used treasures to comfort the disciples who were involved in this karma. This matter seemed to have ended, but there was trouble ahead. Hanju deduced that the karma between the two of them was already deep. There would definitely be a shocking battle between the two forces. This also involved Han Yi and Han Yao. Especially Han Yi. The Flying Heaven sect would be Han Yi's stepping stone to attain the Tao. Hanju began to look forward to that day, but this karma would have already ended when he came out of seclusion the next time. The father and daughter stood up and left for the chaos. Several decades later, they returned to the third Tao field. Hanju directly moved Han Yao into the third Tao field and created a clone to teach him. His main body began to enter seclusion. Han Yao was handsome and suave. Since he looked like Hanju, he attracted Xing Hongshuan and the other women's attention. At first, Han Yao panicked. After Hanju's explanation, the panic turned into surprise. He knelt down to the ancestor and began to enjoy the first opportunity of his life. Han Ling was very interested in Han Yao. She wanted to see how powerful this descendant her father had made an exception to take in was. In the end, he was not outstanding. The conquest heavenly star required battles to grow. Only then could his potential and strength transform. The current Han Yao and Han Yi were the same. They had yet to show their potential. After losing interest, Han Ling no longer paid attention to Han Yao. Han Yao usually meditated and cultivated. Every time he broke through, Hanju's clone would teach him a mystical power and preach the Tao. Even Xing Hongshuan could tell that Hanju thought highly of Han Yao. Other than his own son, no one else had such treatment. No, even his own son was inferior. Hanju didn't specially create clones to treat Han Huang and his children. 10,000 years later, Han Yao was sent back to the immortal world by Hanju's clone. This time, a peerless prodigy had descended. More than 300,000 years later, Hanju was still cultivating in seclusion when a notification appeared in front of him. The evil heavenly emperor sent you a dream. Do you accept? It was very difficult for all living beings to visit him in his dreams after he became a Tao creator. However, he gave special privileges to the people he cared about to prevent them from encountering danger. Hanju hesitated for a moment but still agreed to the evil heavenly emperor's request. The dream was a small forest outside the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. The evil heavenly emperor immediately said, "I have something to ask of you." Hanju retracted his divine light and asked with a smile, "What is it?" He couldn't be bothered to calculate. After not seeing him for more than 20 million years, he really missed the evil heavenly emperor. The evil heavenly emperor chuckled. "I won't stand on ceremony with you. I want Han Yao and Han Yi. I really didn't expect that other than your own children, the Han family would actually have such stunning descendants. Han Yao has already been chosen by the heavenly Tao as the #1 prodigy of the current generation. That Han Yi is even more impressive. He killed his way from the mortal world to the immortal world and then to the chaos. He's like a god of slaughter. Leave him to me. It just so happens that he has the temperament to lead the righteous path. You're busy cultivating and shouldn't have time to care about them, right?" Chapter 10:18 Difference in Status. Chapter 10:18 Difference in Status. I indeed don't have the time to care about them, but I can't control their wishes. If you can rope them in, I naturally have no objections. Han Ju smiled. He could allow some things, but he couldn't arrange them directly. His attitude might affect his descendants. If he advocated, what would the Han family think? Wouldn't they be controlled by the evil heavenly emperor in the future? Although Han Ju believed in the evil heavenly emperor, he didn't want to help him like this. Once the evil heavenly emperor got used to it, he would easily feel that it was natural. He might even become arrogant and his mentality would change. Exclamation mark! In addition, behind the evil heavenly emperor stood the formless transcendent deity. Although he was suppressed by the ninth chaos, he could return in 100 million years. The evil heavenly emperor smiled and said, "That's good. It's fine as long as you agree. After all, they're the precious geniuses of your Han family. I can't poach them all. I have to ask for your approval. Don't worry, I'm only nurturing them for a period of time. They can leave at any time when they grow up, just like Tuor, Wanzher, and Zhang Jushi." Han Ju wasn't surprised that Han Huang and Zhang Jushi had already left the heavenly court. He didn't ask further. The two of them began to reminisce and sighed. As time passed, there were fewer and fewer old friends. There were naturally even fewer old friends who were close. The two of them chatted for a long time. Han Ju continued cultivating after the dream ended. His seclusion period had already increased to a 5 million year period. The next time he opened his eyes, Han Yao and Han Yi would definitely have become famous. Heavenly Tao, outside the 33rd heaven. In the Universal Hall, a group of ancient sages sat side by side. Two figures stood in the hall. They were Han Yao and Han Yi. Han Yao wore silver armor and was handsome like an immortal who had walked out of a painting. Han Yi was dressed in black. His long hair was tied behind his head with a grass rope, and 2 strands of long hair were left on his forehead. He was also handsome, but his eyes were filled with killing intent and he had an unruly smile. These two were the strongest geniuses of the heavenly Tao in the past million years. They were both descendants of the divine might heavenly sage. The sages sized up the two of them and were satisfied. Long Hao smiled and said, "They have the bearing of Junior Tuo and Junior Huang back then." The other sages nodded. Han Yao glanced at Han Yi with a meaningful gaze. Han Yi said, "Everyone, why did you call me here? I don't want to stay in the same hall as this fellow. You can forget about subduing me. Although I, Han Yi, am born as a mortal, my pride surpasses that of a sage." Li Taigu smiled teasingly. "Kid, you're very arrogant. It's indeed impressive that you killed the entire sect, but you also offended many sages because of this. If not for us protecting you, do you really think you could survive?" Han Yi smiled. "If not, how can we reconcile? The heavenly Tao has so many geniuses. Isn't there one in front of me? In the end, you're still afraid of my power and afraid that I'll perish with the heavenly Tao. Let's not talk nonsense. I, Han Yi, am preparing to leave the heavenly Tao. I'm here to bid farewell to you. I was born in the heavenly Tao. It is my home. I will naturally return if the heavenly Tao is in trouble in the future." With that, Han Yi turned around and left. Li Taigu was so angry that he wanted to attack, but he was stopped by Heavenly Venerate Wufa. Heavenly Venerate Wufa smiled and said, "This kid is really vicious. It's good that he left. Staying in the heavenly Tao will only cause trouble. He will understand our intentions after he trains in the chaos and learns his lesson." Heavenly Venerate Zondu nodded. Seeing this, the other sages did not say anything. Their gazes landed on Han Yao next. Han Yao was indifferent to Han Yi's departure. He didn't like him, to begin with. The two of them were known as the two peerless geniuses of the Han family, but Han Yao had always looked down on Han Yi and felt that he was too murderous. Heavenly Venerate Zondu looked at him and said, "Han Yao, the chaotic heavenly court's evil heavenly emperor wants to invite you to the heavenly court to cultivate. Are you willing to go?" Han Yao frowned. Fang Liang smiled. "Your Han family's ancestors have all served in the heavenly court. Now, the divine punisher is above the chaotic great Tao divine spirit. Furthermore, you can fight well. The heavenly court is very suitable for you. We all think that you can go and release your nature. In addition, recently, the Eternal Peak's Han Huang is also in the heavenly court. You've also wandered the chaos before. You should have heard of Han Huang's reputation, right?" Han Yao's eyes lit up. "Han Huang is the ancestor of my Han family. I've naturally heard of him. I'm willing to go." The sages laughed. They all looked forward to Han Yao, hoping that he could create a legend like Han Huang in the next chaotic assembly. Even if he could not, becoming one of the chaotic 10 absolutes was enough to excite the heavenly Tao and make the chaotic domains envious. Heavenly Venerate Zondu looked at Han Yu and said, "Han Yu, bring your juniors personally." I need you to lead the way. Han Yu agreed. Han Yao's thoughts drifted to the heavenly court. He wanted to see Han Huang, the prodigy who stood above the peak of the chaos, the greatest glory of the Han family. Han Yunjin had erected Han Tuo's and Han Huang's monuments in the ancestral hall when he established the Han family. He had recorded the legends of his two brothers to let the descendants of the main family read them since they were young. Han Yao had been taught by Han Ju for 10,000 years when he was young. He was often mentioned by the disciples of the Dao field in the third Dao field. He knew more about Han Huang than all living beings. Born as freedom, unparalleled in the world. That was the goal he should pursue. Just like that, Han Yu left with Han Yao. Sect Master Tian Ju said faintly, "Everyone, there seems to be a fate between Han Yao and Han Yi." "Have you deduced it?" Heavenly Venerate Zondu frowned. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate said, that Han Yi's divine bow is extremely impressive. It can even pierce through the heavenly Dao. Will Han Yao really be Han Yi's match if the two of them become old enemies in the future? Heavenly Venerate Wufa said, "From the looks of it, Han Yi is stronger. This kid becomes stronger when he kills enemies. He's a killing star that has descended on the world. Han Yao is a general star. Killing star versus general star. They are indeed incompatible. However, Han Yao is a descendant personally brought up by the divine might heavenly sage. He cannot die young." The sages nodded. These words determined their attitude. If the two were irreconcilable and only one could exist, they would protect Han Yao. Although Han Yi was also a descendant of the divine might heavenly sage, the Han family had many children. There was a difference in status among them. In the chaotic void, an ancient pagoda slowly advanced. 4 figures sat on the pagoda's surface. They were Dao Sovereign, Zhao Xuanyuan, Zhang Yi, and Lao Dan. Zhao Xuanyuan smiled and asked, "Where are we going next?" Times were different from the past. Dao Sovereign was a great Dao Supreme. The other 3 were not far from it. The 4 of them joined forces and ran rampant in the chaos, rarely encountering danger. Dao Sovereign did not answer. Lao Dan smiled and said, "It depends on fate. Traveling the chaos is also a form of cultivation." At this moment, Zhang Yi suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. What a strong killing intent. The world ahead is being slaughtered. Zhao Xuanyuan narrowed his eyes and looked over. His gaze passed through the chaotic void and reached the dilapidated world that was far beyond the reach of mortals. Corpses were everywhere and a ferocious aura surged. In the dilapidated world was a sea of blood. Above the sea of blood stood a figure. It was Han Yi. He was absorbing the blood aura. His long hair fluttered wantonly, like a ferocious god. Chapter 1019 Respect for one person only. Chapter 1019 Respect for one person only. That kid is a little evil. He's actually absorbing killing intent. Zhao Xuanyuan looked at Han Yi and clicked his tongue in wonder. Zhang Yi pinched his fingers to deduce and said, "This world has been invaded by demons and billions of living beings have been possessed. The negative karma is monstrous. Being slaughtered by this child is considered enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens." Zhao Xuanyuan smiled. He's from the heavenly Dao and has freedom realm cultivation, but he has a killing intent comparable to a great Dao sage. Impressive. Let's go and take a look. Sure. The ancient pagoda began to rush in Han Yi's direction. They arrived in the dilapidated world not long after. In the sea of blood, Han Yi, who was meditating in the air, suddenly opened his eyes. Blood light flashed in his eyes, causing the surrounding blood aura to instantly stop. Han Yi looked at the ancient pagoda and frowned slightly. Zhao Xuanyuan's laughter sounded. "Kid, why can you absorb killing intent?" Zhang Yi began to deduce Han Yi's background. Then, his expression changed. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Zhao Xuanyuan, who also became stunned. Dao Sovereign also opened his eyes and looked at Han Yi. Han Yi snorted upon facing the 4 unfamiliar and mysterious cultivators. "What does it have to do with you? Don't disturb me." Zhao Xuanyuan was amused and smiled. Very arrogant. Han Yi took out the world-piercing divine origin bow and held it in his right hand. A terrifying murderous aura enveloped the world. Dao Sovereign and the other 3 frowned when they saw the bow. What a domineering bow. They actually felt a trace of fear. Very few Dharma treasures could make them uneasy at first glance. Zhang Yi sent a voice transmission to Zhao Xuanyuan. "Do you think it's a Dharma treasure given to him by the sect master? Such a treasure can't exist in the heavenly Dao. It's definitely a chaotic supreme treasure." Zhao Xuanyuan felt that it made sense and looked at Han Yi with a gentle gaze. Han Ju had countless descendants. Not every descendant could make them give him face, but to be able to obtain Han Ju's supreme treasure was different. Dao Sovereign said, "Join us." His voice was extremely loud, like a bell ringing in Han Yi's ears. Han Yi raised his right arm straight and pulled the bowstring with his left hand. There were no arrows, but a terrifying pressure erupted, causing the dilapidated world to tremble violently. Dao Sovereign and the other three were moved. What a terrifying bow! I'll give you another chance. Scram, Han Yi shouted expressionlessly. Zhao Xuanyuan teased, you want to kill the four of us with a bow? Do you know who we are? Killing intent burst out from Han Yi's eyes, scaring Lao Dan so much that he hurriedly shouted, stop, we're all on the same side. Don't act recklessly. Han Yi was stunned. On the same side, Lao Dan glared at Zhao Xuanyuan and then back at Han Yi. The three of them are personal disciples of the hidden sect's divine might heavenly sage. Han Yi frowned. He knew about the hidden sect, but he had never thought of himself as a member of the Han family. He had relied on himself all along. His parents had long died of old age and entered the cycle of reincarnation. The Han family came to find him after he became stronger. This made him look down on them. As for the divine might heavenly sage, this figure was too far away. He rarely thought about it. HMPH. So what if it's the hidden sect? I gave you a chance. You insisted on pestering me. Han Yi suddenly released his left hand and the bowstring retracted. A red arrow aura suddenly shot out and tore through the chaotic space. It was like a blood-colored torrent that attacked Dao Sovereign and the other three. Extremely fast, Dao Sovereign instantly appeared in front of the ancient pagoda. He raised his hand to block the arrow aura of the world-piercing divine origin bow and crushed it with one hand. However, after the arrow aura dissipated, it turned into countless blood threads that entered his body and crazily destroyed his dharmic powers and Dao fruit. Dao Sovereign frowned and dispersed it with his supreme power. Zhao Xuanyuan cursed. Brat, you're so arrogant. In that case, I'll teach you a lesson first. With that, he suddenly appeared behind Han Yi. The difference in cultivation between the two was too great. Zhao Xuanyuan pressed down on his shoulder before Han Yi could react. Han Yi's expression changed drastically. He subconsciously wanted to turn around, but his soul was suddenly severely injured. He fell into a daze and his body trembled. Zhao Xuanyuan raised his hand and pulled Han Yi's soul out of his body. He took out a green jade mirror and sealed his soul in it. Han Yi panicked slightly. He glared at Zhao Xuanyuan outside the mirror and cursed. Dog, what are you doing? Zhao Xuanyuan smiled and said, your mouth is really smelly. Han Yi cursed. Feel free if you want to kill or torture me. You'll still be a dog in my eyes. Zhao Xuanyuan's expression turned cold. Just as he was about to speak, Dao Sovereign appeared beside him and said, we were indeed the ones who disturbed him. If it were you, would you believe him if he revealed his identity? Zhao Xuanyuan's expression softened. Zhang Yi and Lao Dan also rushed over to persuade him. Zhao Xuanyuan could only give up. Dao Sovereign looked at Han Yi in the mirror and said, you slaughtered the world wantonly. Even if it's a world filled with sins, it will attract trouble sooner or later. You're not qualified to act recklessly in the chaos with your strength. Han Yi was silent. Lao Dan smiled and said, let me introduce you to them. This is one of the 10 absolute prodigies of the previous chaotic assembly. Now that he's a great Dao divine spirit, with him as your backing, won't it help you? Han Yi said angrily, I, Han Yi, will only bow to 3 people in this life. My parents are already dead. I will only respect one person in this life. Don't try to break my pride. Dao Sovereign was amused. Zhao Xuanyuan and the other two could also tell that Han Ju was that person. In that case, they couldn't bully Han Yi. Otherwise, if Han Ju knew, they had to believe that he cared. Time passed quickly. Han Ju opened his eyes, indicating that 5 million years had passed. His cultivation was closely related to the development of the ultimate origin world after becoming a Dao creator. The stronger the ultimate origin world was, the stronger his dharmic powers became. The ultimate origin world developed well in the past 5 million years. More and more stars were born, turning into a galaxy and then into a huge world. The number of years of his origin lifespan was equivalent to the number of worlds he could nurture. The world here was an existence comparable to the heavenly Tao. It was enough to show how vast the ultimate origin world was. Those chaotic Fian celestials each guarded an area. Under the guidance of Han Ju's will, they began to serve as creation gods, establishing rules and order and creating all sorts of miracles. The connate lifeforms of the ultimate origin world also began to ascend the stage one after another. The number was immeasurable, but they were still very rare in the vast ultimate origin world. Connate lifeforms rarely interacted, mainly because they could not be seen. Han Ju began the simulation trial and challenged the formless transcendent deity. 10 formless transcendent deities were no longer enough for him to kill. He directly challenged 100 formless transcendent deities. Victory! Hanju suddenly rejoiced. Fortunately, he had never exposed the ultimate origin world's existence. His great Tao world would be suppressed just like the chaotic consciousness and the formless transcendent deities' great Tao worlds. It would be difficult for him to improve then. Hanju began to check his emails, wanting to see if there had been any changes in the past 5 million years. Soon, he frowned. Chapter 1020 The Pride of a Born Emperor. Chapter 1020 The Pride of a Born Emperor. Your grand disciple Han Yao received guidance from your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor and learned a mystical power. Your son Han Huang has entered the transcendent Great Tao world. Your good friend, the ultimate god of punishment, has entered the transcendent Great Tao world. Your good friend Azure Heaven Mystic has comprehended a Great Tao mystical power. His providence has increased greatly. Your son Han Tuo was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your disciple Zhang Jushi created a mystical power. Millions of clones fell into the cycle of reincarnation. Your good friend Pangu has entered the transcendent Great Tao world. Transcendent Great Tao world? Han Ju frowned. Wasn't the formless transcendent deity suppressed? Why was the Great Tao world exposed? There had to be a scheme. The number one deity had been suppressed by the Great Tao divine spirits ever since the chaotic assembly ended, and the consciousnessless Great Tao world had begun to be invaded by the various chaotic forces. The consciousnessless Great Tao world had already been tainted by the providence of the chaos and was on the verge of fusing after more than 20 million years of development. Could it be that the ninth chaos wanted to fuse with their Great Tao world while the two Tao creators were suppressed? Hiss. If his guess was correct, then the ninth chaos was too ruthless. This move might cause the two Tao creators' cultivation to fall a major realm. Hanju couldn't expose the ultimate origin world to avoid being targeted by the ninth chaos. He was also very interested in the transcendent Great Tao world. Therefore, he created a clone and went to investigate it. As for his main body, it was better to stay in the Tao field. Father, what are you thinking? Han Ling's voice floated over, her tone a little excited. Hanju glanced at her and knew what she was thinking. Come. The father and daughter entered the simulation trial and opened their eyes the next second. Han Ling sighed. It still did not work. She looked up again and said, Father, stand still and let me fight. Try my mystical power. Hanju had no choice but to agree. An hour later. The simulation ended. Han Ling sighed. Father, you're really powerful. Even though my 10 million Emperor soldiers can gather into a formation, they can't break through your robe's restriction. Hanju smiled. Nonsense. I'm your father. Han Ling curled her lips and said, Father, do you think I can obtain the eternal peak if I participate in the chaotic assembly? Oh, you want to? I deduced that Han Yi and Han Yao are also determined to participate, so I'm hesitating if I should accompany them. Hanju rolled his eyes. Was this how a woman should be? He had discovered that Han Ling was unhappy with Han Yao and Han Yi. He did not expect this girl to actually want to participate in the chaotic assembly to stop them. Han Ling covered her mouth and laughed. Father, I'm teasing you. I know that you cherish those two brats. Why would I suppress them? Hanju smiled. You're also their ancestor. Don't treat them as peers. They can also help you if they can grow up and you have great ambitions in the future. The primordial Emperor Star was born as an emperor. Hanju wouldn't be deceived by Han Ling's appearance. This girl looked obedient, but arrogance always existed in her heart. It was actually very easy to guess Han Ling's thoughts. Why did she always challenge Hanju? It was because she used him as a standard. She would be able to rule the chaos as long as she defeated him. Han Ling couldn't help but think when she heard that. Hanju continued to read the emails. How many emails had he accumulated in 5 million years? Every email was equivalent to a fragment of one's life. It could be an opportunity or a calamity. Han Ling was still thinking after he finished reading the emails. He stood up and went to visit his Tao companions. Several decades later, in the second Tao field, Hanju sat opposite dozens of chaotic Fian Celestials and was discussing the Tao. After so many years, all the chaotic Fian Celestials had already become great Tao sages. More than half had reached the great Tao Supreme Realm. Their potential coupled with the spirit chi of the second Tao field was so terrifying. Murong Chi said, Grand Master, recently, a world has been created in the depths of my soul. This world is closely related to my cultivation. Why is that? He had seen the power of the world at the chaotic assembly. It was indeed powerful, but at that time, he thought it was a mystical power. Only when he cultivated a world did he realize that this was a realm. Hanju said, you have to create a world if you want to go beyond the great Tao Supreme Realm. Previously, the place where the 10 absolutes of the chaos fought was the consciousnessless Great Tao world. It was a world made by a transcendent existence. Great loose heaven was moved. In that case, could it be that the chaos is also? Hanju smiled and nodded. He didn't have to worry about being spied on by the 9th chaos in the 2nd Tao field. Regarding the Great Tao world's secrets, Hanju also planned to use this opportunity to tell his personal disciples in front of him. They were all trusted aides. The chaotic Phi and Celestial's potential was too strong. If not for him leading the way, he could only reach this step in his seclusion. Hanju explained his understanding of the Great Tao world, causing the dozens of chaotic Phi and Celestials to fall into deep thought. After a long while, Tao Comprehension Sword asked curiously, "Master, what about your Great Tao world?" Hanju smiled and didn't say anything. The Black Hell Chicken shouted, "Don't ask nonsense. If you ask, the answer is no. It's the same for the others. How vast is the consciousnessless Great Tao world? It's even suppressed under the chaos. This means that the Lord of Chaos is petty. Once he discovers." The Phi and Celestials were moved, and Tao Comprehension Sword's face turned pale. Hanju said, "You have to be careful when you travel the chaos in the future. With your cultivation levels, you seem to be above all living beings, but you should be able to sense that this chaos is still very unfamiliar. The higher you stand, the more you should understand. Many rules and existences are unimaginable, and behind this unimaginable existence is a transcendent existence that far exceeds us." The Phi and Celestials nodded. Heavenly Constellation Phi and Celestial said, "We won't go out. We'll stay in each other's Great Tao world and not cause trouble for Master if we're bored in the future." The other Phi and Celestials agreed, making Hanju very satisfied. They needed an extremely long time to cultivate a Great Tao world. Several years later, Hanju returned to the 3rd Tao field and prepared to continue cultivating. He suddenly thought of Hong Jun in the universe of stars. He focused his gaze and saw that Hong Jun was no longer in the universe of stars. However, Liu Bei was still there. He began to deduce Hong Jun and discovered that he had left after attaining freedom. Now, he was preaching the Tao in a corner of the chaos and spreading his teachings. It seemed like he was preparing for the Tao ancestor's return. Hanju clicked his tongue in wonder. What did the Tao ancestor want? Why hadn't he appeared now that the heavenly Tao and the chaos were peaceful? It seemed that the Tao ancestor had also established his own Great Tao world and was very powerful. Was he afraid of being discovered by the 9th chaos? The 9-headed divine spirit sent you a dream. Do you accept? A notification suddenly appeared in front of him, making Hanju frown. Wasn't the 9-headed divine spirit already demoted to the mortal world by the 9th chaos? How could he send a dream? Could it be that after more than 20 million years, this fellow had already grown up? Hanju hesitated for a moment before choosing to accept the dream. The dream was a blank domain. Hanju saw the 9-headed divine spirit covered in the divine light of the supreme rules. When enemies met, they fell silent. A moment later, the 9-headed divine spirit said, "It's time for the primordial Phi and Celestial to appear." Chapter 1021 Immeasurable Destruction Venerable Shitian. Chapter 1021 Immeasurable Destruction Venerable Shitian. Where is the primordial Phi and Celestial? Hanju asked calmly. He began to ponder about the 9-headed divine spirit's intentions. The 9-headed divine spirit replied, "I don't know either, but you can create one and advance the Great Tao immeasurable calamity, allowing the endless era to arrive as soon as possible." Hanju frowned and asked, "What is the endless era?" The 9-headed divine spirit said, "It can be compatible with the various Great Tao worlds and make the chaos truly endless. You can also take another step forward when that era comes. I believe Father has already told you that. I'm looking for you this time because Father has already entered seclusion. I can only find you. Our past can be written off. I only hope that the endless era will arrive as soon as possible so that I can leave the mortal world." Hanju narrowed his eyes. "Why are you in such a hurry? You shouldn't be like this with the time you've existed, right?" The 9-headed divine spirit said, "I won't hide it. Although Father suppressed 2 transcendent existences, there are 2 others. One of them is bloodthirsty and is about to awaken. Once he awakens, he will clean up the living beings of the chaos and help Father restrain the development of the living beings. Although I've had a grudge with you, I've watched the chaos develop. I naturally don't want the living beings of the chaos to be slaughtered again. I would be helpless if it was in the past. However, your appearance gave me hope. Father is especially tolerant of you and should give you the mission of creating an endless era. Living beings will not be trapped in the chaos as long as the endless era comes. That bloodthirsty transcendent existence will no longer slaughter them." Hanju asked in surprise, "Why?" The nine-headed divine spirit smiled. The great Tao world will be freed when the endless era arrives. He'll be busy developing his great Tao world. How can he have the time to care about the chaos? Then why didn't your father directly stop him from slaughtering all the living beings in the chaos? Because he knows his limits and only kills existences above the sage realm. Father might care about his reputation, that's why he doesn't suppress the chaotic mighty figures. He can make use of this. The nine-headed divine spirit's tone contained a hint of anger. Hanju frowned again. He thought that he could wait for the great Tao calamity and the endless era after talking to the ninth chaos. He didn't expect another Tao creator to appear. The nine-headed divine spirit continued, I can't say much regarding that existence. Otherwise, I'll be discovered. You can try your best to choose a primordial Fian celestial candidate as soon as possible. It doesn't have to be the true primordial Fian celestial. After all, the primordial Fian celestial is a legend. You only need to give him the name of the primordial Fian celestial. In addition, this child has to have powerful potential to withstand the providence of the great Tao calamity. The primordial Fian celestial needs to inherit the great Tao immeasurable calamity and shatter the blank domain in the endless era. The blank domain is actually the primordial rule that binds the chaos. With that, the nine-headed divine spirit hurriedly ended the dream. Hanju opened his eyes and asked in his mind, is what the nine-headed divine spirit said true? 50 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. It's true. Who is the Tao creator that the nine-headed divine spirit mentioned? There is no such karma. It cannot be deduced. Which Tao creator is bloodthirsty and will slaughter existences above the chaos sage realm? 2 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Tisk tisk. It was stronger than the formless transcendent deity and the chaotic consciousness. Hanju secretly chose to continue. A message appeared in front of him. Immeasurable destruction venerable Shitian. Early stage Tao creator, chaotic deity, first chaos, inheritor, ninth chaos, personal disciple. It was still the early stage Tao creator. It seemed that the suppression of the ninth chaos was very strong, preventing the 3 Tao creators from breaking through. This fellow was also the personal disciple of the ninth chaos and had the inheritance of the first chaos. No wonder he could obtain the power to purge the chaos. It seemed that compared to the nine-headed divine spirit, the ninth chaos was closer to immeasurable destruction venerable Shitian. Hanju focused on the primordial Fian celestial. Han Huang was a primordial Fian celestial, but too many monstrous figures had appeared in the same era. For example, Tao Sovereign and Zhang Jushi. They would both be Tao creators in the future. One had to know that the former primordial Fian celestial had not reached the Tao creator realm. Therefore, it was not impossible for the young primordial Fian celestial to be chased by such a prodigy. In fact, in terms of potential, Han Huang was definitely a unique existence, but the other top 10 geniuses all had great providence. Hanju thought of Tao Sovereign. The future great Tao Sovereign had contributed to creating the endless era and was conferred the title of Great Tao Sovereign. Should he make Tao Sovereign the primordial Fian celestial? Hanju felt that it was feasible. This way Han Huang would also be protected. Han Huang was too straightforward. He didn't have as much experience as Tao Sovereign. He would probably be used by others if he stirred up the great Tao immeasurable calamity. Forget it, there was no hurry. I want to know how long until immeasurable destruction venerable Shitian descends into the chaos. 2 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. About 1.9 billion years. So long. What was the hurry? Hanju rolled his eyes and threw this matter to the back of his mind. Soon, he entered cultivation again. In the crimson sky, the endless sea surged. All sorts of huge bones undulated on the sea. An ancient pagoda suddenly descended. Tao Sovereign, Zhao Xuanyuan, Zhang Yi, Lao Dan, and Han Yi stood on it. Han Yi carried the world-piercing divine origin bow on his back as he scanned the surroundings. He asked curiously, what is this place? Zhao Xuanyuan smiled. This is the recently famous transcendent great Tao world of the chaos. It's as endless as the chaos, but it's suppressed by the chaos, causing this place to be desolate. Han Yi frowned. Since it's desolate, why are we here? Zhang Yi said angrily, it's only desolate of living beings, but since it's comparable to the chaos, it contains 3,000 great Tao and higher rules. We're naturally here to snatch the rules. Lao Dan stroked his beard. That's right. In the past, there were only 3,000 great Tao and 7 supreme rules. There were only a little more than 100 great Tao sages before the divine might heavenly sages rise. It was enough. However, more and more great Tao sages appeared after several eras of geniuses. The great Tao of the chaos became insufficient. The ultimate god of punishment did not allow all the great Tao to be privately occupied. Therefore, the mighty figures targeted the other two great Tao worlds. Han Yi snorted. Your own power is the real thing. You can easily lose yourself by using the power of the great Tao. Lao Dan looked at him and smiled. You're really far-sighted. In the past, Life Lord Huang Zuntian suffered this loss and lost his position as the eternal peak. Dao Sovereign's expression turned ugly. Zhao Xuanyuan saw through his thoughts and changed the topic. Hurry up and take action. I heard that the Northern Chaos Holy Lord has descended in advance and repelled many mighty figures. This fellow is probably not greedy for the Great Tao, but the Great Tao Providence Divine Authority. Zhang Yi nodded and controlled the ancient pagoda to advance. The world-piercing divine origin bow on Han Yi's back suddenly vibrated, causing him to frown. Lao Dan looked at the divine bow and smiled. Looks like this treasure also reacted. There will be a huge battle next. Dao Sovereign stood up, his robes fluttering. He said proudly, it's been a long time since I've encountered a match. Chapter 1022 Rise of the Emperor Star. Chapter 1022 Rise of the Emperor Star. Time passed. More than 2 million years passed. Detected that you are 40 million years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and open the ultimate origin world in the chaos. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, and a creation spirit stone. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and stay away from trouble. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, and a creation spirit stone. You have obtained a creation heaven's chosen attempt. Han Ju silently chose the second option. This time, the system was very reliable. The rewards for both options were the same. Currently, he had already accumulated 8 great Tao fragments, 6 primordial fragments, and 5 creation spirit stones. The previous creation spirit stones were used to give birth to chaotic Fian Celestials. He kept this item now that all the chaotic Fian Celestials had been born on their own. The creation spirit stone could turn anything into a living being. Han Ju felt that it could be useful in the future. As for the creation heavens chosen, he did not use it immediately. There was no hurry, he began to observe the chaos. After so many years, Han Yi and Han Yao had already grown up. Especially Han Yao, he had become the new divine general of the heavenly court. His prestige was extremely high. Some voices even said that he was the General Huang from back then, perhaps even stronger. The more the conquest heavenly star fought, the stronger he became. In terms of performance on the battlefield, Han Yao was indeed stronger than the past Han Huang. It was mainly because Han Huang had always swept through any battle back then, unlike Han Yao who was occasionally at a disadvantage, but he relied on his great providence and turned the tables alone, so he created a greater spirit. Han Ju was very satisfied with Han Yao's performance. This kid was worthy of his 10,000 years of teaching. He vividly displayed the characteristics of the conquest heavenly star. Han Yi was the same. He followed Dao Sovereign and the other 3 and slaughtered negative karma living beings everywhere. His cultivation was not weaker than Han Yao's, perhaps slightly stronger. It had to be said that Dao Sovereign and the other 3 were indeed a little unlucky. They fought wherever they went. Now, the group of 4 had become a group of 5. Unlike before, they were seldom severely injured. It seemed that they had completely made a comeback. Han Ju looked at Han Ling beside him. Her cultivation level had been increasing. He suddenly looked forward to her entering the fray. However, Han Ju had to make the endless era descend first if Han Ling wanted to come out. Otherwise, this girl would be easily suppressed. However, he didn't know if he had to rely on the 9th chaos to attain the Creator Lord Realm or the primordial Fian Celestial to break through the blank domain during the endless era for the time being. Han Ling felt his gaze and opened her eyes. She asked, "Father, what's wrong?" Han Ju smiled and said, "I'm thinking about the commotion your appearance will cause." Han Ling smiled and said, "Father, what are you saying? There won't be a commotion even if I go out. I'm not that kind of person." Han Ju didn't expose her. The father and daughter chatted for a while before continuing to cultivate. Han Ju had a sudden thought and asked in his mind, "I want to know what my daughter Han Ling will be like at her peak. 100 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" Gasp. It was comparable to the 9th chaos. So impressive. Continue, continue. Han Ju suppressed his excitement, and his consciousness entered the illusion. He was in the blank domain when he opened his eyes again. Unlike reality, countless universes were floating in the future. Every black void was dotted with countless stars of the vast great Tao worlds. Hanju looked up and his mood subconsciously brightened. Endless era. It was more imposing and vast than the chaos. The chaos was like a cage in Hanju's eyes after attaining the great Tao Supreme Realm. Soon, a mighty figure descended. Her body shone with a strong light. 7 great Tao worlds stood under her feet, beside her, and above her head. Even Hanju had to look up to her. Han Ling. Hanju inexplicably thought of the Holy Mother of Order. This was a complete replica of her. Han Ling seemed to be floating in the void. She had her hands on her back and was wearing silver divine armor. Her lotus dress fluttered like divine colors. Her long hair scattered under her crown like a waterfall. The surrounding 7 great Tao worlds showed that she was supreme and unparalleled. How holy and domineering. Hanju finally saw the glory of the primordial Emperor Star. He suddenly saw 2 figures in front of Han Ling. They were billions of feet tall and were also domineering. However, they were like stones at the foot of a mountain in front of Han Ling, extremely tiny. Han Yi, Han Yao. The former wore black armor, while the latter wore silver armor. One was black and the other was white, like 2 sides of yin and yang. Tisk tisk, this girl still listened to me. She really took in these 2 brats. Hanju laughed in his heart. He was very satisfied with Han Ling's attitude. At least, this girl was obedient. He was really worried that Han Ling would be jealous of the 2 of them and not tolerate them. The more Hanju looked at the 3 of them, the more he liked them. Emperor Star, Killing Star, Conquest Star. It was a match made in heaven. He wondered where the 3 of them were going. Han Ling suddenly stopped and raised her right hand, then slowly clenched it. In an instant, the blank void above Hanju's head tore open. Hanju looked up. In the spatial crack was the image of a great Tao world. There were countless living beings guarding the edge of the crack, ready to attack at any time. The devil race's Providence has come to an end, but you want to cause endless chaos. Today, you will even lose the place to struggle at death's door. Conquest Heavenly Star, Ultimate Killing Star, come. Han Ling's voice was indifferent and dignified. Here, here. Han Yi and Han Yao shouted at the same time, causing the spatial crack above Hanju's head to fluctuate violently and tear wider. The illusion shattered. Hanju opened his eyes and didn't know what to say. He had spent 100 quadrillion years of his lifespan. He still wanted to see what would happen next. However, although this illusion was short, it revealed a lot of information. Han Ling seemed to control great authority in the endless era. She could slaughter a great Tao world just because she wanted to. Tisk tisk, it was unknown how long it was in the future, but there were actually so many great Tao worlds. Hanju felt a sense of urgency. He was becoming stronger, and so were others. There were only 5 Tao creators now, but the future was uncertain. Could the 9th chaos really become a creator lord? Hanju's heart skipped a beat. No, he had to hurry up and cultivate. It would take him a long time to catch up to the 9th chaos in terms of cultivation. Hanju closed his eyes and started cultivating. Heavenly Tao, outside the 33rd heaven, Han's sacred palace. Han Qinger smiled and said, "Fifth brother, you still haven't attained the great Tao after so many years. You're a little embarrassing to our Han family." The middle-aged man sitting at the head of the table was Li Yao's son, Han Yunjin. Facing his sister's teasing, Han Yunjin said helplessly, "I don't have the talent of my brothers and sisters, so I naturally can't attain the great Tao. However, my descendant, Han Yao, didn't embarrass the Han family." Zhang Jushi, who was sitting opposite Han Qinger, smiled and said, "Han Yao is indeed powerful. He has Junior Huang's potential. His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor, likes him very much." Han Qinger glared at him, causing him to laugh helplessly and not say anything else. Han Yunjin asked curiously, "Why are third sister and senior Zhang here?" Chapter 1023 Finding the Fian Celestial. Chapter 1023 Finding the Fian Celestial. It had been a long time, but Han Yunjin and Han Qinger were still quite distant. Although Han Qinger acted like they were close, Han Yunjin couldn't help but wonder what it was. The difference in cultivation between the siblings was great, so they rarely walked around. Han Qinger smiled and said, "I want to ask if there are any prodigies like Han Yao in the Han family. Your second brother wants to take in a disciple. He doesn't have any children, so he can only find one from your knees." Han Yunjin was moved and looked happy. He was a heavenly Tao sage, after all. He had traveled the chaos and naturally knew Han Huang's prestige. The current Han Huang could be considered a top mighty figure in the chaos. He could cover the ages with one hand. His mystical power was unimaginable. Han Yunjin said, "My Han family has many geniuses. Each generation is stronger than the last. Since second brother wants a disciple, I naturally have to choose the strongest one. Han Qinger immediately beamed and covered her mouth. Fifth brother, don't disappoint third sister. I promised second brother. Han Yunjin smiled and nodded. He immediately sent a voice transmission. After making arrangements, Han Yunjin asked curiously, why does second brother suddenly want to take in a disciple? Han Qinger spread her hands, indicating that she didn't know. Zhang Jushi said, mighty figures have been thinking of ways to create their own world ever since the appearance of the consciousnessless Great Tao world and the transcendent Great Tao world. Junior Huang is no exception. He needs someone to guide all living beings in his world. This saves trouble. Han Yunjin was deep in thought. He had also heard of the Great Tao world, but in his opinion, it was only the largest world. He could also create a world, but it did not affect his cultivation level much. It was already tiring enough to manage the Han family, so he naturally couldn't be bothered to create a world. Han Qinger snorted. Second brother is simply crazy. He has already reached the peak of history and is even a divine punisher. He dominates a chaotic domain. Fewer than 5 existences can match him in the chaos. He's actually still busy cultivating in seclusion. In another 10 million years, perhaps the juniors will no longer remember him, just like father. In this current world, how many living beings still remember the divine might heavenly sage? Zhang Jushi smiled and did not refute or agree. The higher he stood, the more he knew about the depths of the chaos. Han Yunjin asked, how is father? How would I know? He's always in seclusion. Only Sister Ling can always be by his side, Han Qinger replied. Han Yunjin fell into deep thought at the mention of Han Ling. Not long after, a sage of the Han family brought a handsome prodigy over. Zhang Jushi sized him up with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. He also wanted to choose a prodigy to enter his world. After 5 million years, the races in the mortal world changed. The heavenly Tao and the sun and moon spun. The eras changed and the chaos also changed day by day. Han Ju opened his eyes and felt his dharmic powers. The ultimate origin world developed steadily. There was already a vast world. The ultimate origin chi was endless and filled the world. The spirit chi was already far superior to the chaos in terms of cultivation. Han Ju first entered the simulation trial and challenged 100 formless transcendent deities. He won easily, 200 formless transcendent deities. An hour later, Han Ju had the upper hand. He was satisfied. After all, they were Tao creators. Every additional one was not simple. In any case, he was not afraid of anyone other than the 9th chaos. Han Ju recalled that the ultimate god of punishment had sent him a dream request tens of thousands of years ago, but he was busy in seclusion and ignored it. He sent a dream to the ultimate god of punishment now. The dream was the chaotic void. The ultimate god of punishment immediately bowed when he saw him. Han Ju smiled and asked, the chaos has been stable recently. The number of great Tao divine spirits has increased greatly. The overlords and ancient giants all listen to you. Why are you visiting me in my dreams? The ultimate god of punishment smiled and said, it's all thanks to Master that I obtained Han Huang, like obtaining the universal divine pillar. The current chaos has indeed reached an unprecedented peace, but many strange things have happened recently. For example, the great Tao have become spirits and the supreme rules have fluctuated. Since ancient times, although there have been times when the great Tao have become spirits, it has not been as frequent as in the past millions of years. Every time the supreme rules fluctuate, a race will be born in a corner of the chaos. These races have potential that is not inferior to the chaotic Fian Celestials. Furthermore, they all have different talents. They are solitary and warlike. I'm worried that they will become a source of uneasiness. Han Ju said, why don't you eliminate them since you're worried? The ultimate god of punishment said, I indeed wanted to do that, but I was stopped by a mysterious force and had no choice but to stop. I suspect that I was stopped by the Lord of Chaos. However, the Lord of Chaos clearly conferred me the title of leader of the divine spirits after the chaotic assembly ended. Why didn't he tell me bluntly if he wanted to protect those races? He hesitated but didn't continue. Instead, he stared at him. Han Ju said, you're right. Perhaps it's not the Lord of Chaos. The ultimate god of punishment was moved. Han Ju continued, the next trend in the chaos is the primordial Fian Celestial. He will stir up the great Tao immeasurable calamity. Transcendent existences are all waiting for the primordial Fian Celestial to appear. What you have to do is find it and help it grow. You have to wait for the great Tao immeasurable calamity to arrive. The ultimate god of punishment asked in surprise, primordial Fian Celestial. Isn't that a legend? Besides, why will the primordial Fian Celestial harm the chaos? Creation after destruction. You just need to find it and let it develop. Han Ju shook his head. The ultimate god of punishment pondered in silence. Han Ju didn't point out that Han Huang was the primordial fiend celestial. He wanted Han Huang to prove himself. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Master. The ultimate god of punishment bowed respectfully. The dream ended. Han Ju's consciousness returned to reality. He opened his eyes and looked at the chaos. Those old friends had already become leaders in all directions. They were so impressive and were no longer like when they fought back then. Not bad. Han Ju enjoyed his current life very much. He didn't have to worry about the future. He paid attention to the races that the ultimate god of punishment had mentioned. There were already dozens of them, all scattered at the edges of the chaos. At first glance, they seemed to be developing from the edges inside. These races were rather strange. They didn't have bodies and their souls were shaped. They almost didn't have the appearance of humans. One had to know that the human race had the connate Dao body. It was a body that the Dao ancestor studied Dao techniques and was the most suitable for cultivation and transformation. That was why Nua used it to create humans and why they were conferred the title of the protagonists of the heavenly Dao. Han Ju couldn't be bothered to calculate these races. He couldn't directly interfere even if it was a Dao creator's plot. Currently, everyone was minding their own business and was doing well. Wasn't that what he wanted? No one could cultivate faster than Han Ju as long as he was given time. His gaze landed on the five, including Dao Sovereign. They were still in the transcendent Great Dao world. Now, the transcendent Great Dao world had been completely exposed. It used to hide in the dark, but now, it looked like it was being devoured by the chaos. Han Ju could see at a glance that the two worlds were fusing. It was not only the transcendent Great Dao world. The consciousnessless Great Dao world was also fusing with the chaos. Han Yi was correct in following them. He had been killing all these years and had even raised living beings in the Great Dao world. When they became stronger and the various factions fought for supremacy, causing the people of an area to live in misery, he would especially come to kill them to become a killing star. Chapter 1024 Rage. Chapter 1024 Rage. Han Ju couldn't be bothered to comment on Han Yi's actions. He would definitely hate him to death if he was a living being who had transcended the Great Dao world. However, he had nothing to say from a cultivation point of view. Humans loved to rear living beings of other races. They were used as labor or food sources. It was no different from Han Yi's actions. Han Ju wouldn't interfere as long as he didn't kill him. Han Yi's cultivation level grew very quickly. Other than killing, it was also related to Dao Sovereign and the other three. The four of them could be said to have taught Han Yi everything they knew and even talked about the comprehension of the Great Dao Providence divine authority. Exclamation mark! Han Ju was very satisfied with Dao Sovereign and the other three. They had good judgment. After tens of millions of years, Dao Sovereign and the other two didn't forget their roots. Lao Dan didn't scheme, either. The clone and the main body seemed to be independent. Han Ju looked at the other disciples. Zhou Fan, Zhang Jushi, Long Hao, Fang Liang, and the others were also doing well. The personal disciples of the heavenly Dao were also extremely powerful and insufferably arrogant. As for Han Tuo, Han Huang, and Han Qinger, the first two were busy in seclusion. Han Qinger traveled around with Zhang Jushi. Han Ju teleported to the main Dao field and called Han Yu over. Han Yu was the leader of the 10,000 members of the Nether race. Back then, the Magus race was expelled by the heavenly Dao. In order to cover her loss of the Magus race, Empress Hao to establish the Nether race and gave them extremely strong talent, depriving them of their ability to reproduce. Until now, there were still only 10,000 Nether race members. However, they suffered no casualties because they stayed in the 100-peak Immortal River all year round. Han Yu was very excited to see Han Ju again. He had almost forgotten his appearance after tens of millions of years. He didn't expect Han Ju to still remember him. Han Ju first asked about his well-being, making Han Yu grateful. Han Yu, I want the 10,000 Nether race members to move to a world under my jurisdiction and become gods, leading all living beings in survival. What do you think? Han Ju retracted his smile and asked. Han Yu immediately said, Sect Master, the Nether race will follow you forever. To them, Han Ju was not only the sect master but also their father. However, the hidden sect was powerful now, so they couldn't get close to him. Han Ju immediately asked Han Yu to gather the Nether race. Half a day later, Han Ju took the 10,000 Nether race members into the ultimate origin world and sent them near the life fiend celestial. He asked them to get along well and govern the ultimate origin world together in the future. The life fiend celestial was currently the strongest fiend celestial in the ultimate origin world. It already had a great Dao cultivation. Most of the Nether race members were at the Freedom Realm and could assist the life fiend celestial. The Life Fiend Celestial didn't dare to bully the nether race with Hanju watching. Furthermore, he had observed for a long time. The Life Fiend Celestial was gentle and not as ferocious as it looked. Hanju returned to the third Tao field after instructing him. He returned to the Taoist temple after interacting with his Tao companions for hundreds of years. He looked at the universe of stars. The current universe of stars was filled with races and was extremely prosperous. Liu Bei had already nurtured a batch of disciples to govern this universe. Then, he returned to the third Tao field and cultivated in peace. After so many years, Liu Bei's desire for power had already calmed. He finally understood Hanju's efforts. Only cultivation was eternal. Power could only bring short-term joy. Of course, the short term here could cover the lives of mortals. Hanju watched for a while and lost interest. Although this universe of stars was created by him, it had already been devoured and fused by the chaos. The Providence was connected and no longer belonged to him. He should pay attention to the ultimate origin world in the future. Hanju thought silently and closed his eyes to cultivate. In the blank domain, Han Huang meditated quietly. There was nothing in all directions, not even spirit chi. The ultimate god of punishment suddenly appeared and sized him up. He did not disturb him. Han Huang sensed his aura but did not open his eyes. He continued cultivating. Primordial Fiend Celestial, where should I find it? The ultimate god of punishment thought silently. His eyes suddenly lit up. Wasn't Han Huang the most suitable person? Because Hanju was a chaotic Fiend Celestial, no living being would think that Han Huang was a primordial Fiend Celestial. How could a primordial Fiend Celestial be born from a chaotic Fiend Celestial? However, the primordial Fiend Celestial did not exist. According to Master, he could choose one. Should he let Han Huang take over? No, this concerned the great Tao immeasurable calamity. The primordial Fiend Celestial might become cannon fodder. Since ancient times, all existences who served as the protagonists of the calamity did not die well. The ultimate god of punishment said, Han Huang, I'm looking for you this time about the great Tao calamity. Han Huang opened his eyes and asked, Great Tao immeasurable calamity? Please speak. The great Tao immeasurable calamity is already brewing. It might take 10 million years or hundreds of millions of years. We have to find the primordial Fiend Celestial before it arrives, the ultimate god of punishment said slowly. Han Huang's expression did not change, but he became vigilant. He had naturally figured out his bloodline with his current cultivation. He was the primordial Fiend Celestial. It was precisely because he knew that he was higher than the chaotic Fiend Celestial that Han Huang wanted to cultivate diligently. Although he had obtained the eternal peak in the chaotic assembly, he had not left the 10 absolutes behind. He was still considered a prodigy of the same level by the various factions. How could he tolerate this? Han Huang was naturally arrogant as a primordial Fiend Celestial with greater talent than the chaotic Fiend Celestial. Han Huang said, Stop looking. I'm the primordial Fiend Celestial. The ultimate god of punishment was moved. The primordial Fiend Celestial is the key to the great Tao immeasurable calamity. You can't pretend. I'm looking for you because I hope that you can help me find it. Han Huang stood up and stared at him. I am the primordial Fiend Celestial. I know the danger you're talking about, but I am. Stop looking. The ultimate god of punishment was silent. Han Huang was even more furious upon seeing his attitude. Could it be that you don't believe me? The ultimate god of punishment smiled bitterly. I believe you. That's all for now. Cultivate well. As for the great Tao immeasurable calamity, there are no signs. Yet, with that, he vanished. Han Huang meditated as his eyes emitted a purple light. Great Tao immeasurable calamity, perhaps this is the opportunity for me to break through to a higher realm. Han Huang thought silently and clenched his fists. He actually began to look forward to the great Tao immeasurable calamity. A world had already been established in the depths of his soul. There was still a long time before it turned into the primordial chaos. He was vexed by this. Now, the great Tao immeasurable calamity had given him a trace of hope. Han Huang did not notice that wisps of yellow chi appeared behind him. They were surging and condensing into a human form. He suddenly turned around when he realized that something was wrong. A head surrounded by yellow chi appeared in front of him. The two were less than half a meter apart. This head had disheveled hair and a face like a crimson ghost. Its eyes were sunken and had no whites. Its pupils were like snakes and scorpions as it stared at him. Han Huang did not panic and asked calmly, Who are you? The yellow head smiled sinisterly. Primordial Fiend Celestial, are you willing to stay in the chaos? Han Huang narrowed his eyes. You should have been spying on me in the past million years, right? That's right. I can help you if you want to create the primordial chaos. Oh, then what do you want? Like you, I also have a world that needs to be created, but I'm suppressed by the chaos and can't do anything. Chapter 1025 Upgrade of the Simulation Trial. Chapter 1025 Upgrade of the Simulation Trial. Han Huang asked upon hearing the Yellowhead's words, "What can you do?" The Yellow Chi head smiled and said, "Let's discuss the great Tao immeasurable calamity together. I will become your greatest help and not take action behind your back and enjoy the benefits." Han Huang smiled, "You have to prove your strength first if you want to cooperate with me! Exclamation mark exclamation mark. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Han Huang's body. His robes fluttered violently as nebulous primordial chi coiled around his body like a hurricane. He was insufferably arrogant. The yellow head slowly retreated and smiled. As expected of the primordial fiend celestial, such an aura is considered invincible among the great Tao Supremes. Han Huang snorted. The yellow head began to condense yellow chi. Flesh and blood stretched out from under the head, producing a body at an extremely fast speed. Han Huang waited patiently, also wanting to see the other party's strength. He had not fought to his heart's content ever since the chaotic assembly ended. Primordial fiend celestial, your potential is impressive, but how many geniuses have there been since ancient times? You've only cultivated for tens of millions of years. To me, your life is like a breath of time for mortals, the yellowhead said meaningfully. Han Huang frowned. Let's fight first. Millions of years passed. Detected that you are 50 million years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices: smiley face. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and open the primordial chaos in the chaos. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a supreme treasure. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and maintain your original intention. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a chance to upgrade the system function. You have obtained a creation heaven's chosen attempt. A chance to upgrade the system function. This was new. It appeared in the second option. Han Ju looked satisfied. The system was sensible now. He directly chose the second option. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a chance to upgrade the system function. Please choose a system function to upgrade. Han Ju thought for a moment and chose the creation heavens chosen. The creation heavens chosen is already top-notch and cannot be upgraded unless you surpass the ultimate origin fiend celestial. Indeed, the creation heavens chosen was related to the ultimate origin world, so the ultimate origin world's great creation was higher than Zhang Jushi's great creation of the chaos. Han Ju thought for a moment and chose the simulation trial. The simulation trial was extremely useful as it allowed Han Ju to judge the strength of his enemies. Do you choose to upgrade the simulation trial? Yes. Simulation trial has begun to upgrade. He actually needed to wait. Han Ju focused on the great Tao fragment. 9 great Tao fragments had been gathered, but he didn't need a great Tao mystical power. It was better to keep them in case they were useful in the future. 9 great Tao fragments could form a great Tao mystical power. What about 99? Han Ju was looking forward to it. Since he had nothing to do, Han Ju decided to rest. He looked at Han Ling. Han Ling opened her eyes and waited for Han Ju's instructions upon sensing his gaze. This girl's cultivation had already reached the perfected great Tao Supreme realm. How fast, however, it was still very slow compared to Han Ju. After all, the father and daughter were only 10 million years apart. Han Ju had already become a Tao creator at her age. Have you been troubled by cultivation recently? Han Ju asked. Han Ling said, indeed. It's very difficult for the world I created to become the great Tao world you mentioned. I can't condense 3,000 great Tao. What should I do? Han Ju smiled. The great Tao of extreme origin I taught you contains the truths of the 3,000 great Tao. You can absorb the rules of the 3,000 great Tao of the chaos and derive them yourself. Han Ling was enlightened and immediately stood up. Father, I want to go out. Han Ju smiled and nodded, sending her out of the third Tao field. Han Ling immediately jumped out of the chaos and arrived under the 3,000 great Tao. Speaking of which, this was the first time this girl went out alone. Han Ju was a little worried and stared at her. She had few opponents in the chaos with her cultivation level, but Han Ju was afraid that she would be deceived. How many fairies were seduced by mortals? Han Ju had heard many such stories in the past. This was Han Ju's most precious child. How could she be seduced by a thief? Han Ju paid attention silently. Han Ling absorbed the power of the 3,000 great Tao and quickly attracted a mighty figure's attention. However, that mighty figure quickly retreated before he could say anything when he saw Han Ling. It turned out that his elder had once gone to the chaotic assembly. He remembered Han Ling's appearance and immediately sent a voice transmission telling him to scram. He couldn't provoke the heavenly sage's daughter. Not long after, the ultimate god of punishment came and talked to Han Ling. The mighty figures and giants did not dare to disturb him. Han Ling chatted with the ultimate god of punishment as she absorbed the power of rules. She displayed the attitude of a junior facing the ultimate god of punishment, making him very satisfied as he praised her. 100 years later, Han Huang and Han Tuo also came to see Han Ling. It was naturally lively when the siblings gathered. At the same time, words appeared in front of Han Ju. Simulation trial successfully upgraded. Simulation trial. You can set the opponent's cultivation and strength level and simulate a battle. The upper limit is their past and future cultivation limits that the system can derive. It can also detect all living beings in a great Dao world and duplicate their strength to fight. The outcome of the battle will not affect their physical and mental state. The number of times it can be used is unlimited. It could derive the enemy's future cultivation limit. The detection range covered a great Dao world. Han Ju's eyes lit up in surprise. In other words, he could copy the cultivation levels of everyone in the chaos and fight wantonly. He could also fight with their future selves. Han Ju was in a good mood. He immediately copied the entire chaos and started the simulation trial. He directly challenged all living beings and asked the system to set the future limit of their cultivation. Wow, it would have been fine if it was not set up, but more than 20 Dao creators and more than 100,000 great Dao sages appeared. The chaos was still impressive and contained many impressive geniuses. Most of these Dao creators were familiar to Han Ju, but some he had never heard of. A few of them surprised him. They could also become Dao creators. He had really misjudged them. Han Ju began to focus on the battle. 5 minutes later, he destroyed all living beings in the chaos. No pressure at all. Han Ju began to fight the formless transcendent deity alone. He discovered that the formless transcendent deity's limit was not much stronger than now. Just like that, Han Ju was immersed in the simulation trial. Tens of thousands of years later, Han Ling ended the absorption of the power of rules and prepared to leave. She suddenly saw a figure in the distance absorbing the power of the great Dao. She took a closer look and saw that it was Laozi. Han Ling had learned about Laozi from her father and knew his true appearance. He was a top mighty figure of the chaos. Laozi felt her gaze and nodded slightly as a greeting. Han Ling bowed and prepared to leave. Young friend Han Ling, there's something I want to say, but do you think I should say it? Laozi's voice suddenly floated into her ears. Chapter 1026 Chaos Rises, Extreme Rage Tyrant Star. Chapter 1026 Chaos Rises, Extreme Rage Tyrant Star. Han Ling turned to look at him, vigilant. He said, Senior, what can I do for you? She only respected Laozi in name. Laozi said, I see that your providence is extraordinary. You will definitely rule the chaos in the future. The world that you want to create will be your Dao. What world you choose is extremely important for your future path. Don't take the wrong path. Thank you for your guidance, Senior! Exclamation mark! Han Ling bowed respectfully and left. Han Ju moved Han Ling back to the Dao field after she left the domain where the 3,000 great Dao were. Laozi muttered as he looked in the direction she left, the divine might heavenly sage is really impressive. His bloodline inheritance is unprecedented. Could it be that he has grasped some kind of rule? In the third Dao field, Han Ling sat beside Han Ju and kept complaining about Laozi, feeling that he was relying on his seniority to lecture people. What right does he have to teach me? Is his world very good? I don't think he made a name for himself. In the past, he didn't dare to offend the Dao ancestor in the heavenly Dao. Later, he couldn't protect the three pure sacred world. How ridiculous, Han Ling said indignantly. Her cultivation level was similar to Laozi's, but she was treated as a junior. Han Ju smiled. Other than the difference in essence, there's actually not much of a difference between great Dao worlds. He just feels that if you govern the great Dao world with benevolence, the path you take will naturally be great. If you rear the living beings of the great Dao world and act recklessly, you will also do things without any worries. Han Ling curled his lips. Han Ju changed the topic and asked her how the trip went. Han Ling immediately became happy and said that she had already absorbed the power of the rules of the 3,000 great Dao and could create a new 3,000 great Dao in her great Dao world. The great Dao was unique in the chaos. There were no same great Dao, but there was no such restriction across the great Dao world. Several hours later, the father and daughter entered cultivation. The cultivation years in the Dao field were extremely calm, but the chaos surged. As more and more great Tao sages appeared, the accumulated conflicts began to erupt. The Life faction began to bare its fangs. Huang Zuntian sent dozens of great Tao sages to use the domain of life as the center and began to devour the surrounding chaotic domains. The Northern Chaos Holy Lord used the Tao of the Emperor and began to attack the various domains, his might overflowing. Formless World, Great Heavenly God King, Universe Sage King, Zhou Song's Great Tao Heaven, Evil Heavenly Emperor, Zhou Fan, Penggu, and the others also began to fight for supremacy. They weren't the only ones. Even the Great Tao Divine Spirits were involved. The ultimate god of punishment did not stop them. It was obvious that he tacitly agreed. The leader of the Divine Spirits tacitly agreed, so the chaos was naturally in chaos. Hundreds of thousands of years passed after the war. On this day, the Life faction's Li Daokong fought Laozi. The two of them were originally master and grand disciple. Now that they had become powerful enemies, it naturally attracted countless spectators. This battle shook the world and alarmed most of the chaos. Even Han Ju and Han Ling in the Tao field were alarmed. Han Ju only took a look and then went back to cultivating. Han Ling watched with relish. It was mainly because seeing Laozi being taught a lesson made her inexplicably happy. This battle lasted for several days. In the end, the two sides fought to a draw. Li Daokong's name spread throughout the chaos, and he was conferred the title of Sword Venerable. The power of the Life faction reached an unprecedented level as Li Daokong's reputation spread. The Life Lord, who was one of the 10 Absolutes, and the unparalleled Sword Venerable were two giants that shook the world and presided over it. All the factions targeted by the Life faction fled or directly surrendered. More and more major factions began to fight for territory, startling many mighty figures who were still in seclusion. They didn't understand what had happened and why the sky had suddenly changed. They carefully deduced and discovered that all this chaos was caused by an existence. Primordial Fiend Celestial. It was unknown who had spread the news that the great Tao immeasurable calamity was about to arrive. The strongest Providence could transform into a primordial Fiend Celestial and create the primordial chaos in the chaos. It could surpass the chaos and obtain an unprecedented supreme status. At first, the mighty figures felt that it was just a rumor. But later they went to the 7 supreme rules and deduced them. They discovered that the rumors about the primordial Fiend Celestial were true. Whoever had the strongest providence would be enlightened by the 7 supreme rules and advance to a primordial Fiend Celestial when the great Tao immeasurable calamity arrived. For a time, the entire chaos went mad. The higher one's cultivation level was, the crazier it became. In the blink of an eye, another 5 million years passed. Han Ju opened his eyes and looked happy. He finally saw a possibility of breaking through. He was only close to breaking through a minor realm after 20 million years. The Tao Creator realm was deep and difficult to break through. Many domains in the current Ultimate Origin world had also become lively. The Ultimate Origin world itself was also constantly expanding, looking like it was catching up to the chaos. The addition of 10,000 Nether race members was very useful for the advancement of the Ultimate Origin world. They had always stayed in the 100-peak Immortal River, so they were extremely proficient in teaching and preaching. Therefore, they preached everywhere in the Ultimate Origin world and were already known as the Divine Race. Han Ling asked when she saw that he opened his eyes, "Father, is that Li Daokong really from our hidden sect? Can you tell me about him?" Clearly, the battle between Li Daokong and Laozi millions of years ago had stunned her. She had always thought that she could dominate the same realm by relying on the Emperor's soldiers. Now, she discovered that the other mighty figures also had impressive methods. Her Emperor soldiers only had dharmic powers, but they did not have mystical powers or the power of the Great Tao. Of course, she still felt that she could defeat Li Daokong, and it was not difficult. It was just that she had other plans. Han Ju smiled and recounted Li Daokong's past. Han Ling listened carefully. After Han Ju finished speaking, Han Ling suddenly sighed. It's really not difficult to dominate the chaos with the hidden sect's foundation. It's just that father likes to cultivate and doesn't like to fight for hegemony. Otherwise, the chaos would have long been surnamed Han. Han Ju asked, "Is Linger ambitious?" She was born to be an emperor. As Han Ling's cultivation level reached the peak of the chaos and it was very difficult for her cultivation level to advance, her ambitions naturally began to grow. Han Ling hurriedly shook her head. "No, I'm just curious. The chaos is extremely lively now. From time to time, great Tao sages and even great Tao supremes fight." Han Ju smiled and didn't expose her. The chaos was indeed lively. There must be a trap behind this, but Han Ju didn't care. The endless era was what all the Tao creators wanted to see. He naturally would not stop it. There are still 2 more creation heavens chosen attempts. Should I use them to add some fuel to the great Tao immeasurable calamity? Han Ju thought silently. He discovered that Han Ling was a little arrogant and did not think highly of the living beings in the chaos. This was not good. He should give her some pressure by using the creation heavens chosen. Activating the creation heavens chosen. A random great creation will appear among your descendants. Your son Han Huang has awakened an innate great creation ultimate rage tyrant star. Ultimate rage tyrant star. Innate great creation. It contains the pity of the ultimate origin transcendent rule. He can borrow the power of the ultimate origin transcendent rule. The angrier he is, the stronger the power of the transcendent rule he borrows. Han Ju was stunned. Han Huang, isn't this great creation the same as borrowing his father's power? Chapter 1027 Paving the way for his daughter. Chapter 1027 Paving the way for his daughter. The ultimate rage tyrant star could borrow the power of the ultimate origin world. The power of the ultimate origin world was Han Ju's power. Han Ju didn't expect to become the source of his son's power. He didn't think too much about it. The ultimate origin power in his body was endless. How could Han Huang use it all? A trace of the Tao Creator's power was enough to crush the entire chaos. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. It had to be said that Han Huang was really lucky. Han Huang would become invincible with this power. Han Ju thought, there was one last creation heaven's chosen attempt left. He might as well use it together. It would be interesting if the chosen one was still Han Huang. Activating the creation heavens chosen. A random great creation will appear among your descendants. Your descendant, Qin Bashan, has awakened an innate great creation ultimate gravity star. Ultimate gravity star, innate strength and gravity Tao. It contains extreme power. As the ultimate origin world expands, its power will constantly increase. Not bad, but why was his surname not Han? Han Ju began to deduce. It turned out that the difference between Qin Bashan and Han Yunjin was tens of thousands of generations. More than 10 generations of his ancestors had fallen into the mortal world. His mother's surname was Han and she married into the Qin family because of the destruction of her family. The Qin family was the imperial family of the mortal world. Qin Bashan was a prince born with endless strength, but he was mentally deficient. He was like a 5 or 6-year-old child and could not even speak clearly. He was usually used as a tool for battle and did not receive the treatment of a prince. The first half of his life could be said to be rough. At this moment, Qin Bashan awakened the great creation and his mind began to clear. The Green Mountains were continuous. An army was stationed in the mountainside. Beside the territory where the captives were imprisoned, a burly man leaned against the guardrail. He was dirty and his hair was mixed with soil. Beside him was a stable filled with the stench of feces. Qin Bashan, he slowly opened his eyes. The memories of the first 20 years of his life surged like a tide. He, who had recovered his mind, recalled those memories and felt bitter. He had contributed to the empire, but he couldn't even attend the court because of his lack of intelligence. He accidentally bumped into a concubine and was chased out of the palace by his father and was raised in the army when he was 7 years old. The army was filled with boorish men and no one took care of him. Therefore, his entire body emitted a stench since he was young. As he grew up and killed countless enemies, the stench became killing intent. The heavens are righteous. I didn't expect that I would wake up one day in my life. Qin Bashan slowly stood up and walked towards the commander-in-chief's camp. At this moment, his eyes were bright. His entire body was like an unsheathed sword, revealing its edge. Han Ju stared at him silently. The Han family's descendants actually ended up in such a miserable state. If not for the creation heavens chosen this time, Qin Bashan would probably live a life worse than pigs and dogs until he died on the battlefield. Qin Bashan might be placed in an important position if it was a chaotic world. However, the empire he was in was powerful. The surrounding dynasties would cause trouble at most and could not affect the empire. In this situation, Qin Bashan was not very useful. The empire would still exist even if he died. Han Ju looked at Han Ling and said, I discovered that the Han family has an impressive descendant. Han Ling opened her eyes and deduced. Soon, she found Qin Bashan. Unlike the Conquest Heavenly Star and the Ultimate Killing Star, which needed to grow, the Ultimate Gravity Star was based on the Ultimate Killing Star, which was already very powerful. Han Ling frowned. A descendant of the Han family was actually humiliated like this. Father, what do you plan to do? Han Ju said, there are all sorts of things in the world. Our Han family has countless descendants. Some people are worse off than him. Do you want to save and help them all? Han Ling curled her lips and thought to herself, then why are you asking me? Hanju smiled and said, let's wait and see. You can save him when he's in despair. Save him for what? You don't want to take him in? Huh. Han Ling was stunned for a moment before understanding. Han Ling felt a little uneasy at her father's gaze, as if she had been exposed. Hanju said meaningfully, Han Yao, Han Yi, and Qin Bashan. This is the path I can pave for you. You have to rely on yourself whatever you want to do in the future. Han Ling couldn't pretend anymore. She indeed had ambitions, especially after witnessing the battle between the overlords of the chaos all these years. At this point, Hanju felt that it was very difficult for Han Ling to improve. Even if she knew the method to create a great Dao world, it would take countless years to become a Dao creator. Hanju said, next is the endless era, when the entire situation changes. Before that, you still have to try your best to become stronger. Han Ling nodded. Father, I understand. Hanju closed his eyes and started cultivating. Han Ling stared at Qin Bashan, waiting for an opportunity. Qin Bashan returned to the empire after he bid farewell to the army commander. He wanted to find his mother. Ever since he was young, he had never cared about his mother. Because he had given birth to a freak like him, his mother had also been banished. Qin Bashan wanted to enter the palace upon arriving at the imperial city, but he was stopped. In his anger, he forcefully barged in and attracted the attention of the guards. Soon, the matter alerted the emperor. The emperor was furious. He used his identity as his father to force Qin Bashan to stop. The emperor was very shocked by Qin Bashan's awakening. However, Qin Bashan's mother was already dead. He was afraid that Qin Bashan would go mad, so he deliberately changed the topic. However, Qin Bashan was unwilling and finally asked the truth. Qin Bashan went mad when he learned that his mother had been killed by the empress. He started a massacre in the palace and swore to kill the empress. The emperor was furious and had no choice but to invite the immortal sect to suppress him. Qin Bashan's bravery was no longer something that a mortal army could stop. Qin Bashan was still unstoppable as he faced the cultivators. He fought until the sky turned red. The empress was from a cultivation family. Her disciples protected her with all their might. Things were getting out of hand. In the end, more than one Mahayana cultivator was alerted and they used a spell to suppress Qin Bashan. Qin Bashan was tied up by a golden rope in the ruins of the palace. His body was covered in talismans and his legs were wrapped in tree roots. Thorns pierced through his flesh and blood splattered all over the ground. Qin Bashan's eyes were red and his face was covered in blood. He stared at the dozen cultivators in the sky. The surrounding soldiers raised their weapons and trembled in fear. A white-robed elder said, Your Majesty, this child is sinful. It's better to kill him. The other Mahayana cultivators also said that they had to kill Qin Bashan. Apart from the imperial palace suffering heavy losses, even their sects were the same. The emperor was furious. He wanted to agree, but his heart ached inexplicably when he saw Qin Bashan's miserable state. He indeed owed this son a lot. However, it was no longer his decision at this point. The Qin family's empire relied on these sects to survive. Qin Bashan said angrily, Kill me. I want revenge even if I turn into a ghost. I must kill the empress. I will never rest. The white-robed elder snorted. Ghost, I'll extract your soul and make sure you can't reincarnate. You'll be in pain forever. He raised his hand and prepared to cast a spell. Boom. The sky suddenly changed. Thunderclouds gathered and a terrifying heavenly might descended. Such a change moved everyone. They looked up. The group of Mahayana cultivators was also shocked. This was definitely not a normal phenomenon. Chapter 1028 Qin Bashan's Shock. Chapter 1028 Qin Bashan's Shock. Ha ha ha, it seems that even the heavens can't stand it anymore. Qin Bashan laughed wantonly, but his laughter was filled with hatred. The expressions of the Mahayana cultivators changed, but they were not afraid. They had lived for thousands of years and had experienced all sorts of storms. How could they let Qin Bashan go? The white-robed elder was the first to attack. He took out a flying sword from his sleeve, intent on beheading Qin Bashan. Exclamation mark! Boom! A bolt of lightning descended from the sky and shattered the flying sword. Following that, it shattered all the restrictions on Qin Bashan's body, causing the talismans to turn into dust. Qin Bashan was stunned. The Mahayana cultivators were stunned. The palace was the same. A cold female voice resounded through the world. Mere mortals dare to humiliate our Han family's bloodline. Believe it or not, even immortals won't dare to stop me from destroying this mortal world. Han Ling's voice was extremely domineering. The anger contained in it caused the temperature of the world to suddenly decrease. Everyone was shocked. How arrogant! The Mahayana cultivators were all shocked. The other party brought the heavenly might and was not something they could defeat. However, Han family, the white-robed elder looked at the emperor and discovered that he was shocked. Junior, take revenge. Whoever tries to stop you will be destroyed in body and soul. After taking revenge, follow me to the upper world to cultivate and transcend your mortal body. Han Ling's voice sounded, causing a ferocious glint to appear in Qin Bashan's eyes. He stood up trembling and walked towards the empress. Surrounded by a group of cultivators, the empress was so frightened that her face turned pale. She collapsed to the ground. She screamed in fear and asked for help upon seeing Qin Bashan walking towards her. The cultivators guarding her were scared out of their wits. How could they dare to fight? Han Ling's appearance made them think that the immortals were furious. They all fled in fear. The Mahayana cultivators looked at the white-robed elder. His expression was dark. He didn't say a word, but he did not give any more orders. Clearly, he wanted to preserve his lineage. Qin Bashan brushed past the emperor. The emperor hurriedly turned around and said with a trembling voice, "Son, stop." Qin Bashan ignored him and quickly approached the empress. He punched down. How could the weak empress withstand a punch from him? She died on the spot, blood splattering all over the ground. Qin Bashan turned to look at the cultivators in the sky and shouted angrily, "Ancestor of the Han family, can you kill them for me?" You. The white-robed elder was shocked and furious. He had already tacitly agreed to Qin Bashan's revenge, but he did not show them any mercy. All right, Han Ling's voice sounded, causing the Mahayana cultivators to panic. The white-robed elder immediately shouted, "Kill this kid first." The Mahayana cultivators attacked one after another. All sorts of spells landed on Qin Bashan. Although he was powerful, he did not have dharmic powers. In addition, he was severely injured and could not dodge. However, these spells vanished like smoke just as they were about to land on him. Screams descended from the sky as the Mahayana cultivators all fell in front of him. Qin Bashan grinned, extremely relieved. The emperor stared at this scene in a daze, extremely regretful. He suddenly recalled what concubine Han had said when he had thrown her into the cold palace. "Your Majesty, you covet the power of the Empress family. You will definitely regret it if our Han family finds our ancestor in the future." He was arrogant and did not take her seriously. Now that he thought about it, he felt extremely stupid. This stupidity would send the Qin family into eternal damnation. Third Dao Field, Qin Bashan had already changed into new clothes. His injuries had healed and the dirt on his body had disappeared. Although he was strong, he was handsome and was not as sinister and ferocious as before. Xing Hongshuan, Qingluaner, and the disciples of the Dao Field surrounded Qin Bashan, making him uneasy. "Tisk tisk, as expected of your descendant. He's really good looking. He's too many generations apart." Qin Bashan was extremely nervous and did not dare to speak as he faced the two ancestors. At this moment, Han Ling walked over and smiled. "Mothers, don't make things difficult for him anymore. A few days ago, he was still acting like a child due to his mental deficiency. How can he withstand your teasing?" Xing Hongshuan and Qingluaner had been far from the heavenly Dao for a long time and could not deduce the situation there. After all, they were not great Dao Supremes. The two women were curious and began to ask about him. Han Ling did not hide anything and told them about Qin Bashan's past. The two women were indignant. Qin Bashan remained silent. It was unknown what he was thinking. Then, Han Ling brought him to the Taoist temple. Qin Bashan was shocked upon seeing Han Ju. He wondered how someone could look so perfect. Han Ling said, "This is my father, who is also the father of the Han family's ancestor. The Han family's ancestor is the heavenly Dao sage, Han Yunjin." Heavenly Dao sage? Qin Bashan was shocked. Although he did not understand what this meant, it sounded very grand. Han Ju didn't open his eyes. Han Ling began to introduce the rest of the family to Qin Bashan. Qin Bashan was silent as Han Ling talked about the generations of the Han family. Although he was shocked, he felt very uncomfortable. Qin Bashan couldn't help but ask after she finished speaking, since the Han family is so powerful, why did they let their descendants suffer? If I'm already like this, there must be other disciples of the Han family wandering outside. Han Ling frowned and said, "The Han family has countless descendants. The Han family has given you life and has no responsibility to protect you for your entire life. Among the mortals in the world, who doesn't have a prominent ancestor?" Qin Bashan asked, "Then why did you help me?" "Because of my talent. Your talent was also given to you by me. Otherwise, you would still be lacking in intelligence and would be miserable for life." It was Han Ju who spoke. His voice was calm, but it carried an indescribable dignity, making Qin Bashan even more nervous than when facing Han Ling. He looked at Hanju and saw that the latter had quietly opened his eyes and was staring at him, scaring him so much that he lowered his head. Han Ling also looked at her father in surprise. Talent could be given. Hanju stared at Qin Bashan and said, "The Han family has countless disciples. You were chosen by me not because I like you. This is your fate. Facing my descendants, I chose them fairly. No matter who is chosen, it is their own opportunity. You don't have to worry, but recognize that I don't owe the Han family anything. If not for me, the Han family wouldn't even exist." Qin Bashan was silent. He understood that his words were indeed unreasonable after he calmed down. He looked up again and asked, "Ancestor, what do you need me to do?" Hanju said, "From now on, you will serve my daughter." Qin Bashan looked at Han Ling. Han Ling smiled and said, "Don't worry. You can cultivate here. I've cultivated for tens of millions of years since I was born. I've only gone out twice and have never encountered any danger." Qin Bashan nodded, shocked. Tens of millions of years. Then, Hanju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. Han Ling stood up and left with Qin Bashan. She built a Taoist temple at the side for him. She first taught him the cultivation technique, then she instructed after Qin Bashan noted it down, "Don't come to our Taoist temple if there's nothing. My father is always in seclusion. Every seclusion lasts for 5 million years. I'll teach you personally when you encounter a bottleneck in your cultivation. If you're bored, you can look for those disciples, but I hope you can spend most of your energy on cultivation." To say something that might hurt your dignity, what happened to your mother still came from you being too weak. You can still repay your mother after she reincarnates as long as you're strong enough. The cycle of reincarnation is endless. I'll guarantee that she reincarnates. Chapter 1029 9 Mystical Destiny Book, Book of Misfortune. Chapter 1029 Mystical Destiny Book, Book of Misfortune. Qin Bashan was extremely excited upon hearing that his mother could reincarnate. Han Ling continued, "Your surname will be Han from today onwards." Qin Bashan nodded. "All right, I hate the Qin surname, anyway." At this point, he changed his name to Han Bashan and cultivated under Han Ling. To Hanju, this was a small matter. In the future, the chosen ones could also do this. He didn't have to nurture them personally. Of course, he still had to do it himself if the creation was extremely abnormal. Hanju was not disappointed. Han Bashan focused on cultivating and rarely went out after coming to the Tao field. In the blink of an eye, after millions of years, Hanju's age increased again. Detected that you are 60 million years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and open the ultimate origin world in the chaos. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, and a creation spirit stone. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and maintain your original intention. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, and a creation spirit stone. The two choices were the same. There was no difference. Hanju would treat it as a fixed gift from the system. He silently chose the second option. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, and a creation spirit stone. Hanju looked at the neighboring Taoist temple's Han Bashan. This kid's cultivation had already reached freedom after 5 million years of cultivation. The spirit chi in the Tao field was richer than anywhere else in the entire chaos. In Hanju's opinion, the progress of Han Bashan's cultivation was still a little slow. Han Ling was usually busy cultivating and only taught him a total of 3 times. It seemed that this was not Han Bashan's fault. In the past, Hanju at least had the system to help. Hanju opened the emails. The recent emails were extremely chaotic. There were all sorts of attacks, and even hidden sect disciples attacked each other. Zhou Fan had fought Li Daokong and was severely injured. Han Tuo and Huang Zuntian had also fought and were both severely injured. Dao Sovereign and the other 3 had also recently returned to the chaos. Han Yi and Han Yao had fought more than once, and each time, both sides were severely injured. Hanju had no intention of mediating. These disciples had also graduated. Be it sparring or really fighting, he couldn't care less. Hanju's gaze landed on the chaos after reading the emails. He discovered that the chaotic spirit chi had increased greatly. The 7 supreme rules had also increased in size. The 3,000 great Tao had also become heavier. It was precisely because of this that the various factions in the chaos fought even more chaotically, thinking that they were creating Providence for the chaos. Even the ultimate god of punishment thought so. Only Hanju knew that this meant that the 9th chaos had become stronger. The thought of the 9th chaos about to become the Creator Lord made Hanju very nervous. The Tao Creator was already extremely terrifying. Who knew how unbelievable the Creator Lord was? The Tao Field's array formation was only at the Creator Lord level. It was unknown if it could completely block the ninth chaos after he broke through. Han Ju suddenly had a bold thought. Should he curse the ninth chaos? The Book of Misfortune was already an ultimate Tao treasure. Who could it not curse? Han Ju asked in his mind, will the ninth chaos scheme against me after he becomes a Creator Lord? For example, suppressing me. 100 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Yes. What the hell? What a scumbag. That made sense. The chaotic consciousness and the formless transcendent deity wouldn't be in such a sorry state if the ninth chaos was really so kind. Will I be discovered if I use the Book of Misfortune to curse the ninth chaos? The ultimate Tao treasure is at the Tao creator level. The ninth chaos can't directly deduce the Book of Misfortune, but it can be inferred. Han Ju thought of the Mystical Destiny Book next. Use the Mystical Destiny Book to change the understanding of all living beings and make them think that the Dark Forbidden Lord indeed existed, so he couldn't be Han Ju before cursing the ninth chaos. That's it. Perfect. Han Ju immediately shooed Han Ling out and asked her to teach Han Bashan for a few days. He would preach the Tao to him later. Then, he took out the Mystical Destiny Book and started to use it. I want all living beings, including the ninth chaos, to think that the Dark Forbidden Lord indeed exists. It has nothing to do with me, Han Ju. 1 decillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? So much. However, Han Ju could still accept it compared to half his lifespan. The first time he used it, his lifespan was not even 1 decillion years. Now, he had 12 octodecillion years of lifespan. The lifespan deducted was basically nothing. Han Ju chose to continue. The Mystical Destiny Book emitted a divine light. The aura still made him palpitate. As expected of an ultimate supreme treasure. After the divine light disappeared, Han Ju looked at the cooldown time and discovered that it had become 100 million years. He would have waited until he was 160 million years old if he wanted to use it again. Han Ju smiled and kept the Mystical Destiny Book. Then, he changed it to the Book of Misfortune. It had been a long time since he had cursed someone. He was quite excited. He preferred cursing existences stronger than him compared to cursing the weak. Ninth chaos, are you ready? You can forget about being the first to become a Creator Lord. Han Ju began to curse the ninth chaos. As an ultimate Tao treasure, the Book of Misfortune could already curse all existences. The power of the curse erupted and black light flashed, causing his face to become ghastly and terrifying. He was no longer as holy as before. 5 days later, Han Ju's lifespan began to decrease rapidly. He opened his attributes panel and stared at it. As expected of the ninth chaos, his lifespan decreased extremely quickly. 100 million years, 1 billion years, 10 billion years, 100 billion years, 1 trillion years. Han Ju was immersed in the pleasure of the curse and couldn't extricate himself. As he cursed, he recalled the past. The enemies he had forgotten kept appearing in his mind. He really missed them. In the Taoist temple next door, Han Bashan felt uneasy. He was very nervous at the thought that Han Ju was about to preach the Tao. When he first came, although he knew that Han Ju was very strong, he didn't expect it to far exceed his imagination. Ever since Han Ling explained the realms and chaos to him, he knew that he had obtained a huge opportunity. Han Ling noticed his uneasiness and smiled. Don't be nervous, my father won't eat you. Turv, Han Bashan asked, Ancestor, can you tell me about the progenitor's past? Han Ling smiled and nodded, then told him what she knew. Han Bashan listened very seriously. Han Bashan worshipped Han Ju knowing that the primogenitor was also immortal in the past and had risen step by step from the mortal world to controlling the chaos. He suddenly felt that his encounter was nothing. Although his father did not treat him well, he at least raised him. As for his progenitor, he had been abandoned by his parents when he was young and had grown up alone. He had done everything by himself until he created the Han family. Han Bashan was ashamed thinking of his complaints about the ancestor when they first met. He suddenly felt that the progenitor had chosen him not because of his providence, but because he sympathized with him. Han Ling smiled and said after she finished speaking, so you have to cultivate well. Don't let my father down. He gave you your talent before he decided you'd serve me. Chapter 1030 Fighting to become a Fiend Celestial. Chapter 1030 Fighting to become a Fiend Celestial. When Han Bashan's admiration for him reached an endless stream, Han Ju, who was in the Taoist temple next door, was still cursing the ninth chaos. His lifespan decreased extremely quickly. 100 quadrillion years. 110 quadrillion years. It exceeded the ninth chaos value already. Because of your curse, the ninth chaos, Tao heart is in chaos. The rules of the great Tao world have fluctuated. Wasn't the great Tao world of the ninth chaos the chaos? Hanju looked up. The 3,000 great Tao above the chaos were fluctuating violently. Even the 7 supreme rules were trembling slightly. Who cares? Not enough. Hanju's eyes turned ruthless. He swore to curse the ninth chaos into something to prevent this fellow from attaining the Creator Lord realm too quickly. 500 quadrillion years. 1 quintillion years. Because of your curse, mental demons appeared in the depths of the ninth chaos, Tao heart. The great Tao world has begun to produce mental demons. Not enough. He stared at his attributes panel to prevent himself from cursing too much. In any case, he had already felt the opportunity to break through. He could make up for the origin lifespan he had lost as long as he broke through. 2 quintillion years. Because of your curse, the ninth chaos, cultivation fluctuated. Its great Tao world began to shatter. Hanju immediately stopped. The turbulence in his cultivation could be considered restraining his cultivation progress, right? Hanju was worried that the chaos would be destroyed if he continued cursing. He put away the book of misfortune and looked up. He saw cracks appear at the edge of the chaos. They were dense and looked like a sinister long worm twisting. Not only that, but many evil auras appeared at the bottom of the chaos and surged to condense into strange demons of different sizes. The mental demons. These demons were quite strong. They might really fall into despair if it was the chaos 50 million years ago. However, to the current chaos, it would at most cause a short period of turmoil. Hanju sent a voice transmission to Han Ling. Soon, she brought Han Bashan into the Taoist temple. Han Bashan knelt down and bowed respectfully upon seeing him. Hanju didn't say anything else and started to preach the Tao from the Freedom Realm. Round platforms hung under the blue sky and white clouds. More than 100 great Tao divine spirits gathered on the highest platform. The divine punishers were also here. To be precise, all the geniuses of the 10 absolutes were here. Han Huang, who was dressed in golden scales, could not hide his arrogance at all. Not only was he arrogant, but he also exuded domineering pressure. Furthermore, this kid did not hide it. The divine spirits had already noticed it before. However, over the years, Han Huang had been ruthless, causing them to not dare to provoke him. Han Huang smiled and said, "I'm fine. Don't worry. Can I prove that I'm a primordial fiend celestial now?" The ultimate god of punishment sent Hanju a dream 1,000 years after the lecture, as soon as Han Bashan left. Hanju accepted the dream and explained Han Huang's situation. After hearing it, Hanju asked the ultimate god of punishment not to dissuade him and let nature take its course. Since his son had this determination, Hanju would no longer ask Tao Sovereign to take over. Hanju looked at Tao Sovereign and the others after the dream ended. The 5 of them were very free. They traveled everywhere, as if they wanted to see every corner of the chaos and every scenery. Hanju looked at the others. Something interesting happened. Other than Han Huang, many people wanted to be the primordial fiend celestial. Zhou Fan, Huang Zuntian, Tao Sovereign, Azure Heaven Mystic, Zhao Shuangquan, and so on. Those arrogant fellows all felt that they were the primordial fiend celestial and could withstand the great karma of ushering the great Tao immeasurable calamity. Hanju was speechless. In the past, he was a primordial fiend celestial and was afraid that others would find trouble with him. Now, he finally understood that there were actually so many people fighting for it. Hanju smiled and suddenly began to look forward to who could be recognized as the primordial fiend celestial. He did not calculate. There were fewer and fewer unknowns for him now. It was good to leave some suspense. As for danger, he was fearless in the Tao field anyway. Currently, only one person could suppress Hanju. The 9th chaos. He would be invincible as long as he surpassed the 9th chaos. Hanju closed his eyes and started cultivating. In the mysterious domain, mist filled the air and it was extremely dark. Huang Zuntian, Li Daokong, Ancestor Shishan, Shi Du Dao, Jing Tiangong, and so on were all leaders of the Life faction. Huang Zuntian scanned everyone and said in a low voice, "We only have one goal recently. Sweep through the northern chaos. I want to be the primordial fiend celestial. I want great Providence. This great Tao immeasurable calamity is the beginning of a new era. In the future, the chaos will shatter and become truly endless. Countless great worlds comparable to the chaos will appear. The Life faction also has to have a world, but there will be competition as long as it exists. You should understand. The Calamity Life Controller is like a curse that will always pester us. Although it's our power now, we also have to be wary of it." The leaders of the Life factions agreed. Li Daokong said, that Han Huang is too powerful and is on good terms with the Northern Chaos. This is not good. Chapter 1031 Chaotic Legend. Chapter 1031 Chaotic Legend. So what if it's Han Huang? The Eternal Peak might not have been his during the chaotic assembly if not for the supreme rules being attacked. Huang Zuntian snorted. He was very depressed as he thought of this. The other leaders supported him. That's right. What's there to be afraid of? Even if Han Huang is the son of the Divine Might Heavenly Sage, it's fine as long as we don't harm his life. The Divine Might Heavenly Sage transcends the rules and has countless children. Look at Han Tuo. How many times has he been between life and death? I've never seen the Divine Might Heavenly Sage make a move. Although Han Huang is strong, he's all alone. That's right. There are so many experts in life. We can crush him with numbers no matter how strong Han Huang is. Ha ha ha. I'll first send disciples to the Northern Chaos to investigate its foundation. It's said that the origins of that Northern Chaos Holy Lord are mysterious, but he has remarkable abilities. He once fought dozens of great Tao sages alone and easily won. Huang Zuntian smiled at the leader's words. The chaos would fall into his hands sooner or later with so many mighty figures. Huang Zuntian said, although the Divine Might Heavenly Sage rarely appears, we have to give him face. We can attack Han Huang, but we have to leave him a way out. Although we are strong, we are only in the chaos, and the Divine Might Heavenly Sage is above the chaos. The leaders nodded. Actually, they knew what Han Huang represented even without Huang Zuntian saying it. That was also why the Northern Chaos Holy Lord tried his best to rope Han Huang in. Ancestor Shishan said, recently, the Heavenly Court's momentum cannot be underestimated. That Han Yao is very strong. Think of a way to rope him in. Shi Dudao chuckled. I'll do this. I want to see how strong the recently rising war god of the Heavenly Court is. The other leaders laughed, but no one fought with him. Although Han Yao was strong, he was not in their eyes for the time being. Heavenly Court, Numinous Palace. Tao Sovereign and the other three stood in the hall smiling at the evil Heavenly Emperor. Beside them stood several war gods and literature immortals, including Han Yao. Han Yi and Han Yao stared at each other, not convinced. Smiling, the evil Heavenly Emperor said, it's so difficult in the chaos now. Why don't you stay in the Heavenly Court for the time being? The Heavenly Peach Banquet is almost upon us. Lao Dan smiled. All right, how can I miss such a beautiful thing? He gave Zhao Xuanyuan a look. The latter understood and agreed. Tao Sovereign frowned, but he couldn't refute. Zhang Yi heaved a sigh of relief. Han Yi said unhappily, what's so good about the Heavenly Peach Banquet? I don't like Han Yao. We should leave. Han Yao cursed. Are you asking for another beating? Hee, defeated opponent. Have you lost to me less often? Cut the crap. Let's go out and fight again. The evil Heavenly Emperor smiled and said, stop fighting. You're not tired. I'm tired just from watching. Every time Yer passes by, he has to fight with Yaoer. He's even more competitive than Wanzher and Tuor back then. I even suspect that you're natural enemies. Han Yao snorted. He's not worthy. Han Yi looked at the evil Heavenly Emperor and asked, Your Majesty, when will my ancestor Han Huang return? Han Yao mocked. You think you can fight with ancestor Han Huang? As Han Yi rose, his background could naturally not be hidden. The two peerless geniuses of the same era were actually from the same race. This was also one of the reasons they did not like each other and would always compare. The evil Heavenly Emperor could also see through Han Yi's background, so he especially liked his willfulness. He even doted on him more than Han Yao. Every time Han Yi came, he would warmly pull him along. Tao Sovereign said, all right. Han Yi, you have to give His Majesty face in the Heavenly Court. His Majesty is the benefactor of your Han family's progenitor. Han Yi wanted to flare up, but he had no choice but to endure when he heard this. Han Yao did not say anything else. He would only lose his composure when facing Han Yi. He was still very polite to others. At this moment, evil Heavenly Emperor, I am Shi Dudao of life. Today, I specially came to challenge you. Send out the strongest war god under you. Otherwise, I will flatten the Numinous Palace. An extremely arrogant laugh came from outside the hall. It was like a thunderclap that shook the world. The evil Heavenly Emperor frowned. Han Yao shouted angrily, how dare a nobody provoke the Heavenly Court? He immediately transformed into a golden rainbow and went out. Tao Sovereign smiled. Life has targeted the Heavenly Court. His Majesty can be lively. Again, the evil Heavenly Emperor shook his head. I'm afraid they're not targeting the Heavenly Court. He looked outside the hall. Shi Dudao. It was really a meeting of old friends. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 5 million years passed. The second chaotic assembly was about to begin. Hanju didn't plan to go this time. He let the ultimate god of punishment do it alone. Hanju opened his eyes. He was already close to breaking through. He would definitely be able to break through to the mid-stage Dao creator realm in another million years. Hanju checked the emails. The content was extremely exciting. The attacks were endless. Li Daokong, Huang Zuntian, Ancestor Shishan, and others were all severely injured by Han Huang. Han Tuo and Yi Tian also began to become active and eliminate the devils at the bottom of the chaos. It was worth mentioning that the reincarnated 8th chaos, Zhao Shuangquan, was abnormally active. He defeated even the universe Sage King. 50 million years of cultivation had already allowed him to attain the great Dao Supreme Realm and reach the top echelon of the chaos. The 9-headed divine spirit had just tempered his divine body not long ago. He was preaching everywhere and recruiting troops. How lively. Hanju smiled, especially since Han Huang's performance didn't disappoint him. How could the primordial Fian Celestial not be invincible with its increasing providence? Hanju looked at the chaos and discovered that Han Huang's momentum was extremely prosperous. He defeated the entire life faction alone and shocked the chaos. The primordial Fian Celestial began to land on his head. Hanju sent a dream to Huang Zuntian after reading the emails. In the dream, Huang Zuntian asked him if he wanted an opportunity as usual. After confirming his identity, he let down his guard. "Master, are you here about me and Han Huang?" Huang Zuntian asked awkwardly and sighed. The battle a million years ago was a humiliation to the life faction. They used their own strength to send Han Huang to the altar and shook the world, becoming a legend on the path of cultivation. Hanju said, "I'm here for you. How are you?" Huang Zuntian was touched. The life faction has already stopped expanding and is resting. I'm also cultivating and want to create the great Dao world. He continued after hesitating for a moment. Primordial origin told me that 2 great Dao worlds that are not inferior to the chaos are approaching. They want to collide with the chaos and create an unprecedented era. Is this true? Primordial origin, tisk tisk, Pengu's last opponent among the 3,000 Fian Celestials formed by the primordial chaos Fian Celestial could actually spy on the great Dao world. Hanju was interested in primordial origin. Back then, primordial origin could have become the first chaotic life form to transform into a primordial Fian Celestial. However, primordial origin was stuck because Hanju had become a primordial Fian Celestial in advance. In the end, he fused with Huang Zuntian and focused on him. Are the 2 great Dao worlds, immeasurable destruction venerable Shitian and the most mysterious Dao creator about to attack? That's not right. Doesn't the immeasurable destruction venerable Shitian want to personally destroy the chaos? Hanju hesitated. Chapter 1032 Shitian. Chapter 1032 Shitian. Regardless of whether it's true or not, raising my cultivation level is the most important. The chaos won't die yet, Hanju said softly and calmly. Huang Zuntian thought of many things. 50 million years ago, the mysterious existence of the consciousness-less great Dao world attacked the chaos and was quickly suppressed. How many unimaginable transcendent existences were hidden above the chaos? SWR. Hanju and Huang Zuntian chatted for a while before removing the dream. Opening his eyes, Hanju looked at Han Bashan of the Taoist temple next door. He had already become a great Dao sage. Hanju said, "Linger, I gave Han Bashan the authority to enter the simulation trial, but you have to teach him." Han Ling opened her eyes and immediately went to do it. Hanju looked at the bottom of the chaos. The evil devils formed by the 9th chaos, mental demon had already dispersed and increased wantonly. The great Dao divine spirits couldn't kill them all. Han Tuo, Yi Tian, and the other divine punishers had also gone to eliminate the devils. The situation was becoming more and more serious. The chaotic assembly was in another 200,000 years. It was estimated that one of the missions would be to eliminate devils. Hanju created a clone. He would bring his Dao companion and disciples to the chaotic assembly when the time came. His main body would continue cultivating. He entered seclusion again after doing all of this. On the other side, Han Bashan began to spar with Han Ling in the simulation trial. Han Ling deliberately sparred with him first. Han Bashan was very excited. He could finally fight after cultivating for so long. He also wanted to test ancestor Han Ling's strength. Then, Han Bashan woke up and fearfully looked at Han Ling. He did not expect the gentle-looking ancestor Han Ling to be so terrifying in battle. She was like a completely different person. Han Ling smiled and said, "Compared to me, you're still far inferior. However, you can spar with others. The simulation trial contains all living beings. You can choose anyone to spar with, regardless of realm." Han Bashan took a deep breath and nodded. Then, he entered the simulation trial and began to fight other opponents. He was looking for a great Tao sage. He had no intention of torturing anyone below the great Tao sage realm. Soon, he was immersed. Several days later, he established absolute confidence. The reason ancestor Han Ling could defeat him was definitely that her cultivation realm was far superior to his. He was invincible among those of the same realm. He suddenly had a bold thought. How strong was the progenitor, Han Ju? He immediately chose to challenge him. At the bottom of the chaos, 10 Absolute City. 10 Absolute City became lively again due to the second chaotic assembly's arrival. Continuous booms rang outside the city as the mighty figures fought the evil devils. For millions of years, the bottom of the chaos had been filled with mysterious evil devils. These evil devils were extremely strong and liked to destroy and kill. Many geniuses and mighty figures had fallen under their claws. Han Ju's clone brought his trusted aides over. As usual, the disciples of the hidden sect and the heavenly Tao gathered together. Tao Sovereign and the other three also came. Many people had not seen each other for tens of millions of years and were exchanging pleasantries and asking about the past. The atmosphere was lively. Although the disciples of the hidden sect had always been on their own, their relationship had not been sorted out because of the myriad worlds projection. They would only stop when necessary and never kill even if there were conflicts. Of course, the main reason they could be harmonious was that Han Ju could suppress them. Han Qinger asked after looking around, "Where's my second brother?" Yi Tian smiled. "Your second brother is not interested in this assembly. He's already at the eternal peak and can't participate anymore. He's currently in the south of the chaos preparing to challenge an ancient ferocious beast. That ferocious beast has existed since the birth of the chaos and contains the power to destroy space and time. It's hidden between the past and the future, not the present." Han Qinger curled her lips, not understanding why her second brother was so warlike. Her gaze landed on Han Yao and Han Yi. At this moment, the two of them surrounded Han Yunjin and met their ancestor. Although many geniuses appeared in the Han family, very few were qualified to participate in the chaotic assembly. Han Yunjin and Han Yu had brought a few people, but they were not great Tao sages. Most of them had not even reached the freedom realm. But, Han Yao and Han Yi were true great Tao sages. At this moment, Han Ling walked over with Han Bashan following behind him. Han Bashan was majestic like a human-shaped ferocious beast, attracting everyone's attention. Han Yunjin was moved when he saw him. This was his bloodline. Han Ling immediately introduced him to everyone. The personal disciples surrounded him. The children who could cultivate beside Han Ju must have very strong potential. Han Yao and Han Yi frowned when they saw Han Bashan. Where did this kid come from? On the other side, Han Ju's clone was discussing the details of this chaotic assembly with the ultimate god of punishment. Because of the successful outcome of the first chaotic assembly, the second chaotic assembly was even more lively. Many geniuses had appeared in the chaos in the past 50 million years. It could be said that each generation surpassed the last. Many ancient existences also came out of seclusion to join in the fun. This chaotic assembly would be even smoother without the schemes of the number one deity of the consciousnessless great Tao world. Blank domain. The Holy Mother of Order and Han Huang stood side by side. The Holy Mother of Order was majestic. Han Huang looked tiny as he stood beside her, but his aura was stronger. The two divine spirits looked in the same direction. Following their gaze, a black dot appeared in the depths of the blank domain and slowly expanded. It was a great Tao world that was not inferior to the vastness of the chaos. The Holy Mother of Order said, "Do you see? This will be the prelude to the endless era. The two great Tao worlds will collide and fuse. The two giants and geniuses will fight. Those ambitious people will fight for benefits and will also begin the great Tao immeasurable calamity." Han Huang snorted. "So be it. I'll represent the chaos to resist all intruders." The Holy Mother of Order smiled. "This great Tao world's owner is called Shi Tian. His great Tao world has existed the longest after the chaos. Is that the strongest great Tao world? No, a stronger great Tao world is on the way. It will appear in a few 100 million years. Holy Mother, why do I feel that you know more than the ultimate god of punishment? What kind of existence are you?" Although the Holy Mother of Order was not as powerful as him, she always exuded an unfathomable aura. The Holy Mother of Order smiled. "I'm the Order of the Chaos. Han Huang, I believe that you are the primordial fiend celestial. You'll definitely create the primordial chaos, but you better wait until the endless era arrives. Otherwise, the primordial chaos, power will devour the chaos, just like how the chaos replaced the primordial chaos. It will endanger all living beings in the chaos and the heavenly Tao." Han Huang was silent. At this moment, he suddenly looked up and saw a black light shooting over from afar. He raised his hand and grabbed it, catching a ring between his two fingers. This ring was like a crescent moon and was missing a piece, preventing it from forming a complete circle. Han Huang frowned and asked, "What is this?" The Holy Mother of Order said, "One of Shi Tian's rings, he's a warlike person. This ring can help you create a great Tao world and increase your comprehension and creativity. However, as you die, it will absorb your power of creation and help that warlike person. He's declaring war on you. Either you die and he gets your power of creation, or he dies and you get his power of creation." Chapter 1033 Yin-Yang Purity Nirvana Deity. Chapter 1033 Yin-Yang Purity Nirvana Deity. The corners of the Holy Mother of Order's mouth curled up as she faced Han Huang's confidence. She didn't say anything else. The two divine spirits continued to watch and left after a long time. The news of Shi Tian's arrival spread after the chaotic assembly ended. The second chaotic assembly was extremely exciting. The one who obtained the eternal peak was the heavenly Dao's Zhao Shuangquan. The 10 absolute geniuses were Huang Zuntian, Dao Sovereign, Han Tuo, Formless World, Central Region's Han Emperor, Defying Divine Dao, Yi Tian, Han Yi, and Han Yao. Several of the previous 10 absolutes did not participate, such as Zhang Jushi, Mirong Qi, the heavenly constellation Fian Celestial, and so on. Many new faces also appeared among the 100 sovereigns, 1,000 lords, and 10,000 strong. Time passed quickly. Han Ju's clone brought his personal disciples back, while his main body was still cultivating. A million years after the chaotic assembly ended, Han Ju finally broke through. Mid-stage Tao Creator. Creation dharmic powers began to erupt majestically. The ultimate origin world also expanded and countless stars were born. The ultimate origin world would soon reach the scale of the chaos at this speed. Han Ju checked his attributes panel as he consolidated his cultivation. Name: Han Ju. Lifespan: 66,281,037 1 octillion 19 septillion 999 sextillion 999 quintillion 999 quadrillion 999 trillion 999 billion 999,999,999 99. 9 octillion 999 septillion 999 sextillion 999 quintillion 999 quadrillion 999 trillion 999 billion 999,999,999 99. 9,999,999. Race: Ultimate Origin Fian Celestial, Immeasurable Emperor. Cultivation: Mid-stage Tao Creator, Perfect Sage. Technique: Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Great Tao, Heavenly Cycle Body Tempering Technique. Great Tao of Life and Death, Great Tao of Karma, Great Tao of Extreme Origin Constitution, Extreme Tao Ultimate Origin Body. As expected of a Tao Creator, this breakthrough directly increased his lifespan by 8 digits. Amazing. Han Ju was happy and continued to consolidate his cultivation. 500,000 years later, Han Ju's cultivation completely stabilized. However, he felt a powerful force that wanted to drag the ultimate origin world out of the depths of his soul. Han Ju frowned. The more he cultivated, the stronger this power became. No wonder the chaos could no longer expand. Could it be that this power came from the blank domain and imprisoned the development of the chaos? If that was the case, Han Ju could only stop cultivating. Otherwise, the ultimate origin world would jump out and squeeze the chaos. This would definitely anger the 9th chaos. There was another way, which was to place the ultimate origin world in the blank domain. However, doing so would also expose the ultimate origin world. He had no choice. Han Ju couldn't stop cultivating, so he could only head to the blank domain. With that thought, he created a clone and headed to the blank domain. He first made the clone spread the transcendent rule of the ultimate origin world and divided it into countless parts, leaving more paths of survival for himself. Han Ju traveled the blank domain as he spread the transcendent rule. Great Tao Supreme experts didn't dare to enter the blank domain because they would lose their way. However, a Tao Creator was different. Even if he couldn't spy on the entire blank domain, finding the chaos was still as easy as flipping his palm. The blank domain was as lonely and cold as ever. Even great Tao sages couldn't enter this place. The blank domain was naturally lonely. Han Ju was suddenly curious. I want to know if the blank domain will give birth to living beings. 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? The value of a Tao Creator. Continue. Not for the time being. Not for the time being. Then, there was a possibility in the future. Han Ju clicked his tongue in wonder. Another period of time passed. He saw a great Tao world floating towards the chaos. It was very fast, but it still required hundreds of millions of years to reach the distance to the chaos. His divine sense swept into the great Tao world. Han Ju was surprised. The number of living beings in this great Tao world was far inferior to the chaos, but the cultivation of the mighty figures was very strong. There were actually no fewer living beings above the zenith heaven realm than below. The number of freedom sages and great Tao supremes even exceeded the chaos. However, the great Tao sages were inferior to their numbers in the chaos because the chaos had been rising for the past 50 million years. There was no nine-headed divine spirit. Deliberately suppressing them, he noticed Shi Tian when he first left the chaos. Now, he saw another great Tao world. Were these the two great Tao worlds that Primordial Origin had mentioned? Primordial Origin was powerful. Could he spy so far from the chaos? Or was there someone behind him? Han Ju asked in his mind, I want to know who created this great Tao world. 5 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? So high, it was even stronger than immeasurable destruction. Venerable Shi Tian. Continue. A message appeared in front of him. Yin-Yang Purity Nirvana Deity. Mid-stage Tao Creator, Chaotic Deity, Blank Guardian, Ancestor of Terror, transcends the chaos and exists in eternal space-time. Amazing. Han Ju currently knew of 5 Tao Creators. From strong to weak, they were the 9th Chaos, the Yin-Yang Purity Nirvana Deity, Immeasurable Destruction Venerable Shi Tian, the Formless Transcendent Deity, and the Chaotic Consciousness. The weaker they were, the more they liked to stay in the chaos because they had nothing to do. For example, the Yin-Yang Purity Nirvana Deity and Immeasurable Destruction Venerable Shi Tian were busy cultivating and had no time to interfere in the chaos. Han Ju sighed and continued to leave the chaos. He wanted to leave and find a place to release the ultimate origin world. Han Ju's main body opened his eyes as his clone swam in the blank domain. He began the simulation trial to test his strength. He challenged 1,000 formless transcendent deities. Han Ju went all out and easily won. Then, he increased the number to 10,000. Fight 10,000 formless transcendent deities. After one simulation trial after another, Han Ju could only fight 20,000 formless transcendent deities in the end. This was already very strong. At least, Han Ju was satisfied. The Tao Creator was very strong. Han Ju looked at Han Ling. Han Ling's Emperor soldiers were very strong before the Tao Creator realm, but it was unknown if they could continue to show their might after reaching the Tao Creator realm. It was not difficult for a Tao Creator to split into countless cultivation clones like him to fight. What was difficult was the Tao Creator's creation. For example, Han Ju. It was not difficult for him to create countless clones, but it was impossible for all his clones to use the ultimate origin soul oblivion. The 2 formless transcendent deities Han Ju challenged could both use their mystical powers. According to what he knew, Han Ling's Emperor soldiers could at most gather in array formations. Of course, perhaps Han Ling's Emperor soldiers would transform after she really became a Tao Creator. After ending the simulation trial, Han Ju prepared to continue cultivating when he suddenly saw a huge battle at the edge of the chaos. One of them was Han Huang. The one fighting him was not a chaotic life form. His aura should be from Shi Tian. They were both great Tao Supremes and the battle pressure was very strong. The entire chaos would probably be affected if not for the great Tao Divine Spirits protecting space and time. Shi Tian was about to collide with the chaos. At that time, the living beings of the 2 great Tao worlds would definitely come into contact. Shi Tian's mighty figure was the first to attack. He wanted to show his mystical power, but he was stopped by Han Huang. Han Ju felt bored after watching for a while. Small fights. At the same time, more and more mighty figures in the chaos rushed to the battlefield. Han Huang appeared very strong and was completely playing with the other party. He deliberately did not kill the other party to increase the chaos, prestige. The Great Tao Divine Spirits clapped in joy. Chapter 1034470 million years old, creating the ultimate origin. Chapter 103470 million years old, creating the ultimate origin. Han Huang stood proudly in the dilapidated void. Primordial chi wrapped around his body like a hurricane that stirred the river of time. With the domineering power to destroy space and time, he looked down at a mighty figure in a sorry state. This mighty figure wore the black armor of a Suani. His cloak was like flames and fluttered wantonly. His long hair emitted the luster of the great Tao. He glared at the high and mighty Han Huang. The mocking laughter coming from all directions made him want to explode. I won't kill you today. Scram back and tell Shi Tian's cultivators that if they come to the chaos in the future, they have to stay with me. Otherwise, I, Han Huang, will definitely flatten Shi Tian. Han Huang said disdainfully and waved his palm. Divine might, great heaven palm. The domineering palm force directly sent the black-armored mighty figure out of the chaos. The mighty figures watching the battle cheered. Then, they flew in front of Han Huang and began to praise him. However, a mighty figure suddenly said something inappropriate. Han Huang, Shi Tian isn't here yet, but you're already so strong. You'll definitely anger Shi Tian. Why did this? Han Huang glanced at him, and the other mighty figures quietened down. The atmosphere became solemn. The mighty figure was fearless and looked at Han Huang openly. Han Huang snorted and disappeared. The mighty figures heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Han Huang was not that ruthless to his own people. Han Huang had vaguely become the number one person in the Great Tao Supreme Realm ever since he suppressed the Life faction alone. Without the divine might heavenly sage appearing, it was very difficult to find an existence comparable to him in the chaos. The mighty figures also left one after another. The news of this battle quickly spread. All sorts of information about Shi Tian spread in the chaos, scattering the Second Chaotic Assembly's popularity. Even the reputation of the Eternal Peaks Zhao Shuangquan decreased, making him extremely unhappy with Shi Tian. A million years later, Shi Tian collided with the chaos. The entire chaotic space rippled, as if the water surface was fluctuating. The 3,000 Great Tao sounded at the same time and strange phenomena appeared in the myriad worlds. Shi Tian wasn't much smaller than the chaos. The void was the same as the chaos. After the two Great Tao worlds collided, it was as if the chaos suddenly doubled in size. The mighty figures of the two worlds began to observe each other with their divine sense. Han Ju was also alarmed out of seclusion, but he only took a look and then resumed cultivation. Shi Tian was very strong, but it was impossible for him to overturn the chaos. Thus, he naturally couldn't be bothered. After Shi Tian and the chaos fused, the two Great Tao worlds did not disturb each other for 10,000 years. However, as low-level cultivators explored the void and involved each other's Great Tao world, the two worlds broke the silence and began to negotiate. As the leader of the divine spirits, the ultimate god of punishment visited the leader of the divine spirits of Shi Tian. It was unknown what agreement the two sides had reached. In the following period of time, the mighty figures of the two worlds began to enter each other's Great Tao world one after another. As time passed, conflict erupted. The chaos of the chaos began to affect Shi Tian. More and more mighty figures headed to Shi Tian and wanted to occupy territory. Shi Tian overlords also touched the chaos. The leaders of the divine spirits of both sides never appeared, thus tacitly agreeing to the competition. Time passed quickly. More than 2 million years later, the living beings of the chaos were already used to Shi Tian's existence. It was the same for Shi Tian's lifeforms. Han Ju opened his eyes and frowned. Detected that you are 70 million years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices: smiley face. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and head to the blank domain to open the ultimate origin world. You can obtain a Great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and maintain your original intention. You can obtain a Great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, and a creation spirit stone. You have obtained a creation heaven's chosen attempt. It's time. Han Ju had been waiting for the reward to appear. He chose the first option and quickly jumped to the location of the blank domain clone to release the ultimate origin world. You chose to go to the blank domain to open the ultimate origin world and obtained a Great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. Han Ju smiled. The ultimate origin world quickly expanded and covered the nearby blank domain after it was released. It was as if the darkness had suddenly devoured the paleness. The endless galaxy expanded from a small size, like a flower blooming in hell. It was beautiful and dazzling. Soon, the ultimate origin world returned to its original size, comparable to the chaos. A powerful force began to drag the ultimate origin world towards the chaos the moment it landed in the blank domain. Han Ju had already expected this, so he deliberately flew extremely far. At this speed, it would take at least billions of years to hit the chaos. Han Ju directly arranged for his clone to enter the ultimate origin world to prevent any Tao creators from attacking. Oh, I didn't expect a sixth Tao creator to quietly be born in the chaos. A voice suddenly sounded, resounding through the blank domain. It was like the heavenly might, vast and boundless. Han Ju's main body activated all his Dharma treasures and sighed slightly. He did not expect it to come so quickly. He appeared at the blank domain above the ultimate origin world, and his gaze landed in a direction. He saw a ball of black aura sweep over with unstoppable force. It was actually half the size of the ultimate origin world. The other party came menacingly, clearly wanting to compete with him. Han Ju didn't stand on ceremony. He was new here and could only show his strength to make the other party understand the rules. His eyes narrowed. The ultimate origin heaven seal suddenly appeared in front of the ball of black aura and suddenly expanded. In an instant, it became larger than the entire ultimate origin world and forcefully stopped the other party. Han Ju used the simulation trial to detect the other party. Immeasurable destruction venerable Shi Tian, early stage Tao creator, chaotic deity, first chaos, inheritor, ninth chaos, personal disciple. How dare a mere early stage Tao creator act recklessly? The black aura exploded and transformed into a 1,000,000,000 feet tall mighty god. It was the immeasurable destruction venerable Shi Tian. He wore a flaming black robe and stepped on two sinister black dragons. On his shoulders squatted two strange bird spirits that looked like eagles. He had a face that looked like a woman's and he carried a strange smile. Immeasurable destruction venerable Shi Tian looked like a human. He had a dignified expression and a smaller ugly face between his eyebrows. It was like a ghost, sinister and ferocious. What a terrifying killing intent. This was the first time Han Ju encountered such killing intent. Han Ju, a chaotic fiend celestial. You became a Tao creator before turning 100,000,000 years old. Tell me, what's your relationship with the ninth chaos? Immeasurable destruction venerable Shi Tian stared at Han Ju and asked coldly. Boundless killing intent centered on him and turned invisible and tangible, forming a blood-colored color. It covered this blank domain and also drowned the ultimate origin world. Han Ju said calmly, "Are you declaring war on me?" Immeasurable destruction venerable Shi Tian laughed. How arrogant. That's right. The power of a Tao creator is enough to make people lose themselves. Junior, do you really think you're already invincible? Han Ju condensed the ultimate origin soul oblivion and 7 blades of divine punishment appeared around him. He replied calmly, invincibility is still far away, but it's more than enough to protect myself. The atmosphere was extremely tense. The auras of the two Tao creators rose steadily, causing the surrounding domain to begin tearing. Immeasurable destruction venerable Shi Tian narrowed his eyes. He was secretly shocked. Why is this junior's aura so powerful? Immeasurable destruction venerable Shi Tian felt that it was strange. It was impossible for anyone to become a Tao creator in 100,000,000 years. Furthermore, it was in the chaos and was not suppressed by the ninth chaos. He thought of some things that the ninth chaos had told him about the past and his expression suddenly changed. Chapter 1035 Creating a Race. Chapter 1035 Creating a Race. Immeasurable destruction venerable Shi Tian stared at Han Ju and said, I see. No wonder you're so confident. A Tao creator can't kill another Tao creator. In that case, we'll see whose great Tao world can laugh until the end. With that, immeasurable destruction venerable Shi Tian vanished into thin air. The blood color that covered this blank domain also vanished. Han Ju didn't know what this fellow thought of, but he didn't care. In any case, he didn't care about immeasurable destruction venerable Shi Tian. Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 3 stars. Han Ju smiled and jumped back into the chaos, returning to the Taoist temple of the third Tao field. Han Ling opened his eyes and asked, Father, where did you go earlier? Han Ju replied, I placed my great Tao world outside the chaos. Han Ling was moved and hurriedly asked, why? Didn't you say that it was very dangerous? Han Ju didn't hide anything and told her the truth. Han Ling muttered, is that the power of chaos? It's trying to absorb other great Tao worlds. It seems that the difference in strength between the great Tao worlds is greater than I imagined. Han Ju smiled, that's right. The chaos will change drastically in the future. Let's wait and see. Han Ling nodded and left. The chance that she had gone to spar with Han Bashan was high. Han Ju took out the 9 primordial fragments and fell into deep thought. Primordial chaos great creation. It can create cultivation techniques, create worlds, create races, and create everything. Closing square bracket. He didn't lack cultivation techniques and mystical powers now. There was no need to use them to strengthen himself. Thus, he thought of the ultimate origin world. Immeasurable destruction venerable Shi Tian had already targeted the ultimate origin world and wanted to compare it with his own great Tao world. He had to increase his great Tao world's strength. Although there were more than 2,900 chaotic Fian celestials in the ultimate origin world, their growth time was inferior to Shitian's, after all. Furthermore, other than the chaotic Fian celestials, most of the ultimate origin lifeforms were still being nurtured. There were no very powerful races for the time being. He might as well use the primordial chaos great creation to create a race. Hanju felt that it was feasible. He immediately fused the 9 primordial fragments. He began to imagine his race. The 9 primordial fragments fused and emitted a dazzling purple light. On the other side, in the Taoist temple next door, Han Bashan waved his hand and said, "Ancestor, I'm not going. I'm really not going. What's so fun about the simulation trial? I'm not interested." Han Ling frowned. "Why, weren't you obsessed before?" Han Bashan muttered, "It was just for a moment." Bored, Han Ling snorted coldly and left. She wanted to enter Han Ju's Taoist temple but was blocked. She couldn't open the door no matter what she did. Guessing that her father might have something on, she went to chat with the others. In the long years, it was also a good thing to occasionally take the time to relax. It could promote one's Tao heart to a certain extent. Several years later, Han Ling returned to the Taoist temple. The race created by Han Ju using the primordial chaos great creation had yet to be successfully nurtured and was placed in the depths of his soul. Han Ling did not ask what he was doing. Her father was always very mysterious. She couldn't see through him even though her cultivation level had already reached the limit of the chaos. Han Ju didn't cultivate but read the emails. Your disciple Tao Sovereign was attacked by cultivators from Shitian x 10,928,763. Your disciple Zhao Xuanyuan, your son Han Tuo stepped through the void and obtained a Shitian's treasure. He obtained the Providence of Shitian. Your descendant Han Yao used the Blood Soul Formation Army and his cultivation increased greatly. Your good friend Divine Robe Taoist was attacked by cultivators from Shitian x 8022. Your good friend Pengu was attacked by cultivators from Shitian x 62033. Your disciple Ji Shanshan has stepped into the river of time. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by the god of the netherworld and was severely injured. Tisk Tisk was a full-scale battle between the chaos and Shitian. How interesting. Han Ju looked at Han Ling beside him and discovered that she was also looking at the chaos. Han Ju visited Han Yao in his dreams. Han Yao was very excited to see him. Back then, when he first became an adult, he had cultivated in front of Han Ju for 10,000 years and had always treated him as the person he respected the most. After some pleasantries, Han Ju explained his intentions, "Come back. Prepare to assist your ancestor Han Ling." Han Yao was first stunned, then immediately agreed. Han Ju had already secretly told him about this plan, but after so many years, he had already dominated an area. He was naturally unhappy to submit to Han Ling, but he didn't dare to disobey the progenitor. Han Ju ended the dream and visited Han Yi next. Han Yi was extremely excited to see him. He would never forget his childhood master. Even after later learning that his master was the progenitor, he always treated Han Ju as his master and not the progenitor. However, he didn't find a chance to talk to Han Ju during the chaotic assembly. Han Ju asked him about his recent encounters. Han Yi didn't hide anything from him. He was still very excited after talking for most of the day. Han Ju smiled and said, "Looks like Tao Sovereign and the others take good care of you. Tell them later that I asked them to come back when they're free." Han Yi nodded. Han Ju added, "Leave them and come back. Help your ancestor Han Ling achieve great things." Han Yi was stunned. Assist Han Ling. Unlike Han Yao, he was straightforward. He asked seriously, "Progenitor, why? Can she be stronger than me?" Han Ju smiled. "Spar with her after you return. This will be your greatest opportunity. The Great Tao Supreme Realm is your limit if you continue following Tao Sovereign and the others. This will be your only chance if you want to surpass the Great Tao Supreme Realm. This opportunity will far exceed your imagination." Han Yi was silent. He believed that Han Ju wouldn't lie to him. He couldn't help but recall Han Ling back then, that fierce woman. In the end, Han Yi agreed and decided to bid farewell to Tao Sovereign and the others. Han Ju told him the location of the universe of stars. The dream shattered. Han Ju opened his eyes and looked at his daughter. "Ling do you want to go out with me?" Stunned, Han Ling asked, "Why are we going out?" Han Ju said meaningfully, "You've been observing the chaos all these years. Your cultivation has already reached the limit. Your great Tao world will constantly evolve on its own. Seclusion is not enough if you want to reach a higher level. You already have a plan. Why hide it from me?" Han Ling took a deep breath and smiled. "A father is a father. You can guess what your daughter wants to do. Tell me your plan." "My great Tao world was created too late. I'll be weaker than the other great Tao worlds even if the endless era arrives. I plan to recruit geniuses in the chaos. My great Tao world will have a certain foundation when the endless era arrives then. In addition, I guess that the endless era will be an unprecedented era of competition. You'll have no choice but to fight if you want to occupy a place and not be devoured. Han Ling spoke extremely seriously, completely different from her usual self. Han Ju felt that it made sense. Even his great Tao world couldn't hide in the Tao field. He had to go out, let alone the others. Han Ju said, Han Yi, Han Yao, and Han Bashan will be your subordinates. Use them well. Han Ling smiled. Will they listen to me? Han Bashan is fine, but the other two? Subdue them with your strength. Fight them in the simulation trial. Whoever wins will be the leader. Will this hurt their self-esteem? Chapter 1036 Ultimate Origin Soul Race, Creation Emperor Court. Chapter 1036 Ultimate Origin Soul Race, Creation Emperor Court. Han Yi and Han Yao descended into the universe of stars in the next 10,000 years. Han Ju moved them into the third Tao field. The two of them didn't like each other, but they didn't dare to act recklessly in front of him. Han Ju called Han Bashan over and gathered in the Taoist temple. Han Yao and Han Yi already knew Han Bashan. They nodded slightly at him and then looked at Han Ling. They were all proud and arrogant people and were naturally unwilling to serve her. Han Ju said, "You'll enter the simulation trial first. Han Yao, Han Yi, Han Bashan, the three of you will fight Han Ling. You don't have to serve her as long as you defeat her." The three of them were stunned and looked at each other. Han Yi clenched his fists. There's no need to join forces. I alone am enough. Han Ju couldn't be bothered to say anything else. He directly pulled the four of them into the simulation trial and let them fight. The four of them closed their eyes. Not long after, Han Yi and the other two were moved. As time passed, their expressions became uglier. On the other hand, Han Ling was still calm. Another period of time passed. Han Yi, Han Yao, and Han Bashan trembled. The simulation ended. The four of them opened their eyes. Han Yi and Han Yao looked at Han Ling in disbelief. Han Bashan was already used to it and smiled helplessly. I still can't run away from it. Han Bashan's gaze landed on Han Ju. He would never forget the scene when he faced him. The terrifying 7 mysterious blades of light, the pressure, the pain. Han Bashan was terrified just thinking about it. Han Ling smiled and asked, "Are you willing to submit to me and serve me?" Han Yao was silent. Han Yi snorted, "I admit defeat." He immediately knelt down and cupped his fists. Han Yao followed helplessly, and so did Han Bashan. Han Ju said, "Han Yi is the ultimate killing star, Han Yao is the conquest heavenly star, Han Bashan is the ultimate gravity star, and Han Ling's great creation is the primordial emperor star." Primordial emperor star. Han Yi and Han Yao were moved. Han Yao couldn't help but ask, could ancestor Han Ling be the primordial fiend celestial? The legend of the primordial fiend celestial spread in the chaos. The reason why the various overlords fought for supremacy was to become a primordial fiend celestial. Han Ju said, "No. The primordial fiend celestial is your ancestor Han Huang. My great Tao world contains countless stars. Your great creation is formed by me using the power of the stars." The four of them looked at him in surprise. Even Han Ling was surprised. She had long guessed that her father could give his juniors talents. She didn't expect it to be true. Han Yao and Han Yi thought deeper. So their greatest reliance was given to them by their progenitor. The killing star, heavenly star, and gravity star will assist the emperor star and achieve dominance. Han Ju smiled. He knew that these words would show that he was biased towards Han Ling, but so what? Han Yao and the other two did not feel wronged. That was how it should be. Han Yi asked, "Since ancestor Han Huang is a primordial fiend celestial, what do you think we can do by assisting ancestor Han Ling?" Han Ju smiled and said, "Follow her and she will give you an answer sooner or later. The primordial fiend celestial is only a potential and doesn't represent the strongest. Next, I will preach the Tao to you as a farewell gift." He directly began to preach the Tao. The Tao voice pulled the four of them into a state of enlightenment. Even Han Ling couldn't react in time. Thousands of years later, Han Ling and the other three left the Tao field and began to travel the chaos. Han Ju looked at the empty Taoist temple and suddenly felt uncomfortable. His daughter, who had accompanied him for tens of millions of years, had finally left. Han Ju's eyes narrowed. Figures appeared in the Taoist temple. They were all naked young men and women. They were the race he had created with the primordial chaos great creation. "From now on, you are the ultimate origin soul race," Han Ju said. A line of words appeared in front of him as soon as he finished speaking. Ultimate origin soul race, created by the primordial chaos great creation. It contains the creation of the ultimate origin world. It will be undying and indestructible in the ultimate origin world. It can control the 3000 great Tao of the ultimate origin world. There were currently 18 ultimate origin soul race members. Their potential was considered top-notch in the ultimate origin world. They were not inferior to those chaotic Fian celestials. Most importantly, they could control the 3000 great Tao and turn the rules into their divine power. Hanju began to teach them cultivation techniques. 1,000 years later, he sent the ultimate origin soul race to the ultimate origin world. It only took him a few breaths of time to return. Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone as he sat on the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus again. Fusion upgrade. Warning. Ultimate Supreme Treasure cannot recognize a master. Once the upgrade is successful, it will sever the restriction mark on you. Hanju hesitated. Forget it. The Book of Misfortune was too strong. He was afraid that something would happen. In any case, the Book of Misfortune was already useful enough. He should keep the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone. Hanju put it away. Then, he began to curse the 9th chaos. He couldn't let the 9th chaos become a creator lord so soon. 5 days later, his lifespan began to decrease. He cursed with all his might. Countless evil devils appeared at the bottom when the edge of the chaos shattered again. He stopped, and the cultivation of the 9th chaos shook again. He was a little injured after 2 quadrillion years of his lifespan were deducted. He would cultivate in seclusion first. He had already delayed for a period of time. He would use the creation heavens chosen in the future. In the mysterious domain, Huang Zuntian sat on an altar. Around the altar stood stone statues with strange postures that looked like humans and demons. A figure appeared behind Huang Zuntian and knelt down. Life Lord, a major force has recently risen in the chaos. They've 3 great Tao Supremes who are extremely powerful. According to the information, 2 of them are among the 10 absolute prodigies, Han Yi and Han Yao. Huang Zuntian opened his eyes and frowned. Who's the leader? I'm not sure. I've only found out a name. What's his name? Emperor. Emperor. Huang Zuntian tried to deduce, but it failed since he just had the name, Emperor. Huang Zuntian instructed, what's the other party's intention? I'm not sure. Emperor created the Creation Emperor Court and is wantonly recruiting cultivators with outstanding potential. They forcefully occupied a domain and even obtained ownership of 5 great Tao. They said that they welcome mighty figures from all over to challenge them. Huang Zuntian fell into deep thought. There were many new factions, but he had to give further thought since this matter involved Han Yi and Han Yao. Could it be Master's arrangement? Very likely. What did Master want to do? Huang Zuntian said, you can leave. Send someone to pay close attention to the Creation Emperor Court. Yes. The figure vanished. Huang Zuntian began to cast a spell. A figure surged out of his body. It was primordial origin. Primordial origin was only a soul body and did not reveal its face. Huang Zuntian, my premonition is becoming stronger. You have to be prepared, primordial origin said in a low voice, his tone filled with uneasiness. Huang Zuntian asked, how should we prepare? Primordial origin said, copy me and transform into a primordial Fian celestial. Chapter 1037 7 Tao Sovereign's Ambition. Chapter 1037 Tao Sovereign's Ambition. Not only did the rise of the Creation Emperor Court attract life's attention, but its reputation also spread to Shitian. After millions of years, the Chaos and Shitian had already established a preliminary fusion. The Providence of the 2 worlds was fusing, led by the Chaos. Heavenly Court, Numinous Palace. The immortal gods gathered and discussed the Creation Emperor Court. Divine General Han Yao betrayed the Heavenly Court. Who is this emperor he's assisting? The Creation Emperor Court is very powerful. Han Yao, Han Yi, and Han Bashan are all surnamed Han. Could the Divine Emperor really be the Divine Might Heavenly Sage? Probably not. The Divine Might Heavenly Sage is already above the chaos. What is he doing? His 2 sons are both Divine Punishers. Perhaps the Divine Might Heavenly Sage's children are gathering to dominate the chaos. After all, they will naturally be ambitious with such a powerful backing. The Black General looked at the evil Heavenly Emperor and discovered that he was smiling mysteriously. Done, the evil Heavenly Emperor slowly said, causing the immortals in the hall to quiet down. Under the lead of Han Huang, Azure Heaven Mystic, Zhao Xuanquan, Han Yao, and other peerless geniuses, the current Heavenly Court had a deep foundation. Endless geniuses and many experts had already grown up. They controlled 3 domains of the chaos and could be considered a transcendent force. The evil Heavenly Emperor had already become a great Tao sage. The evil Heavenly Emperor said, "Don't worry about the Creation Emperor court. I'm good friends with the Heavenly Sage. I borrowed Han Yao from him. He contributed to the Heavenly Court and is fighting for himself now. There's no need to blame him. If you encounter him in the chaos in the future, you can also bow." The immortals could only agree. An old immortal stood up and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, we have lost contact with the heavenly soldiers we sent to Shitian. I'm afraid they've already encountered danger." The evil Heavenly Emperor frowned. "In that case, send the 5 divine generals of the Golden Sect to lead 8,000 saint soldiers and find a suitable location to set up a station. Build the teleportation formation immediately." With that, the 5 majestic golden armored divine generals stood up and agreed in unison. Then, they turned around and summoned the holy weapons. The evil Heavenly Emperor began to make other arrangements, causing the entire heavenly court to stir. Shitian. The void here did not look much different from the chaos. Dao Sovereign, Zhao Xuanyuan, Zhang Yi, and Lao Dan rode the ancient tower. Zhao Xuanyuan sighed. "I wonder how that kid Han Yi is. I'm really not used to not having him around." Zhang Yi smiled. "Why don't you give birth to a son to accompany us?" Zhao Xuanyuan glanced at him. "Although I'm romantic, I don't want to be tied down. What about you? Do you want to rebuild the Golden Crow Divine Clan?" "HMPH, I'm like you. That girl from last time couldn't bear to leave you. Why did you reject her?" "I have no fixed residence. Why waste her time? I can't bring her along. Besides, she doesn't like me. It's just that I'm powerful." "Then, you can have a romantic relationship with her. Why reject her directly? That's a pity. I'm not you." Lao Dan was already used to their bickering. Dao Sovereign looked ahead and said, "What do you think will happen if we gather the great Tao Providence divine authority of the 4 worlds, chaos, consciousnessless, transcendent, and Shitian?" Lao Dan smiled. "Don't think about it. No one can do it. Won't you be invincible if you really succeed? Even your master won't be your match." Dao Sovereign smiled. "I want to try. I've already intercepted the power of the supreme rules of the transcendent and consciousnessless worlds. Only Shitian is left. I wonder if there are more great Tao worlds." Lao Dan shook his head. "I'm not sure. I realize that what we know is still too little and we're too narrow-minded ever since the appearance of the consciousnessless great Tao world. If every great Tao world represents the appearance of a supreme existence, it's hard to imagine what the end of the path of cultivation is." Dao Sovereign sighed. "Master is already so powerful, but he's still cultivating. I think the peak of cultivation is still very far from him. To us, it's even more so." Lao Dan nodded. "No matter what, I must obtain the power of Shitian's supreme rules. As usual, old man, formulate a battle plan. Zhao Xuanyuan and Zhang Yi will help me block the intruders. I'll teach it to you when I successfully intercept it." Dao Sovereign instructed. He could not refuse. From the beginning to the end, he had always been the leader of this team. Even Lao Dan had to listen to him. Zhao Xuanyuan scratched his head and said helplessly, "I hope that Shitian's cultivators won't disappoint me. It's been a long time since I fought to my heart's content. I already feel the loneliness of invincibility." Zhang Yi crossed his arms and curled his lips. How shameless. Although he said that, his eyes revealed anticipation. It was already very difficult for them to encounter opponents in the chaos. Perhaps there was a mighty figure stronger than them, but he was not their match. Time passed quickly. The situation in the chaos changed. New people rose and ruled the world. There were also older mighty figures who died and even overlords. It could be said to be extremely lively. To warlike people, this was an unprecedented golden age. As long as they were powerful enough, they could leave their names in history and shock the world. To Han Ju, as usual, he entered seclusion for another 5 million years. Han Ju opened his eyes, looking satisfied. He could cultivate at will after the ultimate origin world landed in the blank domain. His cultivation speed returned to before. Apart from the development of the ultimate origin world that could increase his cultivation, he could also refine his dharmic powers and transform them into ultimate origin power. Apart from him, when other living beings reached the perfected Great Tao Supreme realm, they could no longer rely on meditation to increase their cultivation. It was the same even for Tao creators. They could only rely on the Great Tao world. The stronger the foundation of the Great Tao world, the stronger its master could absorb the power of the Great Tao world. Of course, this was not a one-sided absorption, but complementary and successful. Han Ju started to check his emails. Han Ling, Han Yi, Han Yao, and Han Bashan had been extremely active in the past 5 million years. Han Ling had established the Creation Emperor Court and had illustrious Providence. Dao Sovereign and the other 3 entered Shitian and caused another huge number of attacks. The 4 of them were even suppressed by a mysterious mighty figure and were severely injured. Han Ju was very assured about the 4 of them. They wouldn't die. The higher one's cultivation level was, the more one cherished their life. The personal win. Disciples would definitely use the invocation technique if they really couldn't. More than half of his friends entered Shitian, making Han Ju look forward to it. After reading the emails, Han Ju stood up and walked out of the Taoist temple to reminisce with the good people. He only returned to the Taoist temple after hundreds of years. He was about to enter seclusion when he suddenly felt something and was slightly moved. Someone was borrowing his ultimate origin power. Han Huang, ultimate rage tyrant star. Ever since this opportunity landed on Han Huang, this was the first time he borrowed Han Ju's power. After all, his strength was already top-notch in the chaos. No one could force him to this extent. Han Huang stayed in Shitian during this period of time. There was such an expert in Shitian. Chapter 1038 Mystic Ancestor, Ancient Ultimate God. Chapter 1038 Mystic Ancestor, Ancient Ultimate God. Shitian, on a desolate continent covered in blood. The ground shattered and the sky tore apart. Space-time cracks were like countless huge centipedes that occupied it, looking sinister and terrifying. A 10 million feet tall mighty figure stood on the ground. His body was surrounded by dragon-like nebulous primordial chi. His long hair fluttered wildly and his figure was burly. His armor was stretched until cracks appeared. It was Han Huang. He had already used the primordial Fian Celestial's main body. His aura was like a rainbow as he looked down at the terrifying figures in the distance. 10 great Tao Supremes and more than 100 great Tao sages were scattered in all directions, trapping Han Huang here. This continent had already been set up with an array formation to isolate the void. Han Huang, today is the day you die. Eternal peak of the chaos. It's indeed impressive. Unfortunately, you will die here. Why are you talking nonsense with him? If the mystic ancestor makes a move, we have to hurry up. Ha ha ha, killing Han Huang is equivalent to cutting off an arm of the chaos. I should be careful, this fellow's aura is becoming stronger again. Han Huang smiled sinisterly and crazily upon hearing the voices coming from all directions. He was extremely excited as he sensed the endless mysterious power in his body. So this is the power of the primordial Fian Celestial. With this power, I'm invincible. Han Huang roared in his heart, his eyes filled with killing intent. He slowly raised his right hand and a purple blade of light appeared in front of him. It was Han Ju's ultimate origin Soul Oblivion, but the color was different. Han Huang smiled disdainfully. You thieves, I'll let you see the power of the primordial Fian Celestial. Primordial Fian Celestial. The mighty figures of Shitian were in an uproar. The legend of the primordial Fian Celestial had also spread in Shitian. In addition to the fusion of the chaos and Shitian, the primordial Fian Celestial had become a hotly discussed name because of the chaos. Han Huang had the power of the primordial Fian Celestial. Impossible. Han Huang laughed wantonly and suddenly waved his hand. Purple ultimate origin Soul Oblivion shot out and swept through the 100 great Tao sages in the sky. The great Tao sages attacked one after another, while the great Tao Supremes attacked Han Huang. Han Huang was fearless and extremely excited. Dharma idols condensed on his body as he leapt. He waved his palm in all directions and kept using the divine might Great Heaven Palm. Boom, 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 the world collapsed. The river of destiny hidden in the sky appeared and twisted wantonly, ready to be destroyed at any time. Han Huang grabbed a great Tao sage and crushed the great Tao runes around him, crushing his body into dust. Such was his power. Swish! A huge black sword suddenly stabbed into Han Huang's back. Endless lightning burst out and interwove around him, destroying him crazily. Even his soul was injured. Han Huang frowned and turned around. A ghost-head Taoist was casting a spell in the sky. Behind him was a netherworld-like scene of hell. Han Huang's killing intent erupted. His eyes narrowed as the ultimate origin Soul Oblivion condensed again and charged in front of Taoist Ghost Head. Before he could react, he was obliterated by the ultimate origin soul. Even his body and soul were destroyed. The battle did not stop because of this. The other mighty figures kept attacking. A great Tao Supreme held a long sword and slashed a crack in the sky. A flowing river appeared in the crack. It was billions of kilometers wide, as if the sky was collapsing. Han Huang looked up and felt several great Tao auras. Great Tao River. Interesting. Han Huang thought of the mystical power that Tao Sovereign had used in the chaotic assembly. At this moment, a terrifying figure suddenly rose from the Great Tao River. Only his upper body was revealed. He wore broken ancient bronze armor and had 4 arms. His face was like dead wood. Only his eyes were empty and lonely. There were countless divine weapons above his head, like an ancient god who had revived from the ancient battlefield. Primordial Fiend Celestial, I'll let you experience the power of the oldest chaotic Fiend Celestial first. The Great Tao Supreme stood above the Great Tao River and laughed wantonly. Remember his name, Ancient Ultimate God. With that said, the Ancient Ultimate God struggled out of the Great Tao River and swooped down at Han Huang. Han Huang was about to resist when a mysterious and powerful force suddenly bound him, preventing him from moving. Crap, Han Huang was moved. Boom, the ground shattered and dust flew. The barrier in the sky shattered and the endless dark void devoured everything. On the other side, in the third Tao field, Han Ju was watching the battle with relish. Shi Tian's lineup was very strong. Most of the mighty figures guarding Shi Tian had come only to besiege Han Huang. The strongest was that mystic ancestor, right? He imprisoned Han Huang in the void, causing him to be suppressed by the ancient ultimate god. The mystic ancestor was very strong, even stronger than Laozi. The ultimate god of punishment was probably not his match one-on-one. It had to be said that Shi Tian's high-end combat strength was still very strong. However, it's not so easy to kill my son. Han Ju smiled and began to increase the ultimate origin power he sent to Han Huang. Lil, brat, I want to see how much you can withstand. Boom, in the abyss-like battlefield, the violent ultimate origin power dispersed the dust storm that covered the sky and pushed the majestic ancient ultimate god into the void. Nonsense. It's nothing much even if you join forces. Han Huang's wild laughter sounded. The endless dust storm was dispersed and vanished. The entire battlefield completely turned into a void. The previous vast continent had already disappeared, leaving not a single stone behind. 2 waves of ultimate origin soul oblivion appeared around Han Huang and stepped on the ancient ultimate god with endless divine might. The Great Tao Supreme who had summoned the Great Tao River said angrily, "Don't be arrogant." The Great Tao River quickly flowed and surrounded Han Huang. Ancient ultimate gods crawled out of the river like demons breaking free from their cages. Enough. A dignified voice descended. A white-robed Taoist sitting on a green lotus throne slowly landed. Resplendent divine light lit up behind him, illuminating the void. Han Huang frowned. It was this fellow again. If not for the mystic ancestor, these dogs wouldn't be his match at all. He could sense that the mystic ancestor had grasped the Great Tao Providence divine authority. He could be said to still remember it. The master of the Great Tao Providence divine authority in front of him was the strongest existence he had ever encountered. Mystic ancestor had a benevolent expression. His eyes were closed and his skin was as white as jade. He was like a statue. Leave your power behind and I can let you live. The mystic ancestor's voice was extremely dignified and irrefutable. Han Huang couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. He controlled the 2 streams of ultimate origin soul oblivion to attack. How fast was the ultimate origin soul oblivion? Before the afterimage disappeared, it had already arrived on both sides of the mystic ancestor, wanting to crush him. However, the ultimate origin soul passed through the mystic ancestor's body harmlessly. He was not injured at all. Han Huang frowned. Could it be that this was not his main body? The mystic ancestor said, "No power in this world can hurt me, even if it's the supreme rules." Cracks suddenly appeared on his body before he could finish speaking, causing him to open his eyes. Impossible. What power is this? Mystic ancestor was moved and immediately suppressed the remaining ultimate origin power coursing through his body. Chapter 1039 Curse Origin Star. Chapter 1039 Curse Origin Star. Han Huang didn't care that the mystic ancestor was shocked. He compressed his supreme power and ultimate origin power, causing his body to quickly shrink and recover his mortal body. He raised his hands, and 2 ultimate origin soul oblivion condensed in his palms again. He attacked the mystic ancestor at an extremely fast speed. "You're courting death." A Great Tao Supreme saw that something was wrong with the mystic ancestor and immediately stopped him. Han Huang waved the ultimate origin soul oblivion and slashed. The Great Tao Supreme took out an ancient lamp. The ancient lamp emitted a strong light, but it was directly shattered by the ultimate origin soul oblivion. How can this be? The Great Tao Supreme's expression changed drastically. Before he could dodge, Han Huang's other ultimate origin soul oblivion slashed over, destroying his body and soul. Han Huang followed in front of the mystic ancestor. 2 ultimate origin soul oblivion slashed at him. Mystic ancestor immediately dodged, causing Han Huang to miss. At this moment, ancient ultimate gods flew out from the great Tao river and drowned Han Huang like an army of locusts. Divine light burst out and flickered. Ancient ultimate gods were forcefully killed by Han Huang. The great Tao Supreme who controlled the great Tao river gritted his teeth and kept casting spells to summon more ancient ultimate gods from the great Tao river. As the number of ancient ultimate gods increased, this great Tao Supreme's body shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if his blood qi had been sucked dry. Soon, his skin turned to dust like paper, leaving only a skeleton. He was no longer able to summon the ancient ultimate god, and the ancient ultimate gods previously summoned had already been killed by Han Huang. The ancient ultimate god was indeed very strong. That pressure was enough to crush ordinary great Tao Supremes, but he was like a mortal and could not withstand a single blow in front of the ultimate origin power. Han Huang arrived in front of the mystic ancestor again and smiled sinisterly. "I thought you were strong. Why are you running away like a rat?" Mystic ancestor was still infuriated no matter how good-tempered he was. He said coldly, "Junior, you're too arrogant." Boom, two white beams of light suddenly shot out from the mystic ancestor's eyes and drowned Han Huang. In the light, Han Huang crossed the two ultimate origin souls in front of him and easily blocked this light, causing a hollow area to appear in the middle of the light. Too powerful, Han Huang thought with fascination. He was referring to the power in his hand and not the mystic ancestor's power. He felt that he was omnipotent as he held the ultimate origin soul oblivion. No matter how powerful an existence was, it was nothing in front of him. He laughed wantonly in excitement and approached the mystic ancestor again. Great Tao sages flew over from all directions wanting to stop him. In the end, they were swept away by the ultimate origin soul oblivion. They were all reduced to ashes when they touched it. Han Ju was speechless. My ultimate origin soul oblivion is being used by this brat like this. It's too uncouth. But it made sense on second thought. His ultimate origin soul oblivion could automatically kill enemies, but to Han Huang, it was an external force and could not be used freely. From the battle situation, Han Huang was definitely going to win. Unless the immeasurable destruction venerable personally took action. This battle shouldn't alarm the immeasurable destruction venerable. Although Han Huang could win, those great Tao sages all had life-saving methods. It was impossible for them to fight with their main bodies. Even if they did, soul fragments would definitely be reborn. It was very difficult to truly kill a great Tao sage. Most of the time, he had to use a karma mystical power to destroy it. Although the Book of Misfortune was not affected by karma, it was essentially a karma attack. However, its karma was high level and surpassed ordinary karma. Han Ju naturally wouldn't use the Book of Misfortune to curse Han Huang's enemies to death. In this life, everyone had their own methods. If they lost, they had to be able to afford it. Han Huang had countless mortal enemies along the way. How could Han Ju curse them all to death? Even his son was like this, let alone his other children and personal disciples. Han Ju was in a good mood and thought of the creation heavens chosen he had accumulated. Should he use it? It just so happened that he didn't have anyone by his side. Han Ju couldn't help but smile. Activating the creation heavens chosen. A random great creation will appear among your descendants. Your descendant Shanae has awakened an innate great creation curse origin star. Curse origin star. Ultimate origin great creation. Because you cursed many times, it left a mark in the depths of your soul and subsequently affected the ultimate origin world, producing the Tao of curses and forming the creation star phase. This creation can give curse talent that does not involve karma. Han Ju was stunned. This was a humanoid Book of Misfortune. Goodness. You can do that. Han Ju was interested in Shanae. He had to control this kid well to prevent him from being treated as the Dark Forbidden Lord. He began to deduce Shanae. No wonder this fellow's surname was not Han. He wasn't born into the Han family but into a great world of Shi Tian. The Heavenly Tao had also been investigating Shi Tian for millions of years. A portion of the Han family disciples had been sent out. When Shi Tian was adventuring, some died and some disappeared. Shanae was the child left behind by the missing. Shanae's ancestor was surnamed Han. He was saved by a woman from Shi Tian when he was severely injured and had children with her. However, Shanae's parents died at the hands of the chaotic cultivators. The chaos and the heavenly Tao plundered each other. The world where Shanae was located was slaughtered by the chaotic cultivator. Only a few people survived, including Shanae. Before obtaining the curse origin star, Shanae was hiding in a ruin to survive. He was only 16 years old now. He had lived alone for 10 years. Han Ju sighed. Another unfortunate descendant. He did not move immediately. Instead, he waited for the transformation to end. Shanae awakened the curse origin star. At this moment, he was wrapped by the curse power like a black egg. Several months later, Shanae finally awakened. During this period of time, his body instinctively absorbed the spirit chi of heaven and earth and became stronger. In the ruins, Shanae's clothes were tattered, his hair was messy and his face was dirty and covered in sweat. He looked at his hands in surprise. This power, that's right, it really exists. Could this be the dharmic powers of a cultivator? Shanae was overjoyed. He would never forget the calamity back then. He had always wanted revenge, but it was difficult for him to even survive because he didn't have a cultivation technique. Sure, I'm finally qualified to take revenge. Shanae clenched his fists and muttered to himself. At this moment, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. A man appeared in front of him. He was stunned. He had never seen such a handsome man. It was indescribable. After being stunned for a moment, he suddenly retreated and looked around in horror. It was a Taoist temple with its door closed. To be able to suddenly bring him here, the other party must be a cultivator. Shanae was extremely hostile to cultivators, but because he was too weak, this hostility turned into nervousness and fear. Hanju smiled warmly. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Shanae swallowed and asked carefully, what are you doing? Hanju said, cultivate beside me in the future. Shanae widened his eyes. Immortal, could it be because of the power he had awakened earlier? That must be it. There was no free lunch in the world. Shanae was silent. He began to think about how to escape. Hanju smiled. With your current strength, you will need about 7 octodecillion years to return to where you came from. Moreover, this prerequisite applies only after you learn how to fly. Chapter 1040 Shadow of Hatred. Chapter 1040 Shadow of Hatred. 7 octodecillion years. Shanae was stunned. He couldn't imagine what this number meant. He asked carefully, who are you? Why did you capture me? Hanju smiled. Me, I'm your ancestor. I took you in because I saw that you were pitiful. Ancestor. Shanae hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. Hanju said, your ancestor is from the Han family of the heavenly Tao. The chaos and Shitian have fused 10 million years ago. He told Shanae about his ancestry. Hatred flashed across Shanae's eyes when he heard about the chaos, but the long timeline shocked him. When he learned about the Han family's past, his emotions were even more complicated. It turned out that his ancestor and his hated enemy actually came from the same place. In a sense, it was a misunderstanding. His heart collapsed. Why was this happening? He felt that fate was teasing him. Hanju said, this is the karma of the world. Anyone will face calamity in their life. Cultivate beside me in peace in the future and let go of your hatred. Shanae looked up and gritted his teeth. Impossible. I must take revenge. I don't care about my ancestry. I only know that that person killed my parents. I must kill him one day. Hanju smiled and continued, cultivate beside me. Every time I enter seclusion, it will take 5 million years. After 5 million years, that person will probably be long dead. Even if you rush back now and look for him, you won't be able to catch up to his lifespan limit. Shanae was stunned. Although he felt that it was ridiculous, what the ancestor said was the truth. At such a distance and at such a time, revenge became pale and meaningless. But he was indignant. Hanju waved his sleeve and cast a spell to cleanse Shanae's body. Then, he changed into a clean Taoist robe. As expected of his descendants, they were all very handsome. Hanju created a mat beside him and gestured for Shanae to sit down. He began to teach this kid the cultivation technique. When Shanae's cultivation level increased to a certain realm, he could ignore language communication. Then, he would introduce him to the disciples of the third Tao field. As Hanju cultivated in seclusion, he multitasked and guided Shanae from time to time. Year after year passed. Shanae originally thought that Hanju was scaring him, but slowly, he felt that it was true. He felt lonely after cultivating for decades. He wanted to go out, but he discovered that he couldn't open the door of the Taoist temple no matter what he did, much less use spells to break out. He had no choice but to continue cultivating. He tried again thousands of years later, using his mystical power, but he crashed into the wall. Just like that, Shanae began to cultivate to escape. He gradually forgot his hatred. Time could erase everything. When there was no hope and things were not going well, they could only remember hatred. However, if they lived a positive life and had a bright future, the weight of hatred would decrease greatly. Of course, they still had to take revenge if they succeeded in the future. Shanae's temperament was also constantly transforming. He was not as cold as before. Time passed quickly. Nearly 5 million years passed in the blink of an eye. Hanju woke up and notifications appeared in front of him. Detected that you are 80 million years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and destroy the other Great Tao worlds. You can obtain a Great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a chance to upgrade the system function. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and maintain your original intention. You can obtain a Great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, and a creation spirit stone. You have obtained a creation heaven's chosen attempt. He definitely couldn't choose the first option. That would attract too much hatred. Hanju silently chose the second option. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a Great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, and a creation spirit stone. The creation heavens chosen was activated when he was 10 million years old. He obtained a chance every 10 million years. Currently, the descendants who obtained the creation heavens chosen were Han Huang, Han Ling, Han Yao, Han Yi, Han Bashan, and Shanae. He had 8 attempts at 80 million years old. There were still 2 slots left. Hanju looked at Shanae beside him. After so many years, Shanae had already attained the Tao and was about to attain freedom. His cultivation speed was considered slow compared to his other descendants. At this age, Hanju was not only at the freedom realm. Hanju decided to keep the creation heavens chosen for now and draw 10 consecutive times in the future. When his descendants thought that they were already independent and didn't need Hanju, he would use the creation heavens chosen and use a new batch of creation descendants to stimulate them. Hanju stood up, causing Shanae to wake up. He felt as if a lifetime had passed as he saw Hanju stand up. A million years ago, he was impatient and uneasy. Later, he got used to it and became immersed in cultivation, unable to extricate himself. It was as if he had a long dream. Hanju brought him out of the Taoist temple to see the others. Shanae was even more stunned when he saw the situation of the Tao field. It was more beautiful than he had imagined. It was like paradise, as beautiful as a painting. Wow, another descendant. He's quite shy, Xing Hongshuan said in surprise. Then, she pinched Shanae's face, scaring him so much that he hurriedly retreated. Qingluaner and Zan Qingjun also sized him up with interest. Hanju smiled, these are all your grandmothers. Don't be afraid, you have to treat them like mothers in the future, understand? I'll deal with you if you're rude. Shanae's nervousness vanished. Although he had interacted with Hanju for 5 million years, he had never understood his personality. It was filled with distance. Now, Hanju's threat made him feel that he was human. After that, Hanju brought Shanae to the second Tao field to see the other personal disciples. Hanju left a clone in the second Tao field. If any disciple wanted to go out, they could report to the clone at any time. Currently, half of the disciples in the second Tao field were still here. The black hell chicken shouted when it saw Shanae, Master has another son. The others gathered. Hanju said angrily, it's not a son, but a descendant. He briefly introduced Shanae. The disciples felt pity for him after learning about his background. Who killed your parents? Pass me his voice and appearance. I'll get the hidden sect disciples to put him on the wanted list, Murong Chi asked. Shanae couldn't help but look at Hanju. Hanju said, that person has already died. He slaughtered another world of Shitian 3 million years ago. He was attacked by a mighty figure and died. He didn't even have a chance to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Everyone was silent. This was the first time Shanae had heard this news. He frowned. Several days later, Hanju brought Shanae to his territory. It could be considered telling the personal disciples that if they encountered Shanae in the future, they had to take care of him. The personal disciples were no longer the same as before. They naturally understood the meaning of Hanju's actions. Back in the Taoist temple, Shanae remained silent. Hanju said, the power awakened in your body before I moved you into the Taoist temple was given by me. You're not the only one. Previously, I also chose other 6 descendants. Some of them were even worse off than you, but they have already walked out of the shadow of hatred and started living for themselves.